Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen and share the live. We are just getting started, but we are here as we always are to ask questions, to question beliefs, to see if you can question your beliefs. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or really anything like that, if you're open to having that belief questioned, well then request on up. I want to ask what it is you believe, and I'd like to ask why you believe it. That is, of course, if you can question that belief. I'm not looking for arguments or shouting matches. I'm not looking to score points or win. I just want to know if you can. Well, can you question your beliefs? If you don't believe, if you don't have a belief, well, you're still probably in the right place. But make sure you go ahead and tap the screen and maybe share your questions. And I might just ask those questions if I run out of my own, or if they're just the right questions to ask. But also make sure we tap the screen, share the live. Don't forget you can repost or add to your story if that option's available. And then people who follow you will see it on their FYP. And maybe they'll join and possibly question their beliefs. And before I do take the first guest, I don't know who was first in queue, but I'll try to get to you in as timely a manner as I can. I do need to make sure and thank. I think it was Cat the Vet all the way. Thank you for helping with that first goal. Appreciate you as always. Hello, Clinton. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 36, man. How you doing tonight?
Doing all right. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, anything like that?
Yeah, I do.
And what is that belief?
Um, like as far as which religion is it, or what's the question?
Sure, we can start there.
Yeah, I believe in Christianity.
Is there a particular denomination?
Not really. I've attended a lot of different churches over the years. My dad was Catholic, my mom was Lutheran, and when I was when I was 22, my dad unalived, and then I started really questioning things and started going to look into different religions, and then ended up going back to some different Protestant churches and stuff.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Um, I don't know if I've ever actually read it, like starting in Genesis and ending in Revelation, but I've read all the books in the Bible. If that's what you're asking.
Do you believe the stories within it to be entirely true and literal?
No, I don't. I don't take them to be all literal. I think a lot of it's metaphorical, and I think that even even in the Protestant part of the denominations, they all disagree on a lot of that stuff. So it's hard to really know which ones are meant to be, especially Old Testament stuff. It's hard to know what's meant to be taken literal.
So you don't know what to take literally and what not to, or you have certain things you do and don't.
I mean, there's certain things that people agree to take literally, but there's a lot of stuff that is like, Jonah and the whale, or like the earth being flooded and stuff like that.
Created in 6 days.
Yeah, I don't think that's literal.
Adam and Eve, the first two humans in a garden.
I've heard some pretty good like understandings that like there's actually more than just them, and that was like the only stuff that like we heard about, and that was supposed to be taken metaphorical, like just like a big fall and in the garden, and like the fall of man and stuff.
Really quick, I'm going to thank Saints for helping with that goal. I appreciate you, Saints. Thank you so much. You take the Adam and Eve potentially as a metaphor. You kind of go back and forth on it being literal. But
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm not the easiest to talk to about this, because I take a lot of stuff back and forth, just because like I keep hearing new things from even different Christians themselves. So it's like I I try to weigh it all in, and I'm open minded to the fact that I could even be wrong about the existence of God, but um, I think that's the best way to kind of look at it. Keep an open mind. You could be wrong.
I can appreciate that. If you only because you said it that way, I'm curious to ask. Are there questions or uncertainties that lead you to more towards that outcome than towards God being real?
So like I guess I can break it into three categories. I think that there's like intellectual reasons why I would believe, and then there's like social reasons why I would believe, and then there's like personal experience. And I feel like all three of them combined, like it leads me to believe that it's more probable that God does exist. Um, but I'm open to the fact that I could be wrong.
So you've had personal experiences that lead you to believe God is real. You've had intellectual reasons to believe God is real. And what was the third one?
Yeah, social would just be like um,
Social pressures.
people people you look up to who also hold similar beliefs, and give good reasoning for the existence of God, or even maybe some of their experiences. You've kind of seen like a change in those people before they were uh, believing and after they're believing and stuff like that, I guess.
So seeing other people believe and have either good outcomes or other changes, or at least looking up to them and recognizing they believe as well.
Yeah, I would say that's part of the social. Yeah, definitely.
As far as intellectual reasons, what is an intellectual reason that you believe in a God?
I guess what I mean by that is just like the common philosophical arguments for the existence of God. And I saw like some guy make like a 3 hour video combining all of them together, and how they made more sense together than apart. But like I do know that like it really depends on whose argument you're looking at, because like each one, there's bad there's bad arguments made for like the cosmological argument or the moral argument or whatever it is, but then there's also like better ones that like are more convincing. And I guess my big thing is that like, you know, if you're listening to somebody who's really intellectually like honest, but also like pretty wise and intelligent on both sides of it, then it can be hard to like really come to a conclusion because like both of them can kind of be convincing, you know?
So you're saying that for any intellectual reason you might have to believe, you can also think of
I
alternative.
first got on TikTok, I was constantly like getting in debate lives and like listening to like the opposite end of it and just talking to people and trying to debate myself. But then I realized that like I'm not really good at debating. I'm more so just like when I do my own lives, I like to just get to know people and see where they're at. And um, that like I like watching debates and stuff like that, but like retaining information is really difficult for me. So like when somebody asks me or like poses an argument, like I'll remember that there's an answer to the argument, but I don't quite remember the answer itself. And so it's like unless I have my notes or like everything written down, it's hard for me to like really debate.
I have a quick question for you from the chat, but I also have to point out to the person asking that question that you did win. The AI said Winnie the Pooh, but we are not discussing Winnie the Pooh. We are discussing questioning beliefs. So, on that note, the question that she wanted to ask was, does God have to exist to be meaningful?
You mean I'm not sure if I know exactly what you mean. Are you saying
Does God have to exist for God to be meaningful?
does God have to exist for God to be meaningful? I don't know. I've never thought about that question. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not even sure if I know what that question means.
Sure. In order for God to
Like,
have meaning,
like, I
does
guess
it
he could
have
be.
to actually exist?
I guess he could be like kind of subjectively meaningful in the mind of the beholder, even if he didn't exist. I guess. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's like my first. Uh, that's the first thing that comes to mind.
So it could be meaningful in the mind of the beholder even if he doesn't exist. For someone who believes in it, thing that doesn't exist, the thing still has meaning. Is that what
Maybe
you're saying?
I could be wrong. What do you think?
Much as I might want to voice my opinion on it, I actually don't usually share my opinions during these
Oh,
questions because it makes for a better conversation, I think.
I got you.
So so for you, things don't have to exist for someone to find meaning in those things. So
Um, maybe I'm not sure if that follows or not. I mean, that was like the
does
first thing I thought.
sure, does Santa Claus have to exist for Santa Claus to be meaningful?
I guess it depends on what you mean by meaningful. Yeah, I think it would have to depend on what you mean.
To have meaning to someone.
Because like I mean, Spider-Man doesn't exist, but Spider-Man has meaning to me because it's something that my dad got me collecting comic books when I was a kid. You know.
So so it has meaning. Even though the character doesn't exist, you still put meaning into it.
Yeah, or even like people might find lessons within the comic books or the TV shows or the movies that get that like they want to be heroic or they want to fight for those that are not as well off or something.
Philly has a question. Hello,
Hi,
Philly.
Clint. Hi, Thrayle.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great, thanks. I'm wondering about the meaning that God could still have in your life, even if God doesn't exist. What would that look like, do you think?
Well, I mean, is this if I know he doesn't exist, or is
If you knew somehow, hypothetically, tomorrow, that God does not exist, would you still find meaning in the idea of God?
that's a great question. Can you give me like maybe your own definition of what you mean by meaning?
Why don't we go off the meaning that you said around Spider-Man? Is that the kind of meaning that you would still have?
I mean, yeah, there'd definitely be like I saw a big change in my dad's life when he quit using certain things that I can't really say on TikTok, and he turned his life around and so-called found God. So if God didn't exist and I found out tomorrow somehow that he didn't, I guess, I don't know what that would mean. I guess my dad believed in something that didn't exist, but it somehow helped him get through some hard times.
Does that lessen the impact?
I'm sorry, I don't know if I heard everything you said.
Does that lessen the impact? Like, if that were the case, does that mean it is less meaningful or less impactful?
Man, these are difficult questions for me to answer. I guess I wouldn't want to believe in something if I knew it didn't exist. I don't know. I don't really know how to answer it.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
Yeah, I don't really know how to answer it.
I think I don't know is a perfectly valid answer. Clinton, why do you believe the Bible at all? If you have, I know it's sorry, a left turn here, but why do you believe the Bible at all? If you recognize that some of it's metaphor, some of it's, not necessarily what happened.
Like, I believe that I can't remember the words if it's like infallible or what the words are. Like, I don't believe. I believe
Inerrant.
that. Yeah, there's like infallibility and then inherent and all this stuff. I can't remember which one's which or whatever. But,
Yeah.
like, yeah, I think some of it was meant to be told as like metaphor to like learn the person of Jesus. I do believe he is God. And I believe that purpose comes from like loving people and getting to know God. And in my own life, when I'm going through suffering, when I'm closest to God and I'm putting him first in my life, I experience peace in that suffering. Not that the circumstances changes, but like I experience more peace than when I'm trying to do things my own way and not putting him first. So I can't really reconcile with that if Christianity's not true. That's part of the personal experience. But I mean, I do get the oppositions, like the common oppositions that I hear about, like a loving God, and you know, if he's all loving, then why is there suffering, or like all the stuff that you see in the Bible that makes it seem like God is evil and all that stuff. Like I get like the oppositions there. I feel like, you know, honestly, like the most thing that like not those two things though, like I think it's the argument from silence or whatever. I can't remember exactly the argument's called, but it's like basically, you know, why is there so many people that do never like experience the peace that I'm talking about or his presence or anything like that? That's the that's the one that, you know, I would say presses me the hardest, because I've heard pretty good answers to the other ones that I named off from people, or like books that I've read and stuff like that. But like as far as just some people not feeling like they, you know, they pray their whole lives and they never get anything in return, like I don't really know what to say about that.
How do you reconcile that with your belief?
I mean, it's not that I haven't gotten any answers from people. It's just sometimes I feel like the answers I get are like they make logical sense, but it still bothers me that certain people aren't getting answered. So I'm not really sure what to say, but I can't like. I also can't like negate like the peace that I've gotten in those dark times. Like I like when somebody's going through something, like a friend or somebody asks me for advice, I don't really have any other advice to give them besides what I know worked for me, you know?
Are you sure that it's worked for you?
I guess it would have to meet like I'd have to know what you mean by like, can you expand on that a little bit? Way different than any other kind of peace that I've ever had in like really traumatic situations.
Why does that indicate that the peace is from God?
Well, because I only experienced that same peace several different times in my life when I am like putting him first and at the center of my life, and no other time. So, you know, it's possible. You know, I think it's logically possible that, you know, I could be wrong, but I think that it just seems more likely that that'd be the case because I can't see any other reason why that seems to happen every time I do those things.
Every time.
No, man, I get stubborn and try to live my own way a lot of the time, but there has been several times in my life where I've
You
just been,
pray and you find comfort, is what I think you said.
not just pray, but it's just like, it's the amount of time I'm spending with God and like putting him at the center of my life. It's always hard for me to explain this, but like I know how to do it in my own life. Um, but I mean, I thought your live was interesting. I've seen it a few times, you know, because I think it's good to question our beliefs. I don't think that it into whatever belief it is, whether it's Christianity or whatever it is. Like, I don't think it's healthy to like, if somebody tells you not to question it, that's a red flag.
I agree. And I'm glad that you're able to question these things, and it sounds like you don't have definitive answers except for within the realm of personal experience and emotional motivation.
Yeah, I think those are probably the strongest ones for me. Like I said, I named the three, like the social, the personal, and the intellectual. The intellectual ones, it's just like I feel like it's non-ending because every time somebody comes up with a really good argument for the existence of God, somebody has a counter argument, or the other way around. If somebody has a counter argument that's really good, then I end up hearing somebody challenge them, and they have a really. So it just seems like, you know, we're kind of stuck in this place of never knowing for sure if God exists, and trying to see what's more likely or more probable. Um, yeah, I don't know.
And so, since the intellectual reasoning tends to contradict itself or be argued against, you rely more on your personal experience and social reasons.
Well, I mean, so far there hasn't been an opposition to Christianity that I haven't gotten a good counter argument for when it comes to the intellectual.
Interesting.
What about the silence argument that you brought up before?
Yeah, that one. It's not that they haven't given me good answers. It's just like it's more personal because like when you got friends that like you love dearly or family members, and you want for them what you've experienced for yourself and they're not getting it, it's just more personal, you know. Like I feel like even like take the problem of evil for instance. Like if somebody's, you know, young child is suffering from cancer or something, like I don't think it's ever good to just start telling them like some intellectual argument about it. I mean, the best thing you could do is just sit them with their in their pain and just be present, you know. Like they don't need to hear like a sermon, or they don't need to hear somebody try to like win them over with an argument. You just need to be a
Amen.
good friend.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Sitting with the questions of a parent of a child with cancer, rather than trying to give them the answers, sounds like
Yeah,
the most empathetic thing.
yeah, I think that's the best way that you can love them. I mean, I honestly think that like if Jesus is God and he does exist, that's probably what he'd want you to do.
Why do you think more Christians don't think that way? If you recognize that more Christians don't think and behave that way.
Partially, I don't know all the reasons why, but I think a lot of people just want to be right, but I also think that a lot of people are taught wrong, and people just want to solve problems. Like even in like marriages, like if your spouse is upset about something, you want to like solve the problem instead of just listen, you know? When they're just trying to be heard.
So you're saying people want to fix the problem, and that's why you think they don't just sit in the pain?
Or they might have it, or it might be bothering them themselves, and they like, maybe they don't have good answers, but they're trying to like argue for an answer to like convince themselves or convince whoever they're talking to, but like they don't realize that this just more causes more problem than anything.
May I ask you, what is the convincing argument that you've heard in response to the issue of silence?
I don't know if you were here before, and I know this is going to sound like an excuse, but I swear I'm telling you the truth. When I first got on, I said that like a lot of times when I used to debate and stuff, I realized that I wasn't really good at it unless I had my notes on me, because I always forget like the things that like I know that I've heard an answer. I just don't remember what the answer is because I don't have it like here in front of me. I do actually have it on my tablet, but my tablet's at home and I'm actually visiting my mom right now, so I don't have my tablet. But I know one of the points that was brought up in the discussion that I heard had something to do with like part of the answer is remember the full thing, and I'm doing a bad job of like
Sure.
you know what I mean?
Sure. I I I I relate to that more than you probably know.
Oh yeah.
But I do find that building the character thing to be distasteful. It seems, well, I mean, it doesn't really work if you have somebody who's unaliving. Their character is not being built if they're unaliving.
Yeah, no, I can relate to that. This is actually my music page, and I have a song called "Oh God, Why Have You Abandoned Me?" because my mom tried to do that herself, and after my dad passed away, she just had a really hard time being alone, and so she lost her faith.
Mm. How has that affected um, interaction between the two of you?
So I could say this, like she, it's it's not that like any when I try to like tell her anything, like in the past when I tried to like argue for God's existence, like it was falling on deaf ears. But like
Mm-hmm.
when I'm when I'm in those places where I am putting God first and I'm like putting him at the center of my life, my mom has told me like she really notices something different about me, and
Mm-hmm.
she says that I seem more humble and that like I've just been kinder to her, and that I'm more patient and I don't get frustrated as easy and stuff like that. So like she said that like she notices she likes when I'm in. She always tells me I like when you're into God because I like I like that person the best.
Mm.
But I've learned not to try to uh, do any like intellectual arguments with my mom, because like that's partially where I got what I said from. I realized that like it's just better to sit with people in their pain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You sound like a Christian that does a lot less damage than a lot of the Christians that I've known.
Well, I appreciate that. I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, most of I think I've come to a better understanding of things from a different perspective too, just because like I surround myself with mostly people that aren't Christian. and I only have like like very few people that I can count, not even 5 people that are Christians in my life, and pretty much everybody else in my life is other other religions or agnostic or atheist.
Why do you think that you've surrounded yourself with non-believers?
There's probably more than one reason. Um, I could say like the first reason is going to make Christians sound terrible, but it's true. Like I've had a lot of now I have had a very few set of friends that were Christian that were there for me when I needed them, but um, a lot of my friends that aren't Christian put like I was let down by a lot of Christians in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does that tell you anything about the faith?
I don't know if that tells me something about the faith or what I expected. I guess maybe I expected more out of Christians than other people, and I shouldn't have.
Why do you think you shouldn't have?
Just because like now that I'm in the place that I'm in, and like I consider myself someone who wants to follow Jesus. So like I don't necessarily follow him all the time because I'm not very good at it, but most people would say that I'm a Christian by uh, after talking to me for a little bit. So that's why I just go with Christian. But like, uh, I'm sorry, what was the question? I'm losing what you said.
Hmm. Hmm. I asked you, does that say anything to you about the faith? You said maybe more about what you expected from Christians to behave differently than others. So I asked you something around that. What was it?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just like lost my train of thought.
Why do you think you should not expect anything different from Christians?
Well, maybe I should. Maybe I should expect um, more, but I guess I don't just off of my experience with the past.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe because I was hurt in the past, like I have bad expectations.
Mm-hmm. So I guess
But
that
I guess
takes me.
what I was trying to say before is that like we're all people, and you know you if you know somebody long enough, they're eventually going to let you down at some point because no one's perfect. But we're all trying, I guess. Well, some of us are trying, not all of us. We're not all trying.
Mm-hmm. Didn't Jesus say that they will know you, being Christians, by
But
your love?
um, yeah, I think he said something about I'll know you by your fruit.
Hmm.
You know, uh, self control and kindness and gentleness and all those things. I can't remember all the different ones, but I'm terrible with my memorization of Bible verses. But uh,
I got a D. I got a D in Bible memorization in grade 3.
yeah, my memory's just bad in general.
Are
That's
we talking about
problem.
the fruits of trees? How good trees won't bear bad fruit?
Oh, I was talking about the fruit of the spirit. There's like gentleness, self control, kindness. There's like
Patience, kindness, goodness,
goodness.
gentleness,
Yeah,
faithfulness, and self-control.
yeah, something like that.
Um, do you think that Christians demonstrate that more than other humans?
Um, so this is interesting. So like I've heard somebody give like a TED talk on how y- people definitely, you don't have to be Christian to have like each separate thing that you just listed off, but he made the argument that in order to have all of them working at the same time, like you would have to uh, you'd have to have like the Holy Spirit or whatever. Now I don't know if that's biblical or not, but I heard some argument about that.
Is that what you've seen, experienced?
No, I'd say like I see a lot of uh, good people and all religions, or whether they're agnostic, atheist, Buddhist, whatever.
I lost my train of thought. I got very distracted by an insulting comment.
Oh, I looked away. I missed it.
Oh, you guys know Tiny Science?
Left Tiny.
Tiny? Who's Tiny? I don't know anyone named Tiny.
Yeah, I mainly every time I go in his live, I end up talking about like comic books or something because like I never stay on subject because we both like comic books. I'm pretty sure I brought up Spider-Man earlier in here, so yeah.
You sure did, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'm wondering, Clinton, if you woke up tomorrow and found that there was no reason to believe that this God even existed, and that all the scriptures were, fabrications or moral lessons, myths, would that change the way you live your life?
Oh, that's a good question. I think I'd still like for like the basics. I think I'd still live my life the same, except for I wouldn't be trying to get to know God because obviously He doesn't exist. But like I'd still want to like help people and love people and um yeah, I think most of the stuff would stay the same, except for uh I guess I'd be really stumped on the whole situation I talked about earlier, where like when I was going through troubled times and felt that peace, I'd start to wonder if like aliens existed or something, and they were giving me peace, or if it was some like other god, or what was going on. I don't know. Or
What
maybe
if
I
it
just
was, what
maybe
if
it'd
it
be
was a neurological mechanism that you triggered that made you feel a certain way about a certain thing because you needed to?
yeah, that's true. That could be a thing.
Do you think it's possible that same, I mean, if it were a neurological mechanism, that it could be triggered by other things besides prayer or thoughts of God?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of one of those people that thinks like anything's possible, just some things are more probable.
I see. So for you, is it more probable that it's God, or
Except
that
for
it's?
like, well, I guess I don't really believe in like um what do they call them? Hard contradictions, or what's the word for it? Like I don't think there's like a square circle or anything that
Mhm.
doesn't, if it doesn't make such like logical contradictions, just I don't think that's possible. That doesn't really make any sense, but
How does that tell us which one's more likely, a God or a neurological mechanism?
man, I like all the good questions. I should be writing these down so I can like really think about it and like spend some time on it.
I
Um,
appreciate that, Clinton.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Questions are good. Um, wait, say that again. See, I already forgot your question, bro.
It was just about the likelihood of it being a god that responded to you, or a neurological mechanism, something that, chemical release that made you feel a certain way when you needed to.
Um, hmm. Like, what would make it more likely, or the
Which
actual,
which
or the
which
actual percentage of likelihood?
for you, which cause seems more likely?
Um,
There's no wrong answer.
yeah. I mean, it seems it's. I guess it seems more likely to me that it's God, but it's based off of like my whole like life experience and like everything else that I named off earlier. Like they all go together. Um, I mean, I'm definitely open to the fact that like it could be neurological. This is the thing is like um hopefully I'm not boring your chat because I don't have like arguments prepared or anything like that.
No, we prefer it that way.
Yeah, I don't have like good arguments and stuff like that because I don't know, as much
No,
as
you're
I
you're
love the arguments and stuff, I just realized that like I'm not that person. I'm not the one to be arguing. Just kind
right.
of conversations, getting to know people.
You're engaging in honest introspection, and that's what this channel is about. So I appreciate it, Clinton. I really do. I don't know that I have very many more questions for you right now. Not without spending yet another hour digging in
Oh yeah,
deeper.
for sure.
But I really appreciate you. I don't know
Yeah,
if
I
Philly
appreciate you
has any
guys
more
too.
questions, but I am thinking of one thing that Philly made me think of once before. Um, you say that part of what guides you to believe what in a God is the number of experiences. And I would wonder if you have ever made a list of those experiences and tried to um, see if there are other explanations, one by one.
Yeah, no, I haven't. I've never made a list of them. I probably don't even remember all of them, to be honest. Like I can't
Mhm.
go back and remember each exact one, but I just remember certain ones specifically.
Hmm. I made a list. I think it was 14 or 17 things that seemed like supernatural experiences that I was looking for the possibility of any alternate explanations to see if I was deluding myself at all. It was a very eye-opening experience, and I would recommend it.
Yeah, yeah. I just not sure how I would go about like figuring out what else it was or how to like really
You
figure that
start with
whole.
the list.
Yeah,
I would be very happy to discuss any list that you come up with, um, and share with you wherever I see similarities and things that I've learned, if you would like to have further conversation.
yeah. I mean, I'm always down for conversations.
That's awesome, Clinton. I appreciate you coming up here and having such an honest and open conversation with us. I really do appreciate it. And
Mm-hmm.
I hope you keep asking questions. But I think we are going to move on. Thank you so
Yeah,
much for being
I
here.
will say, man, I'm very curious what you guys believe, and it's killing me that I don't know what you believe.
I don't mind giving one sentence
Sure.
if Thrayl's okay with it. I used to be a Christian pastor, and now I'm agnostic.
Okay. I don't know. I was thinking you guys were going to say something like at least a different religion, not agnostic though.
I believe in asking questions and questioning the answers.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I agree. I would agree with asking questions too.
But I appreciate you, Clinton. Maybe another time when the screen says question the questioner, I'll be more open. But I really do appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate you guys too. I followed both of you.
Thank you.
I hope we speak again.
W's for Clinton in the chat. That was an honest dialogue. We weren't trying to burgle his God. Just getting him to question the things that he was already questioning. That was great.
Woody's art in the comments. I believe in ... Almost got my hopes up. Wanting to hear what you believe in, Thrayle.
Do you have a preference from the queue? I know there's one I'd be interested in because they've requested 2 days in a row, but I don't even think they're here anymore.
Yeah, I do. Can I accept someone?
Yeah. Disappeared.
Oh,
Not the one I thought you were going to accept.
oh, really?
No, but that was interesting too. Have you never explored that belief?
Never. Yeah. So, in the chat, I had a brief back and forth with the praetorist, praetorist, and I have listened to praetorists before, but I've never, that I can recall, been able to have an open conversation where I was able to ask questions.
I worked alongside one for nearly, well, the better part of 2 decades.
Oh, really?
16 years, yeah.
So you got all your questions out.
I have, well, they're not a monolith, so I find different answers.
Okay.
But let me accept one, and we're gonna see if they're even there. Yep, didn't think so. Didn't think so.
Somebody suggested that you invite people, like set people up onto the panel just on mute, and they'd be more patient that way. I don't know if that would be the case, but
Maybe I could do that and bring the next person up, but I tend to find they jump in and are very eager to interrupt or add points of view. But hey there, Matt. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Can you hear me?
You sure can.
Okay, beautiful. 30.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I would say source, if that's credible.
What does that mean to you, source?
So like a non-dualist way, like there's no separation. I am source.
You are source.
Yeah, viewing
Are you saying everything is all one thing and that one thing is source?
yes. Yes.
What is source?
Source is like everything, consciousness itself. Like what?
Is it consciousness? Or is it everything? Or is it both? Because everything would also include consciousness.
Yeah, so that would be, yeah, everything.
So everything.
Like, yeah, I
Is
don't
there is there anything that isn't source?
no.
So there's nothing that isn't source, but yet you've somehow figured out that everything is source. How do you do that without a comparison without saying this is the thing that isn't, so I know that everything else is. How do you differentiate?
Damn, that's okay. You got me on that question. Um, no, that's fair because you can't know what light is without experiencing dark and etc. Yeah, I'm gonna have to write that down.
Sure. I would then wonder if you did find some way to answer that. Um, why would you use the word source? What is that? What work is it doing?
Um, Basically, from things that I've uh looked up over time, I feel like there's uh the word God and yeah, I guess mainly God is got a lot of negativity attached to it. So from what I've just researched, that I don't know, just a feeling really like it's almost like yeah, like just it's a horrible explanation, but like the
So far, we have you using source because of a feeling.
yeah, like God didn't feel right because there was a lot of blood spilled over that, and I'm not for that. Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I don't.
So that word feels kind of tainted.
Yes, yeah, and I don't like reciprocal retribution is not. I'm not about that, and
Mm.
I feel like a lot of religions allow that.
Isn't that part of everything?
Yeah, that would fall. Yeah,
So that's source too.
or well, that would be uh the other side of it because you have
Source has two sides.
yeah, like just like you have, masculine, feminine, light, dark, uh, bad, evil, however you want to label it.
Source has an unsource.
It's well, since it's everything, yeah, like it's a
So then there's a nothing.
how how do you define nothing?
Well, it was more of a question. Is there a nothing? I think I should have said, and that it would be. I don't know really. Would it be the opposite of everything?
Well, I that's where I kind of fall into the observer effect, where if I'm not observing it, it's nothing. It doesn't exist.
What does that mean? If you're not observing something, it doesn't exist. If I'm not
Like
observing somebody in the comments, then they don't exist anymore.
exactly, because it's not experiencing it. Um you're not observing it. So it kind of it goes into what is that thing called?
Just observing yourself.
Split particle effect kind of
Yeah,
thing. Like
it's starting to sound like you're trying to reference a pop science understanding of quantum physics. Do you
what's
know what it is you're talking about, or are we just kind of going into words that sound like science.
No, because
I'm
it's
trying to be
beyond
charitable.
science. Like
Oh, okay. It's beyond
it's not
science.
like
Quantum
I
something.
am a reflective expression of what is beyond my linear experience.
What does that mean? You're a reflective expression of what is beyond your linear experience. You. What does that even mean? What is beyond your linear experience mean?
So we reside in space, time, like we have all of these
Are you
different
reading the
limitations.
script, Matt?
Sorry?
Are you like reading things that you've? Did you take notes?
Well, I'd say plenty of notes. Like
Well,
this
that's
is,
what I mean. Are you reading notes right now?
oh, not right now, no.
Okay. So this is off the dome. Um, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Then
Oh no, absolute.
it was a. Do you remember the question you were answering?
No, I what you said the reflective expression, like what does that mean, right?
Yeah, you said that we are a reflective expression of what is beyond your linear understanding, or something like that.
Yeah, so we reside inside of limitations, which source created those limitations
Where did you get
because
that?
just research.
When did Source create the limitations?
When is a very good question. Um,
How would you know
I
Source
mean,
created
it's
the limitations?
because there is something operating beyond my capability to understand.
Because there's something you don't understand, then therefore Source created our limitations.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You were saying that because there's something beyond your ability to understand, then therefore Source created our limitations. Is that accurate?
Yeah, like so I'm not sure if this helps, but we're supposed to get back to the point of understanding. Like our whole point of existence is
What do you
remembering,
mean
trying to
supposed to?
remember.
How do you know what we're supposed to and not supposed to do? Who's determining that? Who made those odds?
It's through your experiences, the data that you collect as you
The data that I
experience.
collect or the data that you collect?
Well, me, yes. And then your data is going to be vastly different than mine because you're a
And
different
I'm sorry, what did you
reflection.
just say the purpose of my data was?
Oh, the general consensus, I guess, as you could say, is to remember where we all come from.
So the purpose of my data now that I'm gaining in this life is to remember where I come from
Yep.
outside of this life.
Yes.
What sense does that even make?
I don't, huh? I don't,
How is it you've determined the purpose of life?
um, experience
How old are you again?
30.
30. So at 30 years
Yes.
old, you've found the meaning of life.
No, as much as I know nothing. So that's why like I'm still here experiencing.
As much as you know nothing. Um, But you said you know the meaning of life.
No, the purpose.
Oh,
Like
I'm sorry, the purpose, the
I
purpose of
can.
life. You had the
Sorry?
purpose of life, not the meaning. How did you determine the purpose of life?
Through experience. It sounds very.
So you found the purpose of life at 30 years old through your experience. Can you tell me which experience it was that showed you the purpose of life?
um, well, acquiring information over time, physical, like actually going out into the world, experiencing, interacting with people of vastly different beliefs and like personal experiences. um,
And can you remind me again, what did you say the purpose of life was?
to remember.
To remember, to remember
Yes.
another existence that's not this life.
To remember what we are. Like we are
What are we?
that I haven't figured out. Like I'm still here trying to figure that out.
So you've determined that the purpose in this life is to remember uh, who we are in another existence. And that's the entire purpose of this life.
It's all intertwined. We're just on different realms of
You say it's all intertwined.
yeah.
How did you determine that? Have you observed any other existence besides this one?
Well, yeah, when you dream, if you take psychedelics, if you
How do you know
um
those are observations of other existences and not just manufactured moments in your mind?
because consciousness doesn't come from the brain whatsoever.
How did you determine that?
Research.
What research?
Uh, by like
You just
brain
declared.
scans of
Just understand.
neuro.
I just want to.
Sorry?
I just want to point out you've declared something that nobody in modern science has ever declared. Where did you find that research? I'd like to have a peer-reviewed article or something.
Which of can you specify just so I can?
You said that consciousness doesn't come from the brain. I would like to know where you found that.
Yeah, it's
Can you
oh,
put a
where?
yeah? Can you like copy a link and put it in chat?
Damn,
I'll
that's
pull
been
it
a
up.
while. Yeah, I can.
Great. Somebody should have a Nobel Prize over that if that's the case.
Um,
Is it possible that you're misremembering or just making something up?
oh no, so
Okay.
you're
Well
familiar
then,
with the pineal gland, right?
I'd like you to get the research that shows that the consciousness doesn't come from the brain. Instead of mispronouncing organs in weird ways.
Well, the brain is just a
Can you pull it
Do
up
you,
and like put
transmitter.
it?
It
Can you pull
doesn't.
it up, Matt? Can you pull it up and like put a link in chat? Or just like the number, a number from the research paper.
A number?
Yeah, there should be like a what is it, a DOI number, isn't it?
sounds right, something like that.
Something like that. I'd put it in Google Scholar. It'll pull the paper right up.
That's a Google Scholar. That's a new one. I haven't.
Oh,
Hmm. Where did you learn about this consciousness not coming from the brain?
Just research into neuroscience.
Yeah, which neuroscience?
No one was actually able to, from like just books I've read and things looked up
Which one?
randomly on the internet late nights, like I didn't find any evidence of anyone being able to say definitively that yes, consciousness is that, like, the brain creates that.
Well,
It's
that's.
beyond our understanding.
Do you
That's
believe? Do you
sorry.
believe? Do you
Oh,
believe that if there's no definitive proof, that that means that it is definitively not something?
uh, conversely, yeah, absolutely.
So no one has been able to definitively prove that the moon is not made of cheese. Does that mean the moon is made of cheese?
That I would have to reference back to the observer until I physically observe it. Yeah, it's possible.
I I don't.
He's got a strong misunderstanding of science, strong enough that he can use it to argue against his other misunderstandings of science.
Science is metaphysics.
What does metaphysics mean?
It's that's the whole, it's
What is outside of what? Is it possible, Matt, that you don't know
oh,
what you're
sorry, my,
talking about?
sorry.
Outside of what? I asked you a question. You decided to gulp into the microphone.
Oh yeah, I didn't. I was trying to cover my burp. Um, you said, what is metaphysics?
Uh-huh.
It's a branch of philosophy, essentially.
You Googled it while you burped.
Yeah, I brought up my notes.
Mm-hmm. So it's not just outside of. What is it?
Hmm? No, I just told you it's a branch of philosophy.
What does it mean?
Metaphysics?
Yes, what does metaphysics mean?
It's like the nature of reality, studying the fundamental nature of reality.
So are you just Googling now? Are we just
No,
having a
I'm in my
conversation with.
notes. I'm in my notes now.
Are we
So I
just having a
have
conversation with your AI?
who? What?
Hello, Shoto. How are
Hi,
you?
Shoto.
Hello, Thrayle. Hello, Ellie. I mean, what is metaphysics really depends to what particular
Oh,
philosopher you're gonna
geez.
ask. I mean,
Sorry.
for Aristotle, for example, he'll gonna say that metaphysics is the study of supreme causes, right? Being qua being. For Kant, metaphysics is a matter of distinction between noumena and phenomena. For some people, like postmodernists, we're gonna deny objective truth or some sort of meta narrative. So it really depends who we're gonna ask. So there's no such thing as univocal understanding of the term metaphysics. So, but generally, the way how we understand it, right? Here is it's just the rational science of all things through their supreme causes, or in Latin we call it as is scientia rationalis omnium rerum per supremas causas. That's how we call it, metaphysics, the rational science of all things through their supreme causes.
Well, thank you, Shoto, for a much clearer understanding of what metaphysics is. Did you catch that, Matt? Did it line up with your notes?
Appreciate you, Shoto.
But yeah, no worries. But yeah, so that's how we define philosophy in our class. It's just, I mean, or metaphysics in general. It's just study of supreme causes. Because in science, for example, we study approximate cause. right?
I
To
got
study,
you.
for example, what
So
is the
supreme
cause?
causes rather than
Yes,
approximate causes.
correct.
I
Right.
see.
Yeah, you can hear scientists, asking questions like what is the cause of this particular thing, but in metaphysics we don't ask such a thing. We ask what is the cause of this, you know, aggregate of these things, the totality. What is the cause of this totality, rather than
The,
the cause of its parts or
so it's not
constituent.
just the things beyond or outside of what exists.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Shoto. Appreciate that. Uh, hey, Matt, did you catch that understanding? Yeah, I was just gonna mute you for the background, Shoto. Um, Matt, did you catch that? Are you still there, Matt? Hmm. I think Matt didn't figure out how to unmute his mic. We're still not hearing from Matt. So I'm going to go ahead and take this opportunity to thank Susie Blue, Philly Red, Heather's Descent, Hazel Mutt, Danny Grex, and Kat DeWitch. Appreciate all of you so much. Matt, are you still with us?
I mean, I'm about to ask what are his
Hello?
beliefs. What do you believe, man?
Oh,
Are
there
you
we
here?
go.
Yeah.
I
He
have
What
no
do
believes
you
in
clue
believe?
how
Source.
this thing works, so
He believes in Source.
Source, which what
Everything
particular?
is Source.
Everything is a source. What does it mean to be everything is a source?
like
I mean, you mean the aggregate of all contingent stuffs is a cause, or a source of what of this thing? I don't understand that. What you mean? That is there something
of what?
transcendent, this supreme, origin of all things?
Yeah, like there's all that is, and we are expressions of that experiencing itself in the physical realm,
I don't, I
like
don't
in a
get it. It's
physical
essentially
manifestation.
so we are, as a physical entities experiencing what? What do you mean by that?
We're experiencing the physical realm.
So
Like we
ultimately,
live
are
in
we?
physical reality, right?
I mean, whether we live in a physical reality or not is a different topic. I mean, it's not, I mean, oftentimes we assume that we live in a physical reality, but obviously there's an antithesis of physicalism, which we call as idealism, asserts that, what's fundamental is not physical but something mental. That's what we call as idealism. Right? So,
Okay,
you
yeah,
cannot
yeah.
infer from your mere experience that there's a physical entity in front of you, because idealists could do the same move. Right? They can also infer from out of their experience that what's in front of them is not something physical, but it's something mental.
That's fair. Yes.
Yes, and
I don't. Sorry,
what
is there
about it?
a question? I didn't.
Yeah, actually, Susie Blue is right. I'm in the beach, and my classmates are playing guitar right there, so that's why they can hear some music playing. They're beside me, right, they're playing guitar. Those are also philosophy students.
Which university?
Oh, I'm in the Philippines, so
Oh, damn. Okay.
yeah, I'm in the Philippines. So you know, it's called Visayas State University. Visayas State University. It's not really prominent since you know we're not really great in terms of philosophy, or just like Oxford or MIT, but But yeah, professors are great. So
Is the main study like philosophy, or does it have?
yeah, I major in philosophy.
He's a philosophy student, Matt.
Philosophy student.
But
Okay. No, that's I am not one to sit here and try and I love receiving information and giving what I think I know. I am not one to.
do you think it's possible, Matt, that you have maybe a vocabulary level understanding of some of these concepts? Maybe you might know what some of the words mean, but you're not quite fully versed.
Absolutely, yeah.
Do you think that might also be true of the science that you've tried to present?
Oh,
The
geez.
There's a little echo, but the absolute certainty that consciousness doesn't come from a brain, and the repeated citation of this observer effect. Do you think there's any possibility that you could be mistaken about what those mean?
Yes, and yeah. Um, because yeah. I'm just sorry. I was looking at your what you had said earlier, that asking questions and questioning the answer.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I do that often. Like I forget what it's referred to, like metacognition or something along those lines. Um, like questioning your own thoughts. Um, just like how do you know what you think is true is actually true and what is true? Kind of yeah. I'm
Is there
just
any
I'm
is there any possibility you have some blind spots that lead you to develop certainties about um, things like source?
yeah, because I can only speak from my level of understanding at the moment. Like so I wouldn't be able to speak as from the level of understanding as Shoto. So absolutely. To your question, yes.
So, so if you recognize uh, a shortfall, why would you um, include answers that require you to still bridge a gap? Why would you assume everything is source from a source? Um, Everything's consciousness, all of these statements you made earlier.
I mean, what made you think there's a source, right? Is this source something eminent or is it transcendent of the physical world? Is it some sort like God that is non-spatial temporal?
Like I it's a very hard question, and I've pondered this for a very long time, and I never come up with a definitive answer. Like,
You said earlier you had a reason to reject God. Wasn't that
oh,
based on
because
emotional
like
reasons?
the sorry, sorry.
Wasn't that based on emotional reasons?
Well, yeah, all the bloodshed and division, like over
So for
over
that,
that
you
that
eliminate
name.
you eliminate the possibility of calling it God and then call it source. And so Shoto's question is it eminent? Is it transcendent? Is it God? You can cut one of those out. Do you know what the other two words mean?
What was the first one? Sorry, I got the eminent.
Immanent or transcendent. When you say immanence within, when you say transcendence beyond, is it within
Uh,
the physical world or is it beyond the physical world?
oh, beyond transcendence, beyond. Absolutely.
No, it is
So
transcendent.
panentheism rather than pantheism.
What was the first one?
Pan and
Immanism?
oh, eminent. Yeah, coming from within. Imminent.
Because I mean, I know nothing. I've done a little bit of research on pantheism, but again, I can't speak on that because I have no, like, not well versed enough.
Do you identify this God having characteristics like some sort of personal characteristics, like the way how Judeo-Christian Islamic God is understood? That he has emotions, he has plans, he dictates the fate of humanity, and so on and so forth. Do you ascribe such,
Uh,
characteristics that that source?
it's just at that level, it's just being. Like there is no you you wouldn't be able to describe it in a physical manner because you'd have to be in that um
Yeah, of course, I do
state.
understand that we cannot describe God, right? Ultimately, what He is. I mean, even Christians, right? Christians do not claim that they know what God is. They only know what God is not, and they inferred from knowing what God is not that this is what God is. Since God is not um, since God is not an evil, He's not weak, He's not, ignorant like us. They infer therefore that God must be omnipotent, omnibenevolent, omniscient. So
Right.
they're not claiming that they know this directly. They saying that since this is what God is not, therefore we conclude that this is what God is. So basically, that's how they infer characteristics of God. But now, I do understand. I mean, personally, I'm open to the existence of God. I mean, it's possible that God exists, right? There's no contradiction within the concept of God for you to say that it is impossible. I mean, unless you're gonna do J.L. Mackie style, deductive argument of his logical problem of evil, some sort of reductio ad absurdum. If we assume that God exists, and if He is all loving, all powerful, and all
Are you going to have a
all
full
knowledge,
debate with
there shouldn't
yourself,
be evil.
Shoto?
Pardon?
I said, are you going to have a full debate with yourself?
I mean, yeah, I'm always debating myself. I mean, yeah, that's what I do, so that somehow um, I could memorize what I must respond to my future interlocutor. So that's what I do. I mean, I think every philosophy student do that thing.
I know, I hear it. I hear it all the time. They're always arguing with not just each other, but themselves.
Yes.
Really quick, I need to speak past you guys. I've got to thank Susie Blue, Philly Red, Heather's Descent, Hazelnut, Danny Grax, and Cat DeWitch. I feel like I already did that. That list felt familiar, but thank you guys again. So I just had to make sure I did. But I don't know that I have very many more questions for you, Matt. I don't know if Philly or Shoto do. Do you guys have more questions for Matt
I
before we move to the
appreciate you
new
coming
guest?
up, Mad.
Oh,
Oh,
that absolutely. Sorry for not debating you there. I love to listen and
We're not looking for debate necessarily. We're looking for
oh yeah.
introspection through the Socratic questioning, seeing if you really can question your
Right.
beliefs.
We're not
And
debating right here.
yeah,
We're just discussing, basically. And I wanted to share what I've learned to you, Matt. That's basically the point. I'm not
uh,
really into debating, right? I'm into discussion.
I don't know. I appreciate it. I love like the greatest to me. I think the greatest thing you could give someone is information. So I'm all for it.
Well, I'm
I
glad we had
appreciate
someone
it.
able to provide that for you. Thank you for being here, Matt. I'm going to go ahead and set you down. We're going to move on to the next guest. Keep asking questions. Thanks for coming in clutch like that. Showed it. You heard what is metaphysics, and it was like the bat signal, huh?
In comes Shoto.
Right?
Yeah, we left already. Are you guys about to end the live, or I don't
No,
know?
we're going for a long time. But
Okay.
What's
yeah.
going on?
Hey there, Brandon. I don't
Hang
need your
on.
camera, but I do need your age. Can I get your age
Yes.
for TikTok
Thank
TOS?
you for turning that off. I didn't mean to. I am 31.
And do you
January.
have a?
What
Sorry
was
about
that?
that. You said 31, and I believed you right away. But do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like
I
that?
have a faith in a higher power.
A faith in a higher power. What is the
I don't really
higher
I just
power?
don't resonate with religion because religion always creates chaos. Like, I think religion is man made. Like, I have a faith in Yeshua, and it's not because I live in Kentucky, it's because I found it for myself. Like, and I found it for myself because I almost died. Like, and then I swear I had a shotgun pointed to my face, and then like a physical force just smacked it out of my hand, and then I'm here telling you this, and I've had just whenever I actually give into I believe it's our guts, our
So
intuition,
my
our
question
conscience.
was, my
Right.
question was, which higher power? You said Yeshua. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Uh, I have read every bit of the Bible, but the only thing that I get out of the Bible, and that's the King James Version, is that it's stories about how many times that humanity's made the same mistakes over and over and over and over. And I believe that, the parts that are written in red speak to me more than what almost the whole thing is, but it's been rewritten by humanity so many times. And I think that's why I have discernment. So
What is discernment?
it's like it helps me be able to tell the difference between a lie and not a lie.
Discernment helps you tell the difference between lies and not lies.
Yeah, it's like an energy. Like, I feel it in my gut. Like, if someone's lying, I'll instantly feel their lying in my gut. That's
What is
kind
energy?
of everything around. We can only physically see electric energy, but like physical spiritual energy we can't see, but we can feel it.
I'm sorry, physical, spiritual energy. What is that?
Okay, like how I can say, your voice sounds very, optimistic and very cool. That gives a vibe, right? An energy just by saying those words. So like, it's an energy like that. It's always through words, through communication, and it's always through, people that you love. It always comes from love.
I don't think I've ever been accused of sounding optimistic. But
Oh,
what is?
too joyful, too hopeful, too optimistic.
I'm exuberant.
Tone it down.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
statement
so
is
ultimately, what do you
contagious.
believe? I mean, I don't understand.
You gotta know.
Yeah, can
Say
you
it again. Say it again now.
explain?
Oh, what you believe?
Okay.
Shoto is not quite.
Okay. See, I've been
hearing what
raised to be a Christian like my whole life, and then my dad. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this stuff, but my dad went to prison for a long time. I don't know if I can say what
Before you
for.
go into the biography, the question wasn't. Yeah, the question wasn't give me your
I was
story of
getting to
from
that
birth
though.
to.
I,
Yeah.
I was gonna say that there were Christians, and I was forced to be Christian, and then I ran from it, and then I ran. It scared me to death. Like, I had
The
people.
question again was, what do you believe now?
I believe that Yeshua Christ is our Savior, our
What does
Son
Christ
of
mean?
God. I think Jesus is an English
Right. What does Christ mean?
it means The bread of life.
Bread of life.
Do you think that that is the actual translation definition of Christ?
I think that he is the Alpha, the Omega. I mean, like, he's God that got tired of messing with his creation, so he had to embody his creation and die for it to save it.
Do you know what the word Christ means?
Savior, right?
Anointed.
Like the anointed one, the Savior.
Anointed, yes.
Yeah.
Does it mean
Well,
savior or
I
anointed?
didn't know that it just specifically meant anointed.
So if it just means anointed, so you're saying Yeshua, the anointed one.
Yeah.
And that's who you believe is the Son of God. And
Maybe.
Savior.
I mean, I think he is. I think absolutely, and I know it for a fact because I have like almost died, and it saved me, like praying to him, like out of crazy situations, like the unthinkable, and it's happened to get me out of it. I mean, I don't push people into
So
Christianity.
just to stop for a second, because you are about to start a sermon and you've already answered the question.
Sorry, man.
Yeah. So you said that you believe, or not believe, you know that he exists because you prayed to him and he pushed something out of your hand at the last moment. How do you know it was him that pushed anything out of your hand?
I guess I don't. I guess I hope it's him. I would think it was him. What
Could
would
it not have been you?
I mean, maybe if I was like invisible.
What do you mean?
I don't know, like, cause like it's like a shotgun, so like I'm using my toe, and like.
Okay, we can't use
You
that.
really don't. You can't.
We can't use that word on here.
Yeah, but that's what I meant. But I.
You can probably request back up, but I just think it's best that we recycle that conversation back to the beginning. Because, yeah, you keep saying that word over and over and describing, and I was very careful. We do have other requests, and maybe we can have a more interesting conversation with one of them. If any of them are still there. Well, hello, Zandon. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Say that one more time, please. I just got the connection established.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
You and Jocelyn both at the same time. So I usually only take one guest at a time.
Well, hey, duality happened. Serendipity is at your door.
It's meant to happen, guys. Come on
I
now.
don't know if that's what it's meant to happen. It's a glitch that happens sometimes.
Well, no. See, that there
Jocelyn,
is
can
no
I get your
coincidence.
age
Coincidence
for TikTok?
is
I am
TOS?
24. I am 24.
Awesome. Thank you for not shouting over people. Let's just maintain one person who doesn't shout over people. That's why the other one's gone. So, 24, you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Did you ask me if I have a belief in a higher power?
In a God or anything like it?
Yes, I'm a channeler.
What does that mean?
I am a vessel for, I don't know, I don't like to think I know everything. Over the years, it changed who the source was, but I channeled something, and I'm an artist. I've been a prodigy, so I thought it was coming from me, but I realized I was just being a vessel for the source. And
I'm sorry. Vessel for source. What does that mean?
So I don't know where to start. Like, I can tell you like 5 different stories. I mean, think. So everybody's kind of a vessel of God, but for me,
What's
I'm
a
just
God?
consciousness and love.
God is consciousness and love. Thoughts and feelings.
And we're also kind of in his body. I believe
I'm sorry, God is thoughts and feelings.
God, that's a good question. I think that's something I might just come up with something on the fly. I believe that's something that is personalized for the human experience. God expresses feelings and thoughts through different people. We are all fractals
So
of
we don't have thoughts and feelings. That's all God.
we do have
We're not
sovereignty.
responsible.
God gave us sovereignty to have our own thoughts and feelings is what I'm
So
trying
then
to say.
where's God?
I don't know. God is within everybody. It's just you have to be conscious of it.
I thought we had sovereignty. Why would he be in us if we're sovereign?
Because he's trying to have a unique human experience through everybody.
So he's a voyeur.
No. Well, I don't think
Like
it's a man or a guy, but I just used the word he.
So is he like a peeping Tom?
It feels that way sometimes. I'm not used to it.
So you think that a voyeuristic God gives us the ability to have thoughts and feelings on our own, but he's in there having
Not directly. There's some middle parts to it.
There's some middle parts. What are the middle parts?
So, sorry. Can you rephrase Can you say your question again so I can?
I just said, what are the middle parts?
No, what the question before that?
No, we're on the middle parts.
No, yeah, I just totally blanked out. I'm sorry.
God.
I don't really know.
I don't know. You said there were middle parts.
I think God. So I kind of believe in
Is it God's middle parts, or is it middle parts between God and
you're shooting these questions like fire, and I haven't even caught up to my thoughts yet. So like the story of Brahma created Maya, which is illusion. This is in Hindu. Yes, this is in Hinduism. So
are you Hindu?
No, but
why are you in Brahma?
Because I believe in this story, and I believe in multiple religions. So so Brahma was cut up into a billion pieces by Maya, the goddess of illusion.
Wow,
and he was
getting graphic really quick. Why do you believe in...
No, it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor. It's not literal. But just let me finish the sentence. Brahma was cut into a billion pieces, scattered across Earth. It's a metaphor for basically saying we're all parts of God, scattered across Earth. Huh?
What about the middle parts, though?
I asked you to rephrase the last question so I can recompose my answer.
God was something voyeuristic inside of us that is our thoughts and feelings, but he lets us be our own, and you said there's some middle part.
So God created us. He can understand our thoughts and feelings, but we have our own sovereignty. God. I don't know if God has its own thoughts or I don't know if God has its own thoughts or feelings.
Sovereignty?
Having your own agency, becoming having your own agency, having free will.
Have agency, we have free will, but God's inside of us watching.
Well, we have free will.
Can I finish a fucking question, or do you just have some sort of impulse control problem?
No, you keep interrupting me, so...
Jocelyn, just let Thrayle finish a question, okay?
No, he wouldn't let me finish a sentence, and literally...
You're interrupting Thrayle.
No, I'm out of here, honestly. I couldn't finish a sentence. He just kept assuming what I was saying, and
You're out of here. Bye.
There was definitely clarifying questions. That was frustrating.
Yeah, it was a little hard to follow there, Insomnia. She was channeling something. Not a... Yeah, we'll just not. We'll not ruminate and say we did. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, or a higher power, or a goddess, or a team of goddesses, or some kind of Yeti god,
or a mermaid,
or mermaids. That's right.
Thank you.
Or anything like that, and you're open to questioning, well, then go ahead and request on up.
Jocelyn said that they were a channel, right? Like
They were a
you
channeler.
channel it.
I began to make a joke and I stopped.
Mm.
And now she's freaking out, saying, "I never said I channeled. I never said I channeled."
Mm.
So I was gonna say channeling incoherent thoughts.
Mm.
Yeah. See. I stopped myself. I didn't say it.
Until you did. If you are coherent in your communication and you can slow down enough to hear the question and give a coherent response, and you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or mermaids, you should request up. I'm not as polished as you at saying that, but you say that many, many, many more times a day than I do.
I say it so many times.
So many times.
What do we think? Should we keep this layout?
Sorry, what was that?
Should we keep this layout? I like this layout. Leave room for a questioner and a questionee.
Someone who believes in mermaids.
Mm-hmm.
Because we like to question beliefs about mermaids.
Why mermaids?
Because I want the AI to say mermaids.
I was traumatized. If you haven't seen The Lighthouse, then you don't know. But if anybody's seen The Lighthouse, you'd know my trauma. And I'm just, mermaids are not where I live.
Is this a movie?
Yes.
I have not seen this movie.
There's a scene I wish I could unsee.
Herbal giraffe. What in the ASMR is this? Is this ASMR?
I haven't made mouth noises up on the microphone. Put shaving cream on my pop screen, so I don't know. I think I could rake a fingernail across it if. Would that make it ASMR? See, Susie Blue knows what I'm talking about. I'm sorry for conjuring a memory in anybody who remembers that scene.
How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Hello, Isaiah. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
18,
What year were you born?
2007.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I believe in the Christian God, and I believe that there's also science backing the fact that a God or a higher being exists by multiple recent studies.
Hey, Isaiah. Isaiah, did I ask you anything about science backing a god? Can
Well,
you
yes,
read the
I
screen?
believe in a God. I just
Can you read the screen?
I can.
What does it say in big bold letters?
It says, "Can you question your beliefs?" But then also under that, it has 4 questions.
Right. So I'm asking. I only asked in big bold letters. So can you question your beliefs?
Oh, I apologize. I thought I was answering the 4 questions. No, I cannot question my belief. No.
Oh, well, then why did you request up?
Because I wanted to come up to prove my point that why.
Well, that's not good faith for this kind of space. I'm not interested in you proving your point.
I'm very curious why somebody would say they cannot question their beliefs.
Dogmatic, brainwashed certainty.
I'm
more curious why he would actually request backup. That's ridiculous.
Can I ask him?
Go for it.
Isaiah, I'm very curious. Hi. I'm very curious why you say that you are not able to question your beliefs.
Because in my opinion, it's not really possible to question the truth. It's not possible to question something that is already backed by. Excuse me? Something funny?
Yeah,
What's funny?
brainwashing. The smell of
Brainwash? How
detergent.
so? How so? How am I brainwashed whenever I'm going based off of
It's
evidence?
not possible to question truth.
Do you think it's possible, just hypothetically, that maybe the evidence is not actually all that convincing for most people, or that the understanding of the evidence could be off, or that maybe
Most definitely, yes. Most definitely, yes. I put it that way because what I believe in, I mean, of course, there's not 100% certainty. So therefore, if you want to ask, can I question my beliefs? I mean, of course, but you can question anything. So if the answer to your question, I guess you can say, is yes, but would I question them? No. But can I? Yes. If that answers the question a bit better.
so you can question them, but you won't question them.
Yes, because I questioned them in the past, and that's whenever I did my research a bit more into it. Because I'm not gonna lie, I have questioned my belief before in the past, and that's when I kind of researched into it to see if what I was going for and the belief I was believing in is correct, and if that's really the truth. And once I looked into it, which again I questioned it, I found myself correct, backed by science as well. Therefore, that's kind of what I discovered.
Do you think that it's a bad thing to review your earlier questioning, or to open yourself up to hear questions that you may not have thought about before?
What do you mean? As in, you want to ask me questions that I may have not thought about?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm open to the
Yes.
questions. If you have questions to ask, I mean, I'd be open to answering them.
So, is it possible that we could have questions for you that you hadn't considered before, and that might be worthwhile questioning your belief again?
Sure. I mean, I'd be open to the idea, if that's what you're asking. I'd be open to the idea and open to listening in to see if there is maybe something I can question again.
What do you think, Thrayle?
I don't hear any sincerity there. He thinks he has 100% proof that God
I never
exists.
said 100%. I made a statement I don't
You
have
said
100%.
science. You said science has proven that God exists.
Yes, science has proof that a God exists. Correct.
What is proof?
Proof is something that's a very high probability. Nothing's 100% certainty. So, in other words, proof needs evidence, right? So, evidence is high probability. Therefore, there's a high probability of what I'm saying is correct.
An interesting definition of proof.
I was thinking the same thing.
Evidence. I apologize. It's evidence. That's the definition of evidence. But when it comes to proof, you need evidence to have proof.
So what is proof? You said science has proved a God. What is proof?
Okay, I'll put it this way. I apologize. I said it wrong. Science provided evidence of a God. I apologize for getting the grammar wrong.
Interesting.
I appreciate your willingness to adapt your language.
This isn't a debate. This isn't a soapbox. Philly, if you have some questions, you can go ahead. I'll see if I see any room for it.
You know that I'm always optimistic. Isaiah, what convinces you that science has strong evidence for God?
Because there's a lot of pyramids and different how do you say it? There's different pillars of evidence that they have for it, and I believe the total is about 6, right? They got like the BGV. They have
What's that? What's that?
the BGV theory.
What's that?
I would have to check for the full pronunciation, but it's the BGV theory. It's like
It's
I guess
just a phrase you memorized.
like the Big Bang, I guess you could say.
So it's a phrase you memorized. What does it actually state? VGV.
Like it's the Big Bang, basically explaining that
Like the Big Bang.
Like the universe has to have a beginning, basically, and for something to create the universe, therefore, there has to be a timeless creator.
I'm sorry. Hang on. You're doing a philosophical argument. Nobody asks you for a philosophical argument. You're doing like a syllogism here. Nobody asked for you to read off your prepared syllogism. Philly was asking you questions, and I interrupted to ask what BGV was.
No, I just provided that information.
You started a syllogism. This isn't a debate.
It's not a debate. I'm not trying to make it a debate. I was just giving my reasoning onto why.
No, you only came up here to prove why what you believe is true.
That's false. I just said I'm willing to take questions about belief. I'm answering Philly's questions, and you're kind of interrupting and not giving me the opportunity to answer.
I asked the same question that Thrayle did.
And I answered, and you're making the same.
What you said was, my goodness, is this going to be an argument? I don't want an argument.
I'm not arguing. I told you I'm open to the question.
That's all he knows how to do.
I'm open to
He's arguing about arguing. Let her ask her question.
I heard you say that there are many things. Maybe it builds a pyramid or something. The number of things that convince you. One of the things is, I didn't even catch the acronym, BVG or something?
Yes, the Big Bang Theory.
Okay, so what about the Big Bang Theory convinces you of a God?
It's just the research that was done into it shows that, against what I believe in, that the universe was not eternal, therefore it was created. And by me putting two and two together, and by the experiment that was done as well, they're making a statement that due to that fact, that means that the universe has a creator. And
are you suggesting? Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. You're good. Go ahead.
A clarifying question. Are you suggesting that the Big Bang Theory is the start of time?
Yes, it's the start of time, matter, and space.
My understanding is a little bit different. How did you get to that understanding?
Because of the BGV theory that I was explaining, I would have to, hold on 1 second. It's the BGV theory, then we have 6 other pyramids, such as philosophical and logical.
Okay, but she was specifically asking you about the BVG theory.
Yeah.
So this is different from the Lambda CDM model.
So are you asking what
I'm asking you now, is it different from the Lambda CDM model?
Different house.
Are you familiar with the Lambda CDM model?
I've heard of it, but you would have to elaborate for me to remember what it is.
I see.
It sounds to me like perhaps, and I say this with respect and gentleness, okay, Isaiah? It sounds to me like perhaps you're quoting a theory that you're not actually well versed on. And so I'm suspecting that theory itself might not be what convinces you that there's a God. Would I be wrong?
Yes.
Okay, so this theory...
He's really well versed on the theory whose acronym he can't remember that isn't anything like the Lambda CDM that he's never heard of.
No, I do not remember the acronym. I just know it has something to do with the fact that the universe was created, or I guess you can say how the universe also expands. So it just can't be eternal.
The expansion doesn't necessarily mean creation, right?
It, in a way, does, because if something's expanding, it has to be created.
Conclusion it does.
Why do you conclude that?
Because people claim that the universe is eternal, but the universe expands. Therefore, if it's expanding, it had to have been created at some point in time.
I don't understand.
As in, it came from one singular point. It came from one singular point and expanded.
Sure. So I'm not following how you're going from one singular point to creation.
Because if it's one singular point, at some point it was created to be that singular point to begin expanding. It didn't just randomly decide to expand. It wasn't something that's always been there. It's something that was created.
It seems like you're assuming that it was created.
Well, I mean, of course, but that's It's a theorem. It's the BGV theorem. That's just something that's always going to happen. You're always going to have theories and assumptions.
So
Nothing's really going to be
again, I
definite.
don't understand how this is what convinces you that there is a God if it is a assumption
It convinces
and a
me.
theorem.
It convinces me because it's convincing me that there's a creator of the universe. Therefore, space, time, and matter was also created when the universe was created as well. Therefore, before that, there's a timeless creator that is there. If that makes a little more sense.
Again, it sounds like an assumption not actually coming from the acronym model that you're giving. I don't hear how in the model it's demonstrating what you're suggesting.
What do you
Are
mean?
you able to explain how the Big Bang Theory demonstrates that there is a creator?
It doesn't necessarily demonstrate that, but it demonstrates how everything basically came from nothing almost. The Big Bang
Came
Theory
from nothing.
is, first of all, it was debunked a while ago. A lot of people don't even believe in the Big Bang Theory anymore. It was debunked by somebody already in the past.
Okay, so you don't believe in the Big Bang Theory?
I believe the Big Bang Theory can be a possibility, but I don't believe in it with 100% certainty, nor even like 90 or 80%.
Okay, but earlier I'm just so confused. Maybe you're changing your mind here, or maybe there was some miscommunication. But what I heard you say was that one of the things that convinces you of the Christian God is the Big Bang Theory.
Yes, in a way, that's a reason that I can believe in him. Yes, that's one. That's one of the reasonings
Okay,
that I
I'm
could kind
hearing
of
some
find myself.
contradictions. Do you hear the
How
contradictions
so?
yourself, Isaiah?
Hear the
I
contradictions?
guess
Yes,
not.
I can hear them. How I'm kind of. I guess you can say I'm kind of switching up a bit. I can hear that part.
Yeah. What do you think is the most convincing piece of evidence for the existence of God?
Mainly just the big argument where people make the statement that the universe is not eternal, that there has to be a creator. And another thing is, whenever it comes to DNA, I believe DNA is a code that needs a designer. I believe in that as well. I mean, if there was no designer,
So
it would
what
be
is
quite
the
literally a
one?
miracle.
So what is the evidence then? The DNA is the most convincing piece of evidence?
Are you asking for the number one most convincing, or are you asking
I
for my
am.
just most
I
convincing?
am.
Number one,
I'm
so like
asking
top
for
number one.
what? I'm asking for your top. Yes, this is the third time I've asked for
Okay.
this.
Number one top would have to be. I would probably go on the DNA one because that is a very strong point and a very strong standpoint to be in because it's not easy to prove that point wrong.
So what is the point exactly?
The fact that DNA is a code and a code needs a designer.
What is the code?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
As in a digital code, it's like DNA is made of 4 chemical letters. I believe it's A, T, G, and C.
I'm sorry. DNA is made of letters?
It's a digital code, yes. It's
Are
made
you
of 4
fucking
chemical
kidding me?
letters, yes. It's made of 4 chemical letters. If you look a bit into it, I'm assuming you haven't. If you look into it a bit
So,
more,
yeah,
you'll
I
find out.
looked into it. You're telling me it's made of letters.
Yes, I have studied it in
Is it made of
It's
university.
letters?
What
four
the heck?
chemical letters. It's
Hang on.
not made of letters, but that's how you
Hang
can
on,
describe the
Isaiah.
code.
Hang on, Isaiah. We're just going to stop you. It's made of letters, Philly.
I'm done, Thrayle. I'm not.
Okay, you've been lied to enough.
I mean, you've
Because
been
I've been
like,
lied to enough.
I don't know that I would give the intent of the lie, but I understand where you're getting, why you're using that language, even though I wouldn't use that language myself.
Well, he'll get more opportunity than most liars. He could try again another day. DNA is a digital code. It's made of letters.
A digital code? Like what the
That's what I meant when he said it was made of letters.
what the heck?
He knew what he meant. He meant what he meant. And as soon as he backs away from that, he's a liar. You see,
Disingenuous, maybe. Disingenuous.
disingenuous
I can get behind that.
with the intent. What was his intent when he came up here? To prove God. That was his only
Was it?
intent.
Was his intent
When
to
I
prove
dropped him
God?
the first time, yes, that's what he said. To prove what he believes in.
Maybe to argue for what he believes in. I guess he believes, from what he said, it sounds like he believes that he can prove God. I just did not find anything that he was saying to be coherent enough to be convincing. Is that rude?
No. That's charitable. That is so charitable. I heard a lying little shit right off the bat.
Well, I'm glad that
I left you long enough to go make a peanut butter and honey sandwich.
I'm glad that there's some utility to my desire to see everyone have genuine conversation.
That's what I want too.
Yeah,
Genuine conversation.
mine is just not always based in reality.
You're optimistic, and I like it. On a normal night, what is a normal night?
I don't know. What is a normal night?
I mean, if it had just been me up here,
He wouldn't have lasted. No.
you wouldn't have come back.
No.
I only requested up to prove my belief or prove my God, prove my point. And that was the end for me. Everything he said after that was to stay on the panel.
Why? What is it like dopamine in arguing, or?
That and notoriety, followers, view count, whatever. To score a win, to screen record and make a clip, to dunk on some atheists.
You know, I looked at, it's related, but it's, there was a Calvinist apologist debater, who I spoke to several months ago for a long conversation. And I was curious to see if he had posted it on YouTube. And he did leave it up in full, but he clipped one section where he's basically pontificating on not actually addressing the concern that I had. And that felt very disingenuous.
A moment where he considered not addressing your question.
Not a moment. Like he's pontificating for, like, the clip was like 15 minutes long. And he was addressing things that I hadn't actually, like, he was strawmanning me and then responding to his own strawman.
I see.
And the fact that that's what he thought was worth clipping and featuring on his channel was disappointing. It's like, I just want good faith conversations.
They're hard to find. So many people are doing it for the show, for the game, for the points,
Yeah.
or to save souls.
I think I don't. Okay, this is going to sound arrogant. To the 66 people in here, I should just stop talking.
You want me to save you by bringing up a guest?
Do it.
Also, we have somebody in queue, I just realized. I don't think they meant to be, so I'll clear you out. And if you meant to, please request backup. But Soldier, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 33.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
And do you belong to a particular denomination or not?
No, I'm non-denominational.
I see. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, not from beginning to end, but I've read most of it.
Do you believe it to be entirely true and literal? The stories within it happened as written.
Entirely true, yes. Literal, no. There are some things that are metaphorical.
I see. Do you believe in a 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden?
6-state creation? What is that? A 6-day creation?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Adam and Eve were in a garden. You believe all that's true?
Yes.
Why?
Because the historical evidence attests that it is true.
Can you tell me what historical evidence attests to the truth of a 6-day creation?
All of the historical manuscripts that we have together that we used to reconstruct the Bible.
Manuscripts. I'm sorry. Can you tell me what evidence actually points to a 6-day creation?
I wouldn't say that we have any scientific evidence that can prove that that the Earth was created in 6 days, but that story comes from all the manuscript evidence that we use to reconstruct the Bible.
So we don't have scientific evidence, but we have a story.
I mean, we can't test history in a science lab.
Why not?
Because that's not the way history works. We use textual criticism. We look at historical documents and see how far or close to the historical events we can date them to.
Sure. Do you not think we can test to see if there's ways to date the Earth, or maybe find ways to use science to assess the way or the order in which things were formed?
Date the Earth, sure, but not show that the Earth was created in a certain amount of days.
I see. And you said you also believe that Adam and Eve were in the garden. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you believe the literal, order of creation in 6 days? I think you said you do.
The literal order of creation in 6 days? What do you mean?
Like the first day was the light. The next day was the firmament. The next day was the vegetation. Then the sun. Then the animals, and then the humans. Something like that.
Yeah.
Can you tell me which order is actually true then? Is it the one in Genesis 1, or is it the different order given in Genesis 2 when it says that before the plants he made a man, and then he made the plants, and then the animals, and then a woman? Which order is actually true?
I believe the Genesis 1 is how it was made, and then Genesis 2 is an emphasis on Genesis 1.
How is it an emphasis if the events are a different order?
It's because of the wording used. I'm not I don't exactly.
Yeah, so if the wording used is very specifically that before the plants he made a man, and then after that he made plants, and then after that he made animals, and even says why he makes the animals, right? It says, because it is not good for man to be alone, I shall make him a helper. Then out of the ground he makes all the animals, and then Adam can't find a helper, so he goes on to make Eve. Isn't that a different order than what's given in Genesis 1?
When you put it like that, it sounds different, but if we can go back to the scripture and see how it's written, then it'd be
Sure.
good to be able to make it more clear.
Sure, if you go back to the scripture and see how it's written. If hypothetically, it sounds like you might already be doing the work, but work on a hypothetical with me. If hypothetically it is those two different orders, well then, how would you reconcile that? What sense would you try to pull from the Bible if these two stories were contradictory?
Well, like I said, the stories aren't contradictory.
It was a hypothetical. I said, can you indulge in a hypothetical with me for a moment while you look up your apologetic?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you hear that? Did you hear the hypothetical?
Say it again one more time.
Yeah, if this was a true contradiction, how would you reconcile that with your belief? What kind of sense would you make from that?
Well, obviously, if there was an actual contradiction, it would make the belief not true.
So if this were a true contradiction, then it would make the entire Bible fall apart?
Of course. Any contradiction means that it cannot be the word of God.
I see. And so you say that it's somehow not a contradiction because you assume that it has to be true because God. Is that
Not at all.
Okay, so then how is it you're able to reconcile this contradiction where it says that it is not good for man to be alone, so I shall make him a helper, and then out of the ground he makes the animals. How does that reconcile with Genesis 1 that says the animals came first?
Let's see. So it says in Genesis 1 the animals came first, and then in Genesis 2 it says that. Is that what you're saying? Where it
Adam
says
came first.
Which verse is that?
Which verse did he make Adam?
No, which verse did it says I'll make helpers out of the ground?
2:18 and 19. Good evening, Cyber. How are you doing?
Good evening. Yeah, so real quick, before we get too deep into this, one reason why we would know that it's a contradiction is in Hebrew, in Hebrew grammar, we have a thing called a vav consecutive. Vav consecutives are used as a timekeeping space. It's how we know things are being put in chronological order, and essentially it means and then. Let me go grab my Hebrew scriptures real quick, and I'll be able to show you what these look like. And you'll see that in Genesis 2, we have these being used. So one apologetic that you'll use is like have formed is one thing that previously means like have formed, referring back to Genesis 1, but that's just not what a vav consecutive means. It's not the vav consecutive supports, and it's just not scholarly consensus. So let me get my scriptures here opened up to Genesis chapter 1 and 2. And I'll show you what these vav consecutives look like. All right, if I can get big screen real fast. All right, so right here, you'll see this right here. That's this letter right here at the very, so we can keep that in the light. This letter right there's a vav consecutive, and you'll see where it's repeating throughout here. Vav consecutive. Each one of those means and then here you'll have a whole list of vav consecutives because it's creation story, gang, and then. And so when we go into Genesis chapter 2, you'll start seeing where we're not getting Vav consecutives because we're getting the completion of the story. And then, boom, when we get into the part of consecutives, we start seeing Vav consecutives popping back in, right? So the Vav consecutive, Vav consecutive, Vav consecutive. And these just mean and then, and then, and then. So that's how we know that this is being done in chronological order. And it's how we know that these are two different narratives. They're not the same narrative. And I'm going to open it up on my computer because we'll be able to see it better on there.
Yeah, I'll definitely switch back.
So it says chronological order is the plants, then animals, and then man.
That would have been Genesis 1. Yes.
Yeah, that's
Genesis 1 gives that order.
Yeah, then Genesis 2:7, then the Lord God formed the man. Genesis 2:5, no shrub of the field because there is no man to work the ground. And then Genesis 2:19, now the Lord had formed out of the ground all the beasts.
See how these are all out of order. And what do you mean had? Where did you get had?
This is where it says in Genesis 2:19. Let's look at it.
What translation are you using?
Let me look at this.
What translation are you using?
I don't know what translation this had on here. Let me look at mine.
What translation do you have?
Oh, I have the NIV. It said that in the NIV.
I'd be careful about using the NIV. The NIV is a thought-for-thought translation, not a word-for-word translation.
The NIV is a dynamic translation. It was translated so that it was easier for the people to understand, so that not everybody had to read Shakespearean English.
You realize that like some Bibles aren't written in those. Like if you go to the NRSVUE, yeah, you don't need to worry about that.
Well, yeah, but like I said, there are different versions of the Bible, but the reason is because language evolves, and they're all still taken from the original Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek documents.
They're not. The NIV is not. It's literally a thought-for-thought translation, which is the issue.
No,
they did a thought-for-thought because it's easier to memorize and to read thought-for-thoughts versus word-for-word.
Saying the NIV is thought for thought doesn't change the Hebrew. You know, every major translation, whether it's literal or dynamic, agrees on the timeline and the grammar.
It doesn't.
What?
It actually does.
What a statement. What a claim to make. Why do you make that claim?
Because we have no reason to believe that any of these versions, like the NIV or any other version, is untrustworthy.
Do you understand that they can give different messages with different translations?
No, they can't give different messages with different translations. You can't translate you can get different translations, yeah, but that doesn't mean the actual truth is what they interpret.
All right. So this character right here at the beginning, that's a Vav consecutive. So you see Vav consecutive, Vav consecutive, Vav consecutive, and it literally just means and then, and then. So when you're reading here, you'll see like and God, and God, and God, and God. And then we go to Genesis 2, right? You're going to see where we get a Vav consecutive, Vav consecutive, Vav consecutive. But then when we're getting where it's explained that, these are, the Vav consecutives stop. We don't have Vav consecutives there because there's no and. But then when we come back down here to and the Lord God planted a garden eastward, then we get a Vav consecutive popping back in and a Vav consecutive popping back in. And my computer is restarting, but you'll see where we get the continual Vav consecutives, right? And that just means it's being placed in chronological order. That's
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Vav consecutives are just how we keep things in chronological order in Hebrew, especially in biblical Hebrew.
So you want to look at the word. So in Genesis 2:19, like we said, it says, now the Lord God had formed out of the ground all of the beasts of the field. So we have no reason to believe that it came after.
You're saying that's in Genesis 2:19.
Yeah.
In the NIV.
Yeah.
Soldier, do you understand that I'm sorry, I don't know how to finish the question.
That is a translation.
And you're
Say
talking
again.
to somebody who's like looking at the literal Hebrew, right?
What and what does your verse 19 say in chapter 2?
Now the Lord God had formed out of the ground all the beasts of the field.
He's having to count verses in Hebrew.
Yeah, I'm over here counting them real quick.
I'm trying to process the idea that there's not an understanding that different translations can give different messages.
Literally.
They definitely do. Like, for example, the KJV.
Right?
When the KJV was being translated, it was a political hit piece. And so King James, because of things that his mother and others had done, he wanted to remove any phraseology of tyrant. So he had tyrant removed from it. Anytime slavery was viewed in a positive nature, he wanted it changed to servant. And then anytime slavery was being condemned, he wanted slavery out in the forefront. So yeah, they can definitely be done. And yeah, so in the Hebrew, it does utilize a vav consecutive. So this is a changing of the NIV for a theological purpose, because verse 19, the Hebrew does start with a vav consecutive. So it should say, and out of the ground, the Lord formed every beast. So that's what it should say. If yours isn't saying that, then it's wrong.
So
See that we don't have any reason to believe that. Like I said, these translations are a direct translation from the original Greek documents, and all
stop. You're talking past somebody who is reading it from Hebrew.
Well, and the Hebrew right here has the vav consecutive. This is the Hebrew. Like, this is the Hebrew, and we have a vav consecutive right there.
Yeah, you're saying that we have no reason to trust the experts that translated these, and I trust.
The NIV is a thought for thought, not a word for word.
You keep throwing out these semantics, and it's not. It doesn't take away from the fact that these translations.
I'm just going to have to mute him for a moment. You've already responded in exactly the same way, and I'm trying to get a thought out here. I'd like you to hear it. Okay.
Yeah. So again, whenever we see the translation, right, and if you go read like in the NRSVUE, which is a scholarly edition, which is coming from an unbiased source because it uses people of different faiths, it's being translated by both secular and non-secular individuals, you'll see that this isn't an issue. But when we look at things like the NIV and other sources that are coming from a biased perspective, then they will change things to fit theology. So again, go ahead.
I've seen this in one other translation. I'm sure there are others, but I've personally seen it in the New World Translation, the Jehovah's Witness Bible.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only other place besides the NIV that I've seen this.
Yep, and that's it.
Like that.
Correct. And so in Hebrew grammar, this vav consecutive, and you'll see here, anytime you see it, you're going to see, and then now here where we get but, there's not a vav consecutive, right? Because the vav consecutive comprises of two parts. We've got a vav, but not the vav consecutive, right? So the vav consecutive literally means and then. It's how we keep chronological order. Verse 19 has the vav consecutive. That's what's important, is this little symbol right here. That's what's important.
And then.
Can I ask Soldier a question here?
Go for it.
Soldier, you mentioned earlier something about the experts. How do you determine which expert to listen to when the experts disagree?
The consensus of the experts.
So whichever most of the experts say is the right one?
No, not which most experts say is the right one. It depends on what we're talking about.
Okay, so how do you determine then if there's different translations of the scripture and experts disagree on which translation is the most reliable? How do you determine which translation to look at?
Well, as I said before, each translation, the KJV, NIV, NLT, NASB, they're all translated from the original Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic documents.
So then, soldier, if all of those, except for yours and the Jehovah's Witness Bible, all agree that the order is, it is not good for him to be alone, and then he makes the animals, right? Not he had. If all of the other ones agree except for your translation and the Jehovah's Witness one, where is the consensus?
I don't know exactly what the Jehovah Witnesses
Same as yours.
say, but they
Well,
believe
they have a
that.
slightly different way
Okay.
of fixing the error, but similar.
Right. And what do we do when we run into other scholars who look at the NIV and they are criticizing it, right? These are scholars that are criticizing it for its accuracy and fidelity when they are saying that because it is literally a thought for thought, and thus it's not actually having the interpretation. And in fact, one of the points that scholars point to when they're talking about this is this very passage. They point to it where Genesis 2:19 wants to use the had formed to have it harmonize with Genesis 1. But when you actually look at the Hebrew and even in the Greek, when it was translated for the Septuagint, it still doesn't make this change, right? But for some reason, the NIV, as well as the one that you're mentioning for the Jehovah's Witness, these two translations and only these two translations seem to make this change. Right.
Do you hear what we're saying, soldier? Do you hear,
yes.
even if you don't agree, what do you hear us saying?
I will even, well, I want to hear it, yeah.
Soldier, what do you hear us saying? Not saying you have to agree with us, just what do you hear the argument being made is? Soldier, are you there?
Oh, yeah, I apologize. I'm looking some things up real quick.
So instead of looking things up, can you just say back to us what you hear us saying? You don't have to agree with it, just what do you understand us to say?
Why don't you repeat it for me, please?
What do you hear us saying about Bible translations?
I'm asking you to repeat it.
Yeah, I'll repeat it real quick. So the scholars, right, who disagree with the NIV, right, they will say that it lacks accuracy and fidelity to the original Hebrew and its subsequent Greek translation in the Septuagint, asserting that it is in fact a thought for thought instead of a word for word. The point that they point to is this very passage that we're talking to. They will say that in Genesis 2:19, the NIV does change from and then into a had formed to harmonize it with Genesis 1, which, given that the NIV and again the one that Jehovah's Witness are the only two translations that do this, and it's an unwarranted change for theological purposes. So that's what I mentioned.
You don't even have to go that far. Literally, the opening verse is one of the worst translated verses in the history of Hebrew translation.
I truly appreciate that, Rav. I'm just wondering if Soldier is understanding the main point that's being shared with Soldier today.
Well, yeah, you're talking about scholars that don't agree with the NIV, but we're always going to have scholars that don't agree with things, but that doesn't mean that those scholars are correct. And I get what you're saying.
Right.
What I'm talking about is the fact that we have scholars that translated these the from the original Greek and Hebrew documents. You know, real scholars, Christians, Jewish, atheists, secular, skeptical, you know, people that spent their lives to
I hear you.
You don't need to do
I
this
hear you,
sermon
soldier.
every
I
time
hear
you
you,
respond,
soldier. My follow-up question for you, soldier, is this. When the experts disagree, how do you know which expert to trust?
Well, I guess if the expert that you're talking about goes against the consensus of all of the experts, then that's how we would know.
So do you understand that the translation that you are using is actually the one that most of the experts agree is not as accurate?
Do you know that also the NASB, the ESV, the
Are you listening
CSB,
to what I
all of
said?
those different versions say the same thing mine does?
What do you mean they say the same thing that yours does?
All of these say had formed. NASB, ESV, the CSB, all of these different ones. It's not just the NIV that says these things.
So there are others. That's something that I didn't know if there were others, but I had only ever seen it in those. So you say those again.
The NASB, the ESV, yeah,
ESV.
the CSB, LSB, and the NIV.
And they all say
had formed.
Does it matter to you if the Hebrew reads differently?
Well, I see a little bit about what y'all are talking about.
Is it possible that the scholars involved in those translations, is it possible that they were trying to reconcile something that they saw as either an error or a point of contention by changing a word that most others would not agree with?
Well,
or using a translation of a translation is another possible.
I would say yes if these were only biased Christians, but you had Jewish, atheist, secular, and skeptical scholars all working on the same things that had no religious affiliation to do that.
Hey, question. Why did you just lie real quick? These translations don't say that. I'm looking at the NASB right now, and it doesn't say that. Why'd you lie?
Let me look it up real quick.
Thanks for looking that up, Cyber.
Did you use ChatGPT to get that, soldier?
He must have.
The AI is not always reliable. This is...
yeah. Are we talking to Soldier anymore? Or are we just talking to his ChatGPT?
I don't know.
Soldier, are we talking to you or your AI? Do you have a functioning brain, Soldier?
Thrayle.
Does the NASB have a...
I asked you a question. What question did I ask?
Does the NASB have a foot?
What question did I ask you, soldier? Are we talking to you or your AI?
I'm asking you, does the NASB have a footnote?
No, not for this one. It doesn't. Well, and out of the ground, the Lord God formed every animal of the field and every bird of the sky and brought them to the man. There's no notes there.
Soldier, are we talking to you or your AI?
No, down at the bottom.
Stop.
It would have the note. The note would be marked in the text if there was one. See right here how we have this little text letter right there? We'd have that in verse 19 if we were to find something down below. It doesn't have it.
All right, hang on, Saber. Soldier, you're going to respond to me next. I'm asking, are we talking to you or your AI? If you can't respond to me, you won't be on the panel.
I said you're talking to me.
Are you using AI for everything we say? To try to find
I use the internet for my sources as well.
So you're just Googling and AIing all of the things that we're talking about when we ask you questions about your beliefs and how you believe in accordance to this, which, remember, this whole situation started with a hypothetical of if this was a contradiction that you seem incapable of answering.
Oh, well, if I don't know something, of course I'm going to look up the answer. I'm going to look up information to to continue the conversation. I think any real scholar or any real person would do that.
During the conversation.
Of course, in a conversation. Why not? Are we not looking for the truth?
We're looking for you to be able to question your beliefs. Are you capable of that?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Is it possible, soldier, that you're stuck on the translation that you like because you like it and not because it is the best translation?
No, that's the one I've had that Bible for like 14 years, but barely started reading it like 3 years ago.
So
But
is
I
it
don't do it just because I
possible?
like it.
I'm sorry?
So I don't read it just because I like it. I read it because that's the one I've had.
So is it possible that there is a better translation for you to study?
2 Timothy 3:16 says all scripture is God breathed.
Is it possible that there's a better translation for you to study?
Oh yeah, other translations can add depth and nuance.
Is it possible that there's a better translation, not just to add to, but a better translation for you to study?
So what's happened is his argument got crucified, and all he can do is hang up there on the cross and be like, God, why have you forsaken me?
Oh no, not at all. I'm trying to continue the conversation with y'all. I have no
Soldier,
your mockery
soldier,
doesn't offend me actually.
soldier, can you answer my question directly?
Yeah, what's that?
Is it possible that there's a better translation for you to study than the one that you have been?
Oh, I'm sure there are better translations. Yeah, the other translations add nuance and depth, of course.
I'm not just saying adding nuance and depth. I'm saying instead of adding, is it possible that there's a better translation for you to be studying, for you to focus on?
Yeah, you're asking me if I would throw out the NIV because you believe it's untrustworthy
I'm
and
not
go to a
asking you to
different
throw it
translation.
out.
I don't know how many times I've said yes, though.
I wish you could just answer directly.
I sure did. 3 times I've said yes. I don't know
Okay,
how many more
every
times you want me to
time-
tell you. Would you like me to say it a 4th time?
Stop.
Am I being obtuse here? I feel like every time he's sidestepping the question.
I would be curious to understand where he's sidestepping the question, because I do think he said that, yes, it would add nuance and depth. I think, maybe the issue is that it feels like the sentiment feels something along the lines of it feels indirect. I guess the response feels indirect, but I do think like there it feels like there's subtext in the answer. That's what
Okay.
that's the sentiment that I'm getting.
Okay. It could be that I'm just looking for a more direct answer and Soldier is giving the answer and it just doesn't feel direct to me. Thank you, Rav.
It's a political answer. It's like maybe a
Soldier.
What's going on, man?
Why do you believe the Bible?
Would I believe the Bible? Because I've never. I believe because of the evidence that supports it. I've been able to reconcile the contradictions in it. And I don't have a reason not to trust it.
So for you, this contradiction is reconciled by your translation, the NIV, even if scholars may disagree with it.
I mean, some scholars may disagree with, but like I said, we have different scholars of different religious affiliations that translated this Bible into what it is today. So I don't have any reason to trust or believe that it's untrustworthy.
Well, let me ask you a question on that real quick. Do you believe that because some scholars believe the Book of Mormon to be true, that the Book of Mormon is true?
No.
But some scholars, right, would say that the Book of Mormon is true, correct?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so how do you know, or how do you justify That's a better phrase. How do you justify saying that the Book of Mormon is not true when some scholars will say that it's true? Likewise, we can show you plenty of scholars that don't support certain translations like the NIV, but yet you'll just say some scholars believe it to be accurate.
Because each different religion or denomination makes truth claims. And I believe Mormonism, one of those things that they do is they have made predictions that haven't come true. And that would make their religion false, or their belief false, for one.
You think that Christianity hasn't made predictions that haven't come true?
I believe that Christianity is, I think people make predictions in the name of Christianity that have not come true, sure.
I mean in the book. You don't think there are predictions in the book that didn't come true?
No, I believe everything in the Bible is true and the true word of God.
Can you give me a single prophecy that came true about Jesus?
I know there are over 300 prophecies that...
give me one that came true. Just one.
Let's go with... I'll go with the main one everybody loves, Isaiah 53.
Yeah, why do you think Isaiah 53? Yeah, we'll just crush this out. So this is based off a paper that I actually wrote in college. I'll just read this off real quick. So Isaiah 53 has nothing to do with Jesus. The servant is Israel. And when this chapter is read in the larger context of the book of Isaiah, it is quite clear that it's describing Israel's suffering in exile and their future redemption and return to the land of Israel. We can get this from chapters 41 throughout 53, where roughly about 8 times, it mentions that this servant is Jacob and Israel.
Real quick before you respond to
Yep, go ahead.
I just need to make sure that I thank Susie Blue, Philly Red, 7 of 9, Danny Cracks, and Cat DeWitch. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you helping with the goal. So do you have... is there a way to form a question on the end of that, Cyber?
So the question is, when Deutero Isaiah mentions 8 times that the servant is Israel and Jacob, why would we then believe that suddenly in 53 that it's suddenly somebody different?
Because there's a verse, I can't remember which verse it is, I'm trying to look it up right now, but it talks about how this person is supposed to save Israel, how Israel cannot save Israel. It has to be talking about somebody different. And how it even says down in verse 7, it says, he was oppressed and afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth.
I need you to stop shouting into the mic just a little bit, but also, which verse was that? Sorry.
The verse I was reading was verse 7 of 53.
53:7.
Yeah.
How does this respond to Cyber's question?
Well, first of all, because he said that it was about Israel, and verse 7 says, yet he did not open his mouth. If Israel is about a group of people, it's saying that this person, this one being, did not open his mouth. Israel cannot be one single person opening his mouth. That's one reason why we can say that this is not about Israel.
You're saying in a metaphor where they're using
What was Jacob's other name?
Yeah, what was Jacob's other name?
Jacob's other name.
Jacob's other name was Israel.
Mm-hmm. And we also have in these passages, and real quick, in these passages, right, we do have the singular being used in the plural, right? So Israel, not only is it singular, but it's plural, right? So when we're talking about a people group, right, when we're talking about the righteous remnant going through this, and they're not opening their mouth, they realize that they're in this for a reason. They're in exile for a reason, and they're just pushing through. So the righteous remnant is keeping their mouths closed.
Yeah, well, even though what his name, I think it was Joseph, whoever was also named Israel, this is talking about
Jacob,
yeah.
I'd like
this
to
is
ask
talking
a few questions, if that's okay.
Wait, go ahead, Rav.
Yeah. Why do you think that Israel cannot repent for itself?
Israel can repent, but it cannot save itself.
Why not?
why can't Israel save itself? I mean, none of us can save ourselves. We need somebody to pay the penalty for us because we are not good. We're not just.
Wait a second. Where in this text are you deriving the idea that Israel can't save itself?
Well, real quick, do you know what Deutero-Isaiah is even about? Have you read it? Do you know what it's about?
Deutero-Isaiah? No, I don't know what you mean.
It's about the Babylonian exile. It's about like redemption from the Babylonian exile.
Are you aware of what the Babylonian exile was?
No, I mean, yeah, I believe so. I mean, kind of a little bit, not too much about it. Not an expert in it.
It's okay. So in 586 BCE, the Neo-Babylonian Empire basically had enough of Israel standing up to it and decided that it was going to sack the entirety of the mini empire Israel, and essentially flayed people alive, burned the city to the ground, and dragged Israel to Babylon. And it was one of the most pivotal moments. I mean, if you read Jeremiah 39 and Jeremiah 29 and Psalm 137, those are pretty good indicators of how excruciating that experience probably was. And I think that it is hard to underestimate. Well, I guess I'm wondering, so let's just look at it through this lens for a moment. Let's look at it through the lens of it being a text describing a very specific experience for a very specific group of people. How might that change the way you look at it?
I don't know. I mean, if you can find something that really made it, really proved that the text was being untruthful, then it would only lead to one conclusion, of course.
He didn't say untruthful.
I just said for a moment, what would it be like to imagine that it was written by and for a very specific group of people in a very specific context?
Well, I mean,
you don't have to abandon your position. I'm just asking you to take on, like, it's okay to hold multiple positions and examine them. It's a good thing.
Yeah, there's a word.
I would be able to argue from your standpoint as well. It's important to be able to do that.
Right. Go ahead.
I'm not saying argue, but I'm saying to hold multiple perspectives really opens up the conversation to be more interesting, frankly. Anyway, you were saying about how what it would be like to hold the position that this is about Israel. What would that look like?
Yeah, there's a certain word for people that believe that the Bible is only written to a certain group of people, but yet it says, go and preach the gospel to all the world. You know, it has God's word is timeless. It's for the people in today's day and age as well. The same things that were happening back then are the same things that are happening in today's day and age.
So I think what I'm saying is, there are a group of people that experienced excruciating conditions that were unconscionable, and I guess I'm wondering what it might feel like to be a person who understands themselves as a part of that tradition, and then hear other people say, well, actually it's about us in the future, which is also interesting. When is prophecy is about the future, right?
Yeah, there are prophecies about the future.
So why would Isaiah 53 be in the past tense?
Because it said what do you mean? Why would Isaiah 53 be in the past tense?
Well, you said prophecy was about the future. Why would it be in the past tense?
It's talking about something that will happen in the future, and it says he was oppressed and afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth.
When you speak, do you speak, and you're talking about, your plans in the future, do you say, man, I went to the store, whatever, I went to that party?
Yeah, the way
Well,
we use English today in today's day and age is not the same way they used it in their day and age. It's not the same way
that's
we use
okay. You
language in
speak
their day and age.
English.
I
Should we
mean,
look at the
I meant
Hebrew?
language.
Should we look at the Hebrew?
Yes.
And also, I just want to
And
say one thing.
while Rav is looking it up, right? I'm glad you brought up verse 7, because the reason why we know this can't be about Jesus is just like you said, he was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth. Like a lamb that is led to the slaughter, like a sheep that is before its shearers is silent, so he did not open his mouth. The issue with this is that Jesus did open his mouth. Every step of the way, Jesus was talking. He was opening his mouth. He was oftentimes, when you read the New Testament thing, he was being sarcastic in his responses, right? So Jesus wasn't silent the entire time. He was quite literally talking the entire time.
No, it doesn't say that he was silent the entire time, and there were times where he was silent when they beat him, mocked him.
Hold on.
When
It
they
says,
when he covered his
hold on.
eyes.
Let's go ahead and read this again. Let's read this again. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth. Like a lamb that is led to the slaughter, and like a sheep that before its shearers is silent, so he did not open his mouth. It didn't say, sometimes he was quiet. It doubles down. Not only does it say he didn't open his mouth, but it doubles down on it that when he's before his shearers, when this lamb is before, if this was Jesus, when he's before the people that are going to judge him, right, which would have been the Sanhedrin, which would have been Pilate, he did not open his mouth, but he did. The New Testament clearly tells us he did open his mouth during these times.
Of course, there were times where he did open his mouth, and there were times where he didn't open his mouth, times where he could have spoken, where they told him to speak, and he did not open his mouth. And those are the times that it's referencing.
Yeah, but it doesn't say he was sometimes quiet. It is implying, because it doubles down, it would be implying then that this individual did not open their mouth at all.
It also doesn't imply that he did not open his mouth at all. You're adding that to the scriptures.
He did not open his mouth.
It does not say he didn't open his mouth at all. There are times where he did not open his mouth.
It doubles down on it, my dude.
There are times where it shows that he did not open his mouth. Of course, there are 2 times where he did not open his mouth, where he could have spoken and he didn't.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, Rav, did you find your point you wanted to bring up real quick, or are you still?
I just want to say one thing. I found one other thing in verse 9. So in verse 9 it says, though he had done no violence, nor was any deceit in his mouth, Israel had constantly were rebuked for sin, idolatry, rebellion. There's no way
not
that
the
they
righteous
could have been
remnant
perfect
in
like that.
Babylon, my dude.
Exactly.
Not the righteous remnant in Babylon, my dude.
They had
we're talking
all
about the
done
righteous
violence.
remnant, and we're talking about the righteous remnant.
No, you're talking about Israel.
Yeah, the righteous remnant of Israel.
Just because you're righteous doesn't mean you don't sin. The Bible says if we claim to be without sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. Everybody sins.
Okay, this has ended being a Socratic questioning of beliefs and become a debate and a shouting match, which I am really, really not.
I apologize. I'll calm down.
Well, I understand. It's a fact that I just don't see this guy's questioning their beliefs, but I do hear Ralph trying to get a question out, and I think it'd be great if he got it out.
Yeah, Soldier, you've been offered all of this information, not as a way to convince you of something else, but as a offering, as an alternative perspective. Is it possible for you to hold multiple perspectives at the same time?
Not if they're contradictory.
I'm not asking you to hold it as your own. I'm asking you to be able to examine.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm definitely down. I'm definitely down for anything that can prove that my religion is false. I'm definitely up for any kind of debate.
I'm not trying to prove anything. I have no desire to prove anything. I'm not here to prove anything.
Yeah.
I'm here to ask you about things and hold your worldview up to the light. And I hope that you would do the same. You know what I'm saying? It's not that deep. No one's trying to convince you of anything.
I know you have arguments, you have refutations against what I believe, and I listen
I
to
don't have an
the arguments.
argument. I have
I
a
take them.
question.
I take them
I
seriously.
don't, soldier. I don't have an argument. I have a question. I have a series of questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, what was my last question exactly?
If someone held, if I had, would I hold two perspectives? Basically, I guess if one of them was convincing or if they were convincing enough.
So
And I
where I'm
said,
coming from, if there's an idea and somebody has a different idea than my idea, we call it a machloket, which means there's a discussion or an argument. And we say an argument for the sake of having a machloket l'shem shemayim. And so when we have arguments, we want to make sure that I understand exactly what their argument is before I say, I want to understand everything. So I'm asking you questions because I want to understand what your perspective is. If I don't understand your perspective, how am I supposed to, discuss it?
of course. Well,
Great.
I think that having different ideas is very important. I think that if I were to hear an argument that is compelling enough that I didn't have any answers to, I would want to seek those answers out. I wouldn't just dismiss it and say you're wrong because I believe in
Great.
Christianity.
Great. So what was happening when the book of Isaiah was written?
What was happening when the book of Isaiah was written? I'm not sure. What do you mean?
Well, okay, so the book of Isaiah was written when?
I have no idea.
Specifically, Isaiah 53. Do you think that that's important information to have?
When it was written?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure.
Well, would it be relevant if it was
prophecy.
written? Yeah, right. If it was a prophecy, wouldn't it be relevant to know like what the time frame we're looking at?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, we're able to predate the Old Testament and show that it came before the New Testament.
That's true. That's true. So, when do you think the Isaiah 53 was written? Should we look it up? Should we take a look and see?
Yeah, we can take a look, see what it says.
Anybody want to put money on around between? Well, I think that it'll be starting around 570, maybe 550, and then I think it's probably going to end around 650 BCE.
And mine shows 740 to 686 BC. I don't know if that's what you got or if that's right, but
That doesn't make any sense because it's happening after the Babylonian exile.
it says Isaiah's ministry began around 740 BC, based on the death of King Uzziah or Uzziah or whatever his name is.
Got it. Okay, yeah, great. So it's important also that we're on the same page about a few things. Here's another piece that I'm going to ask you to hold, is that the book of Isaiah wasn't just written by Isaiah, but rather is of the voice of Isaiah, if you will, that lasts over a couple centuries. Just give me a second.
Yeah, Deutero-Isaiah was thought to have been written around 540.
What do you mean Deutero? What does that mean?
Isaiah is 60 chapters or so, and these sections of Isaiah, there's basically first, second, and third Isaiah, Deutero meaning second. And the idea that this section was not written by the same author, but under the pseudepigraphic name of Isaiah. In other words, giving Isaiah the credit for this text, speaking to the people of the righteous remnant, the people who would eventually return under King Cyrus. So, excuse me.
Okay, I think I understand.
Yeah. So, if it is about Jesus in the future, you have to explain what King Cyrus is doing there and what's that role, and like why. In other words, if you want to say that it's about Jesus, I can help you do that, but you also should wonder, like, I guess I'm wondering, do you think that it is originally about Israel, or do you think that it is only about Jesus?
No, I think Isaiah 53, that specific prophecy is about Jesus. Now, the whole book of Isaiah, I don't know, it could be about many different things. I haven't read it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible, Soldier, that there would be Christians that would say that it is both written for the people of the day and as a prophecy?
What, Isaiah 53 written for the people of the day?
Yes, yes.
Well, no, because when we take it to verse 9, it says that they had done no violence and there was no deceit in their mouth, so it can't be about anybody that was sinful. Only somebody that's perfect.
So you would say that it's impossible that a Christian scholar would say that it is both for the people of the day and as a prophecy about Jesus?
No, I will say that just because you're a scholar doesn't mean that your interpretations are trustworthy. You know, it doesn't make that your interpretation credible. So there are scholars that will disagree.
I just want to be sure I'm tracking what you're saying. What you're saying is a text written in 540 BCE in the past tense is referring to an event 600 years in the future.
Yeah, like I said, because like I said, the way they used language back then is not the same way they use language now. But I don't know.
I'd be happy to demonstrate. First of all, I'd be happy to demonstrate the Hebrew for you. I'm not sure that is interesting for you or worth everybody's time, because like I don't really have the time to teach you Hebrew grammar, but there are basically 3 basic tenses: past, present, and future. And as it turns out, Isaiah 53 is written in the past tense. And I don't know what you mean when you say they don't use language the way they do today. I don't know what that sentence means. I guess it's a different language, if that's what you mean. But I speak it and read it. And so I guess, like, I'm wondering, I don't understand that part of the response.
Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Well, and real quick too, just to give some context, because you haven't read this. So if we start in Isaiah 51, we'll have blessing in store for God's people, right? Listen to me, you who pursue righteousness, who seek the Lord, who to the rock from which you were hewn and in the quarry from which you were dug, look to Abraham your father, to Sarah who bore you, right? And so we're getting this whole thing where he's, verse 4, listen to me, my people, and give heed to me, my nation. So clearly we're getting things where this is talking about Israel. Listen to me, you who know righteousness, right? And why do these people know righteousness? Because they're the righteous remnant of Israel, right? We're not talking about the people that, while in Babylonian exile, chose to assimilate into Babylonian culture, right? We're talking about those who, during the Babylonian exile, because the whole purpose of the Babylonian exile is because, again, our ancestors were not following the commandments of the Lord, so he had us go in there to essentially to pay for it, right? And we paid double. We paid double because we weren't following him, right? And so through paying double, we were redeemed. We were redeemed because we paid double. And so now we have this righteous remnant, right, that now exists because we've been redeemed, right? So we've now been redeemed. Now we have a righteous remnant. And then we get this awake, put on strength. O arm of the Lord, awake as in the days of old, right? So we get this whole thing clearly addressing the Israelites. And then when we move into, and Rav, if I misspeak, tell me to shut the fuck up. And
No,
then
you're doing great.
And then we get into Isaiah 52, right?
Also, I love it when you say we. I just have to tell you that.
Yes. Then we get awake, put on your strength, O Zion, put on your beautiful garments, O Jerusalem, holy city, for the uncircumcised and so we're getting this thing again, addressing the Israelites, right? Shake from yourself from the dust, rise up, O captive Jerusalem, hearkening back to when Nebuchadnezzar took Jerusalem from Zedekiah. Loose the bonds from your neck, O captive daughter Zion. And then we're getting a little history lesson here. For thus says the Lord, you were sold for nothing, and you shall be redeemed without money. For thus says the Lord, not long ago, my people went down into Egypt to reside there as aliens. The Assyrians too had oppressed them without cause. So we're getting this little history lesson here going on. Like, remember when this happened to you guys. We get a history lesson. And then we're getting this. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of the messenger who announces peace, who brings good news, who announces salvation, who says to you Zion. Again, we learned about that above, right? Zion are the Israelites and the Jewish people. Your God reigns. Listen, your sentinels lift up your voice. So we're getting ready to go out, right? And then we're getting this depart, go out from there. Where are they going out from? Babylon. Touch no unclean thing. We're getting hey, remember, when you leave, there are still laws that you need to follow. Don't break them, because remember, you're leaving here because of that. Go out from the midst, purify yourselves who carry the vessels of the Lord. You shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go in flight. Now, here's the important part. Now, we have God here is now not addressing the Israelites. This is addressing other people. These are going to be these kings that are coming up, right? See my servant. Again, we have the servant being mentioned 8 times, where it specifically says, my servant Israel, my servant Jacob. My servant shall prosper. When we leave Babylonian exile, we're going to prosper. We're going to be exalted and lifted up and shall be very high. Just as there were many who were astonished at him, right? So marred was his appearance beyond human semblance and beyond, and his form beyond that of mortals, because we're coming out of bondage. Rav had mentioned the horrible things that our ancestors went through here, right? And so he startled many nations. Kings shall shut their mouths because of him. So kings shall shut their mouths because of him. For that which they had not been told them, they shall see. And that which they had not heard, they shall contemplate. Now, what are they going to contemplate? That's when we go into Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53 is from those kings' perspective. This is what they will be contemplating as we are leaving Israel. And they're astonished because when you are taken into captivity, when you're taken into bondage, when you're taken into these horrid situations, the best thing to do is to just assimilate into the culture and make it go away. But here we have Israel not doing that. The righteous remnant did not do that. They didn't assimilate. And so these kings, they're watching these people who have suffered years, decades of bondage, of enslavement, of horrible conditions. And they're surprised that they are still a people, that we as a Jewish nation survived this. And so we get this right here, the kings. Who has believed what we have heard, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? And then we jump right into Isaiah 53, which is why we would have this being about the righteous remnant leaving Babylon.
And just to be clear, like I want to be very, very clear about this. This is the closest we are getting to the archaeological record. I mean, this is obviously a puff piece that's talking about Israelite experience, but like it is obviously done in a poetic way. But these are referring to real historical events that are. I mean, it's just this is. I don't know how to explain it other than that. Like it's not being recorded in a historical way in the way that we would, expect of modern history, but they are referring to events that did happen, as opposed to like the Garden of Eden story or the walls of water out of Egypt. This section is I mean, it is the recorder of the Israelite history.
And so, as far as for the first point, on why the Isaiah 53 was written in the past tense, you know what the prophetic perfect is?
Is that really what you took away from this?
Hold on, but if it's
No,
a
it's
way,
what he was Googling while Cyber
Yeah,
was
that's
talking.
so
And
oh no,
sad.
I
I
not
told
mean,
just
him
not
he
just that.
wasn't
I had
actually
other
paying
things.
attention.
While Saber was
So
was googling,
disappointed.
he talked about the remnant, but the remnant
Cyber was
describes
Googling?
a hold on. The remnant describes a group of people that still needs saving. A group of faithful Israelites who survive judgment and remain loyal to God, while they majority rebel. You know, and it goes to say on the remnant is spared in Isaiah 53. The servant is crushed by God. The remnant is sinful. Isaiah 1:4 calls Israel a sinful nation, but the servant is without deceit. And then it talks about how the servant doesn't represent the remnant. He saves them. In Isaiah 53:11, my righteous servant will justify many.
Soldier,
What's
what
up?
did you hear? What did you hear Cyber share with you?
A bunch of stuff that I can't refute all together.
It's not about refuting.
It's not, yeah, it's
Look,
not
and
about
look, I
He's
just,
refuting.
only
he
here
said
to
a lot that I
refute.
cannot
He's not
repeat.
Oh my
actually
gosh. So what was the
paying
main
attention.
point that you heard, Soldier?
Were we just talking to hear our own voices? Is that
Yes.
why?
Yes, we talk while he Googles keywords. He doesn't pay attention to the actual
Well,
content.
if that's the case, then everybody in the comments should be liking and sharing the live because you're getting really good. I mean, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I feel like Cyber is doing a really great job of explaining some really interesting historical realities, and in some ways, getting some really great information that I think we all benefit from. So, like and share the live.
And
I'll,
and I will say that this is one of my biggest issues when it comes to Christians, right? For Rav and I and Rabbi Hana, Torah, for those Mateo, if you see us around, these are our ancestors, right? These are our ancestors, right? These aren't just NPCs. These are our ancestors that we're talking about here. And I feel like that when Christians read these texts, they don't view them as actual people. They're just NPCs to push along the Jesus narrative. And it's just frustrating. It's frustrating.
I wonder if there was anything that you heard that you wanted to acknowledge that you heard, Soldier.
Oh, I heard y'all speak about a lot of different things. You know, I can't exactly say that what you're speaking is the truth because I don't know the full story about what you're talking about. So just because you speak a lot of words doesn't mean that what you're saying is credible. And I'm not saying that to disrespect you or what you say. I'm saying I don't know enough about it to be able to.
I've taken breaths of my life to try and explain what I've spent my life trying to understand.
I didn't hear, Soldier, you acknowledge anything specific. The only thing that I heard you acknowledge was that a lot was said and you don't know if you can trust any of it.
Yeah, look, I'm not here to play games. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and repeat everything that you want me to repeat.
Oh my
And
gosh, as if that's what I'm asking you to do.
The people have spoken, 75 to 25. I appreciate the optimism of those 25%. But yeah, we gave him as much latitude as possible to question his beliefs. He can't do it. He's incapable. And he's only interested in arguing. Refutation. I can't refute it, so I won't even consider it.
No, I won't even consider it. I won't even listen to it. I won't even be able to understand your point of view.
Yeah, and Isaiah 53, I actually, because again, I went to Liberty. I almost got kicked out of school for this
You
because
went to Liberty University?
yeah. And it was I started my degree and stuff while I was still in the military. And I did their online program because they were one of the few that would like accept military TA is the only reason why. But I literally
You didn't have to move to Lynchburg? That's half the fun.
Right. But when I wrote this, I had a professor who was literally trying to get me kicked out because for some weird, goofy, well, I mean, it's liberty, but even though my paperwork and stuff made it clear that I was Jewish, he thought I was Christian. He was trying to get me kicked out. But Isaiah 53 is one of those things because it is so important. It's such an important part of our history as Jewish people. It's so important. And I just hate, again, I hate when we look at characters as NPCs. I feel like it's dehumanizing when we do that.
Agreed.
Well, I appreciated all the work you put in to that, and I'm sorry the guest couldn't. We do have a new guest, Christy Bell. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Christy, did you mean to request up? Going once. Christy going twice. And you can request back up if you meant to be here. And if anybody else would like to request up, we're just looking to question your beliefs, not to debate you or argue with you, not to prove you wrong, just to see if you really can consider that you might be, or if you can even question. What does questioning your beliefs mean to you? Really quick, I gotta thank Philly Red, Shell, Hazelnut, also 96, and Bertram. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. Appreciate you.
Happy birthday, AK. And if you had a birthday this year and you believe in a god, gods, or higher power, or something like that, you should request up.
Clean segue.
Yep, and real quick, I just want to, somebody had asked a question earlier, and I think it's kind of important. Somebody had asked is, why was the land named Israel? Because the people that descended from Jacob, who was named Israel, were the Israelites. And so it's just an acknowledgement of it's called Israel because of the Israelites. They occupied the land. Our ancestors occupied the land, thus Israel. There's a covenant there, stuff like that, but mainly because of the Israelites.
You think about it, I mean, most of those places had origin stories of naming it after people like the Kenites in Canaan and what's it called? The Moabites and the Ammonites.
The Hittites.
Yeah.
The
I don't know the
Benjamites.
origin story of the Hittites, but
the cybernetics.
Psychocybernetic organisms.
But anyways, I'm going to hop down. Rav, always a pleasure to be on a panel and tag team with you.
Good to see you, Cyber. That was pretty impressive.
Appreciate you being here, Cyber. Hey, Philip, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Philip.
You'll have to unmute, Philip. I just muted you while you were talking over.
it looks like a corn dog.
You have to press the microphone button, Philip, to unmute.
I can definitely hear you now.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm 55.
Do you have a belief in a god?
Man, I believe in the God inside the New King James Bible.
Sunday night.
Whoa, totally.
Have you read the entire New King James Bible?
I have not read it in its entirety, but I have.
Why not?
Well, I'm getting there.
You believe in the truth of it, but you haven't read it all.
Oh, I haven't.
Do you believe in those stories? Do you believe all the stories in it are true?
Yeah, I do.
Everything happened as written.
Everything heaven is written, and
Why do you believe that?
because so many people came to me early in my childhood, and as I got into my teens, they came at me with all these stories about how could Noah's Ark be true? How could that donkey talk to someone? How could you be swallowed by a whale? They said it was all what a joke. Nobody believes in that. And I was like, why are you guys telling me this? They go, how could, first one they got me on is, how could God be jealous? And I mean, I was just a
Philip,
kid, and I knew right away there's no way God could be jealous. He's just God could never have a feeling like that. But God was showing us something. He was trying to teach us as human beings how he feels when other
Philip,
gods.
Philip,
Yes, sir.
you're
Yep.
just giving a sermon. What question did I ask you?
You said, have I. Geez, I don't know what the last question you asked me was.
Maybe if
What
we
do
gear
you?
down the sermon, yeah, if we gear down the sermon, maybe we can backtrack and have a conversation.
No, what is that you with 666 on your number? Oh my God. Is that a true number for you?
Is there a problem?
Well, that number is written in the book, he says
Do you
his
think I
number
chose
is
that
not,
number?
it's a human number. Well, no, it's 667 now.
See,
I don't know why. Does your number change as you go on? Oh, so does mine. Look, I'm a number 6. When I was coming on, I go, "Wow, what's this guy representing?" I was like, "Damn,
Philip.
his number."
Hey, Philip, are you all right? No,
I've never felt better. Can't you tell?
how many have you had?
Oh man, see, I ran into one of those. You're not as happy as me, and I'm really a. Jeez.
I might be just as happy. You don't know. I might be happier. Don't I sound happy?
So happy. You again, Thrayle, please tone down the exuberance.
Yeah, you sound thrilled. You sound absolutely thrilled.
Thrilled. You
I'm
sound
so
thrilled.
excited, and I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it. Something like that.
The joy just exudes from your voice.
Joy, joy, joy. Cars, can I
Hello.
get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello.
Can I get your age?
23.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods higher
Yes.
power? Oh, a god.
Yes.
Which god is that?
God.
Which god?
God.
Do you know about your
Cars
God?
needs to repeat things 3
He
times.
honestly takes many forms depending on the culture, depending on the religion, but God in general, yes.
Does your God have a specific scripture?
Sure, according to Christianity, but I don't give a fuck. I don't care about Christians. They're fake. I don't give a shit about that. Just God. The real God. Not some God that
how do
will
you know
support you
God?
based on whether you go to church or not. This shit is
How do you know God?
How do I know?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen the opposite side, so I believe in God.
What do you mean opposite side?
Demons.
What is a demon?
What do you mean, what is a demon? It's the darkness.
What is a demon?
The culmination of darkness.
What do you mean the culmination?
Something you don't want to see. Or hear.
Something you don't want to see. I'm
Yes.
asking because I want to know what is a demon.
Literally is pure evil. It's fucking scary. Get
What
away
is
from it.
evil?
I mean, what is evil? It's the absence of good.
What is good?
What wants to take away your soul and use it for its benefit against
Good is,
God.
I'm sorry, good is what wants to take away your soul. I asked what is good.
Yeah. No, what is good? Good is literally the absence of evil, like the
So hold
pure
on for just a
intentional
moment to
desire
clarify.
for
Good
sorry.
is, well, you might have been clarifying, but it sounded like you said good is the absence of evil and evil is the
No,
absence
I
of
meant
good.
evil. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Good is literally like the pure intentional desire of seeing a positive benefit in a person.
Good
Like,
is intentional desire to see positive benefit in a person.
what is that?
I just was repeating back to clarify. Are you saying that is good?
Yes, absolutely. To see someone
So the
smile, to see someone want to prosper.
So sorry, the absence of positive desire is evil.
Good is the positive.
Did you not hear the end of my question?
Maybe not.
Probably because you were copying an attitude to yell at me. Why don't you calm down just a little bit?
I'm sorry. I'm so annoyed from the previous live. Like this girl didn't listen to anything I said. So I'm so
Today
sorry.
is not yesterday. I'm repeating back what you said.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
I'm asking a slightly different question. Are you saying that the absence of this desire to do good or to see prospering is evil?
Absolutely.
So the absence of a desire is somehow evil.
Not the absence of a desire in general, but the absence of a desire for good, yes.
Why is that evil?
Okay, so
does neutrality exist?
Any example? Wait, what was that last question?
Does neutrality exist?
No, to be honest.
So if you are absent the intention to see others have positive benefits,
yes,
then you are evil.
Yes. Because why wouldn't you want to see someone prosper? You have a negative intention within you.
Where did the negative intention part come from? We were just talking about... Sorry, I wasn't finished talking. We were talking about absence.
Okay.
I wasn't talking about negative intentions. So what does this absence have to do with evil?
The absence of good.
Yeah, how is that evil?
Because there's no good.
Because absent the intention to see others do well.
Yes.
How is that evil? I'm not hearing the connection.
What?
You're just saying absent of something.
So
it's evil. What is evil again?
Okay, so let's say you can potentially get a promotion at work. You have a group of friends. Let's say 2 out of the 4 friends are so happy for you and they want to see you do good. And then the other 2 out of the 4, they just really don't care. They well, at least to you, right? When you ask them, they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm neutral." What do you really think that is? Is that not jealousy? Is that not envy? You think that's really just neutral? You think any human could really be neutral?
Yes, and it sounds like you're very familiar with projection. So
all right.
Can you define evil without good?
The absence of good.
I just asked without good. Did you hear what I said?
There is no defining evil without the absence of good. That's where you're wrong.
You should probably slow down to hear the ends of these questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you define good without using the word evil?
No, because there is no evil without good, just as there's no dark without light.
She's not even listening. She was just.
I thought you guys aren't listening to me.
when you said good without evil, which she did earlier. She did define good without evil. But she couldn't define evil without good.
What was the definition of good?
Good?
Do you remember?
The absence of evil?
That's not what you said earlier, but that's...
The pure intention of wanting someone to do good in life?
I thought you had it even more clear than that.
Okay, let me try again.
So you still had good in the definition of good.
Okay. The pure intention of wanting someone to have a positive outcome on life.
Who determines positive and negative outcomes?
Who determines?
Yeah,
Who determines?
What is a positive and negative outcome? What is that?
Positive is good. It's light. It's good.
It's light. It's good. So we've gone from good equals positive equals good in a circle.
Yes, that's the whole point.
What is positive? How do we know? How are we able to differentiate positive from negative?
What about when light is bad?
Have you ever been in a space and you felt threatened? You've felt a dark energy, you felt a negative, or like...
What is energy?
Energy? Well, we could define it. We could define it scientifically and spiritually.
Oh, those are two different things.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so then which one are you talking about when you say dark
Spiritually.
energy? So how do you define that?
So spiritually, dark energy is simply the absence of light energy.
What is...
This is very simple.
What is light energy?
Light energy is the absence of dark.
Okay, so how do you
It's
know
very simple.
how do you know when an energy is light or dark?
You can feel it, but also it's okay.
electric.
So let's say it in our everyday terms. You see a homeless person on the street. What are you going to do? Walk by them, or are you going to try to get them food like a normal person?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding how this helps me know when energy is light.
I'm going to tell you right now.
dark.
That's the point of
Distracts
this.
you so that
That's
she
the point
can
of this
argue with
question.
you. She's not
So, are
Yeah,
you
I don't
going
hear an
to...
answer to the question.
Weird.
What do you mean you don't hear an answer? I'm asking you the question.
No.
What?
I asked you a question. Why are you asking me a question?
Okay, go back
I
to your
asked you
question.
My question was, how do you know whether a light is dark, whether an energy is light or dark?
You know whether an energy is light or dark because you can feel it. You, again, for the second time, you feel threatened. You feel scared. You don't feel comfortable. In good energy, in light energy, you feel welcomed. You feel warm. You feel safe.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. Energy is a feeling?
Absolutely. Vibration, frequency. You feel frequencies and vibrations. Do you not?
Can you tell me what?
Or can you not hear sound?
Sorry, I'm
Like
trying
what?
to ask you a question, Cars, and you're acting
Apologies.
weird. Are you drunk?
No.
Fascinating.
I'm just pissed off that you guys can't get like basic concepts.
Oh my
God.
Keep deflecting.
Do not be condescending, please. Just
all right.
We're just going to move
plate.
past
I'm
condescending.
gonna shut up. You guys
I think
go.
we're just going to move past condescending. There's plenty of people in queue that won't be this wildly argumentative. I'd like to not do that.
Toodles.
Hello, JC. Can I get your age for TikTok
Hey.
TOS?
Hey, what's up, you guys? I'm 27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do have a belief in a higher power. I think a higher power is a cosmic force that keeps all the orders divinely aligned.
What a cosmic force that keeps all the orders divinely aligned? Can
Yeah.
you rephrase that?
Yeah.
Just restate that one more
Sure.
time.
So I think that I believe that there's a higher power that I would define as a omnipresent cosmic force that keeps all the orders divinely aligned.
Which orders?
Nature, like the laws of nature, I guess, is what I would say.
Which laws of nature are those?
Primordial, life, death.
So there's an omnipresent force that has to keep life and death working.
I would assume so.
Why? Why would you assume that?
It's all I've seen. It's all I've experienced so far. That's why I believe in it.
I'm sorry, you've experienced a force that's omnipresent keeping that happening.
Yeah.
What is divine alignment?
Divine alignment to me, it's like how did humans or any life form even come to exist on this planet? It's almost like it makes you wonder, how did everything line up so perfectly? You know, how does our planet, the sun keeps it warm, and there's like a science to it I can't fully explain, or I'll sound so incompetent.
There's certainly a science to it.
Huh?
I said there certainly is science to it.
Something. And I've had very strange experiences that I can't quite put my finger on. The only thing that makes sense to me is a higher power of some sort. I definitely don't think it's a white man in the sky named Jesus who's going to send you to hell if you don't do this or don't do that.
But you think it's something.
I think it's something.
And you think it's keeping order.
Yeah, like...
Why?
Because I don't see a point to any of it.
Do you see...
If there was nothing.
You don't see a point to it if there's nothing.
Like, why even be here and have this consciousness and live this existence if it's all for nothing?
Why is it for nothing?
Yeah, why would it be for nothing? Exactly.
No, you're not understanding my question.
Huh.
Why is a transcendent meaning more legitimate or, more meaningful than a
White man in the
emergent
sky.
meaning? No, an emergent meaning.
I'm not fully understanding that question.
When I say emergent, what do I mean by that? What is the word emergent?
Like emergent, like forthcoming, something emerges.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. Yes. And when I say meaning, are we using the same word to mean like meaning making and a life of purpose and fulfillment and so on?
Yeah.
If something is forthcoming or emergent, and we apply this concept to meaning, how do we then understand what I'm trying to say? Like, in other words, how are there other ways in which one can make meaning in life that are not necessarily transcendent, but rather emerge from one's life processes and experience and hard-won pursuits? And
Sure. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, like without believing in a higher power, could one have purpose?
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is why is the meaning contingent on the higher power piece?
Well, that's just my experience. I went through a medical miracle and I had some really strange experiences. It could very much be different for many other people, and I'm sure that it is, but that's the reason I believe in a higher power. The cost, I see that question at the bottom. What is the cost? I have an answer to that. I think the cost is, for me, becoming into this belief of a higher power, the cost was almost like an ego death. I used to be a very different person. And before I went through spiritually transformative experiences, I was not the greatest person. And that person is dead now, in a sense. And that was the cost, is that a part of me had to die in order to come to this concept of a higher power, this belief of a higher power.
Is it worth it?
I would say, yeah. I'm not slamming stuff up my arm anymore and doing stuff I shouldn't be doing, you know?
How has that connection, how has a belief in a higher power stopped you from doing things you shouldn't be doing?
Because I feel like it gave me a new mindset. It renewed me in a sense. I think differently. I value myself differently. I value others differently. And because of that, I act accordingly.
How do you know you didn't do that?
Well, part of me did do that, but I can't take full credit. Like the universe or higher power, they, like I had a lot of people to help me, a lot of weird experiences of divine alignment. Yeah.
I see. Coincidence?
Maybe, or a synchronicity, I also have beliefs in like what
Tell
people.
me what's wrong with the word coincidence.
Nothing's wrong with the word coincidence. I just think that when there's so many coincidences that are so intense, I feel it should be defined as a synchronicity, which
Were
is
coincidences the same things that led
it
you
is.
to the? I'm sorry. Were coincidences what led you to the problems in the first place as well?
Did you say what weird coincidences?
Were they? Was it coincidence that led you to the problems in the first place? Or were those also divine alignments?
Like, are you asking if maybe everything's been divinely aligned from the past to the present?
How are you able to tell the difference between a divine alignment and a thing happening?
Because when it's a divine alignment, I feel like I'm not choosing it, right? It just kind of happens, or it lands in my life, or a situation happens in my life that I didn't plan.
Do you thank God for those moments?
Do I thank my higher power for those moments?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And do you also thank your higher power for the awful moments?
Yes, I do. In fact, my biggest burdens turned out to be my biggest blessings in disguise. I wouldn't have the
Why?
knowledge that I have now.
Why? Okay. All right. There you go.
Yeah. I'll also say something you guys can try to convince me
quick,
otherwise.
No, hang on. Just really quick, I need to thank Philly Red Shell, Hazelnut, Bertram, and 96. If I didn't already, gotta do that. But also, I'm curious. Do you not think that you could?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm trying to think of how to rephrase it. Do you not think that you could have achieved what you have absent higher power? Could you not have come to some realization on your own that change was needed?
Well, I had the realization that change was needed, but I didn't know how to apply it, if that makes sense. So I guess I would say my higher power, or my idea and understanding of my higher power, was needed to put me in situations where I was able to receive the tools and instructions that I needed to better my life and spread that knowledge back onto others so that they can better theirs.
So you preach?
No, I don't preach. I just inform.
Can you tell me the difference?
Well, I think that with preaching, it can be misinterpreted rather than informing someone.
So what you say cannot ever be misinterpreted?
I'm sure it could, absolutely. 100%. That's a great question, actually. It can be misinterpreted. 100%. I don't disagree with that.
How do we separate the way you express your beliefs to teach others from preaching?
Well, I think that with preaching, when you say the word preaching, I think of like a pastor in a church that is like telling story. Sorry, go ahead.
That does what?
That's
Sorry,
like,
I should have interrupted you.
it's okay. I think of like a pastor preaching in a church that's like telling stories from this Bible that is not applicable to our modern day society in any way, nor is it helpful. And it's quite contradictory. And it can be harmful.
And do you not think it's possible for you to share things that are contradictory and potentially harmful from your supposed knowing?
I'm sure that it could be. Sometimes when we try to help people, we can unintentionally hurt them. You know, like when you say something like you want to tell your friend the cold hard truth, but it can
What I
hurt
meant
them.
is it possible that your knowing could be contradictory?
Incorrect? Yeah, of course it's possible. I don't doubt that. Yeah, there's been many times where I've had to stand in my humility and stand corrected. I'm only a human. Of course I'm going to be wrong. Not all the time, but often, yeah.
If you woke up tomorrow and discovered that you were wrong, that there was no reason to believe the things you believe to be true, would that change your life, and how?
That's such a good question.
Isn't that an interesting one?
Yeah, that is such a good question. If I woke up tomorrow and realized that I was wrong about my beliefs, would that, what was the end of it? Would that change?
Would it change the way you live your life?
Would it
And if
change
so,
the way I
how?
live my life? Oh man, because now I'm feeling like a sense of confirmation bias, right? This sense of confirmation bias is coming up. Well, okay, so if I woke up tomorrow and was wrong about everything, would it change the way I lived my life, and how? No, I don't think it would anymore. I just don't think that question is applicable for somebody like me.
Why?
Because my beliefs are not fundamental. And what I mean by that is I've never, I'm not an extremist, right? So if my beliefs or thoughts are questioned, I always have this willingness to listen to a different side. And I always have this willingness to surrender and learn something new, whether that be learning that I'm wrong and, or learning that I'm right, or getting confirmation that I'm right. So it's hard to ask that question to somebody like me who's so moderate. But that's a great question. And I would also question, should I see a psychiatrist? Right? Because I'm like, oh man.
Did you have this approach, this mindset that you've just outlined before your ego unalivement?
God, that's another good question. Man. Okay, so I'm looking back on the person that I used to be. She was self-centered, didn't listen to anybody, and she was not willing. So, no, I don't think that I did. I was a very unwilling person. And I think it was because I was comfortable with where I was at, I guess. Comfortable being, I don't know, trying not to speak down too bad on my past self, but I was comfortable being in the crap hole that I was in, I guess. It didn't really change until it got too bad. Or I wasn't willing to change my mindset until it got too bad, to be honest. Now that I'm really looking back. It was a specific experience that changed everything.
Did you tell us about the specific experience?
I didn't. If you'd like me to, I could.
Yes, please.
Sure. So in 2019, I had gotten out of rehab and I had met this guy and ended up getting pregnant. And then I ended up going to the clinic and taking some medication for termination. And I immediately felt so much guilt. And I remember screaming in the car. And I said, if there is anything in this world above and beyond, please don't let this work. And I said some other things too that were quite personal. But so now I'll fast forward about 3.5, 4 months later. And I was laying in bed and I felt clear as day kicking in my tummy. And so I thought to myself, okay, no, this can't be real. I'm just going to go back to sleep, wake up, and pretend like it never happened. So I woke up the next day and I went down to my methadone clinic early in the morning. And on the way to the methadone clinic, I kept thinking about the movement that I had felt in my stomach the night before. And I went up to the window and I think I was in some kind of psychological shock looking back. And I remember the nurse looked at me and she said, "Are you okay?" And I asked her, or I told her, I said, "I don't know if I'm awake or not." And I kept telling myself, maybe I'm dreaming. If I'm dreaming, I'll just do what I normally do when I'm awake. Well, after I said, I don't know if I'm awake or not, she said, "Let me get the doctor. Follow me." And so as I walked into the doctor's room, the doctor was sitting on the chair, turned around and said, and she said my name, "Take a seat. You are in the right place at the right time. Tell me what's going on. And I'll never forget that. You are in the right place at the right time. Tell me what's going on. And I muttered the words, can an abortion fail? And she said yes. And they did a test on me, and it was still positive. And what happened to me was a medical miracle. Now, this story doesn't have a very good ending. I wish it did. But I was then put into an emergency surgery, checked for sepsis, and pretty much put into a premature labor at 5 months. It was painful. But after that experience, I didn't tell anybody about what I had screamed in the car that day. I didn't tell anybody for over a full year, but I couldn't shake the feeling that maybe something heard me. Maybe it was more than just a coincidence. After that, more things started happening. I kept waking up at certain times in the night, and I became like really focused. It was such a humbling experience. I cut everybody off in my like past life, and I focused on getting my diploma as an adult. I started working 2 jobs, saved up, bought an SUV, got my own place, and I got custody back of my daughter. Yeah, it really changed my life.
Is this the daughter that...
It's my first daughter. Everything with the pregnancy was my second.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for letting me.
It sounds like a very meaningful series of events in your life.
Yeah, it was definitely divinely aligned.
What does divine mean?
To me, it means extraordinary. It means unlimited. Yeah, that's what it means to me.
Does it have a supernatural meaning?
Some kind of supernatural, esoteric feel. Yeah, that's what I would say.
Esoteric.
Yeah, and I had a dream with that word in it. Do you know what esoteric means?
I was just making sure that we were using it the same way. Do you mean known by few?
Yes, hidden knowledge. Yeah. It kind of brought me into, because I had a dream that this lady was telling me, she came up in my ear and she said it 3 times, esoteric, esoteric, esoteric. And I woke up and I said, what was that? So I Googled it, and it was the first thing that came up. And I was like, that's interesting. But yeah, it's just experiences like that that make me believe that there's so much more.
Could that not be parts of your own imagination working to relay information back to you?
You know, I think it's parts of my consciousness, like part of my higher self connected to a higher source.
Higher? Why does it have to be higher?
Or it could
it
be...
not all be part of your mind?
Sure. I do think it's a part of my mind too, yeah. Connected in some co-created way.
Connected to what?
To an omnipresent cosmic force.
Like Star Wars.
Like Star Wars?
The
I mean, I
Force.
guess.
Well, is it Jediism?
I'm not too familiar with Jediism, so I wouldn't be able to answer fully.
You believe there's an interconnected cosmic force that binds all of us, that we can tap into for some greater understanding.
Absolutely. Yeah, I do. And I like the way that you said that.
Why do you think this? I heard your stories. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand that you felt some kind of what you keep calling divine alignment. But could that not be your brain finding patterns, understanding things to be connected where there may or may not be any connections at all?
I have questioned that before. I've questioned, do I believe everything that I believe now because of some sort of grief that I went through? But I just keep coming back to my gut feeling that that it's more than just me.
More than just you.
Yeah.
Could the more than you be connection with other humans?
Absolutely. That's totally a part of it. Yeah, it could be connection with other humans, but I also think it's connections with, just like a higher cosmic force. And even, this is going to sound a little crazy, and you guys can totally question me more. I don't mind. And even other species that are not human. Some refer to them as aliens.
You're not referencing animals?
Not earth animals, no. Not of this earth, I will say. That's what I was meaning.
Why do you come to that conclusion?
Experiences that, just really strange experiences that are honestly difficult for me to say out loud sometimes.
Are they difficult to say out loud because you recognize them as incredible?
I do recognize them as incredible because I don't have any evidence. It's just my word. And
Could your perceptions be mistaken?
my perceptions be mistaken on, they could be. Sure, they could be. But until I'm proven otherwise, I don't see why I would believe otherwise.
What do you mean proven otherwise?
Like, let's say if I'm in front of my psychiatrist and she does a yearly screening on me for schizophrenia or any other mental health disorder, and she flags me for that, and she says, you've been in a psychosis this whole time and you need to take these medications. I would listen to what the professional is telling me, and I would have to come to the conclusion that my beliefs were wrong. I would hate to do that, and that would be heart-wrenching. But if that's what's the best thing for me to do, then I would do it.
Could you fill us in on what would make that heart-wrenching for you?
Because I love my story. I love my connection with my higher power and my own understanding of a higher power. And I feel like it's a big part of my life. And it's part of the reason, my beliefs are part of the reason of why I am the way I am today, and really who I am today. And it gives me hope when I'm hopeless.
It gives you hope.
Yeah.
Does the higher power or force or God that you believe in have to exist for it to be meaningful?
Does it have to exist for it to be meaningful? No. I think my experiences alone are meaningful enough, but with a higher power, it adds even more. It's kind of like the cherry and sprinkles on the top. See, I don't think that a lot of people are willing to open their mind to different perspectives, or try something new. I think that they operate from a lot of indoctrination and multi-generational cycles, and it limits them.
That may or may not be true. I don't know that I have any more questions for you right now, JC,
Well, thanks for your questions.
I appreciate you coming up, and maybe another time we'll have more questions, and who knows, you might have different answers.
Sure.
I do appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, you guys.
Thanks,
Have a great night.
You too. Keep asking questions. I wonder if either of these guests and requests actually exist, and if I accept them both at the same time, will they appear? See, this is what usually happens.
Ghosts and the requests.
Instead of two at once, and who knows, I might have dropped the wrong one when that happened. Not with JC. JC was excellent. It's been a wild night of questioning beliefs, and you've made it nearly all the way through, Philly. You usually would have passed out by now, wouldn't you?
Uh-huh.
Haven't decided how far this live will go, if I'll do 5 more hours or not.
I will not last 5 more hours, but you don't need me.
It's not unusual for me to go 5 or even 6 more hours past now. This could be fun. It might not be, but it could be. Hello, Sue.
Apparently, her sister's got an X.
Oh, you didn't mean to. Gotcha. Don't worry. You covered.
Did you know
But
that?
if anybody else, we've spoken before. I don't recall how it ended. Could have been pleasant, could have not. I try to approach each recurring conversation neutrally, unless I really remember vividly. Well, thank you, Amoria, Shell, and 96. I appreciate all of you. I wonder if we all tap the screen just a little bit. If we all share the live and do that reposting thing that we know we can do. Well then maybe somebody will scroll across this live and actually be able to question their beliefs. Maybe. Then again, I don't know how many times going back I see the AI saying, mermaids. What was the last thing it said?
Wait, what's that about mermaids?
Oh no, it actually is on topic.
The AI?
Yeah.
Has the AI said anything about mermaids this evening?
Maybe. No, now it says debating beliefs in higher power, but we're not doing that. But in 5 minutes, it might say something about mermaids if you're lucky.
I've tried so hard to get it to say something. To get it to say something about mermaids.
I guess mermaids needs to be the topic. I don't know.
If you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or mermaids, but especially mermaids, you can request up.
I mean, that would include Catholics, right? If they follow that. Is it like a particular branch of Catholicism? Is it a canon saint?
Which saint?
The mermaid.
I don't know.
Oh, did you not know how we got to mermaids in the first place?
No. I saw some photos about mermaid baptism. How did mermaids come to be the
So somebody had brought up a saint, a particular saint that was, I couldn't remember if it was the person who baptized the mermaid or if it was the mermaid themselves.
I feel like there's more to that story.
It's in Irish folklore, apparently. I need to do more research before I regurgitate it.
Can you quote the raven?
This is not the story. This is not the story that I was told. Okay. I have not verified this. So, grain of salt.
Okay.
Liban, or Lee, am I reading that right? Liban was said to be the daughter of a king in Ulster. Her home was flooded. She survived by living under the lake with her dog for a year. She prayed to become a salmon, but was only transformed partially, becoming a mermaid. And her dog became an otter. She spent about 300 years in the sea and was eventually captured in a net by monks. And then she agreed to be baptized. Upon baptism, she was given the name Muirgin, meaning born of the sea. And shortly after, she died.
Okay.
And if anybody knows the lore better than that, please correct me. I'm sure it's wrong at some point. But yeah, I'm finding prayed to become a salmon. So we've been focusing on the wrong part of the story. Well, I mean, the baptism apparently seems to be, I mean, is it not? It's at least correlative, if not causational, to the unalivement.
Seems so.
Because she lived for 300 years as an unbaptized mermaid.
The baptism seems to have been the downfall.
So then, baptism unalives mermaids. So it's detrimental. Do you think maybe they baptized her in fresh water and the lake was salt? Or vice versa?
Interesting hypothesis.
Does the salination of holy water matter if it's blessed?
Maybe the AI knows.
I'm looking, but it gives it every 5 minutes, so we've got 2 minutes left. Somewhere thereabouts. So we have to vamp more about the unalignment of Saint Murugan. I'm probably butchering that pronunciation.
This Saint Mermaid. Wait,
Saint Mermaid.
was she actually made a saint? She like has some sort of verified miracle or something.
I'm finding out. She's not officially canonized by the modern Roman Catholic Church. Her story is legendary and folkloric.
That's a shame.
Does that mean the fisherman who claimed to baptize her lied?
Why?
If it's folkloric, is somebody acknowledging that she didn't exist?
I'm fading fast. But I gotta find out if the AI is going to identify that we are questioning mermaid beliefs.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. Irish mermaid lore discuss Saint Murugan. That is what it says.
Okay. Only took how many hours?
You can rest easy. You have successfully fooled the AI into thinking that the Batcolyte is about mermaids.
The live that I was hosting earlier said that it was a chat about Utah and Keanu Reeves.
If you spend 5 minutes on it, the AI will think that's what the whole live's about.
I don't actually know the story of why Keanu Reeves has been deified.
I don't know the specifics. I know the parties involved, but I don't. I mean, I'm sure it has something to do with him just being an awesome dude. they might say. But I wonder if anybody watching has a belief in a God or not, or a higher power, or anything like that, and if they might be open
Including
to
mermaids.
questioning that belief. Or mermaids. Goddesses, or I was about to
Keanu
say
Reeves.
flat Earth, but let's not go there and say Keanu
Mm.
Reeves, apparently. Hey, JC, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I won't need your camera.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Let me see if I can get my speaker right. I can't even hear you. I might be able to hear you now. Can I hear you guys?
Can you hear us?
All right, cool. I can hear you now. All right, what's going on now?
Do you believe in mermaids?
I don't believe in mermaids, but I'd like to listen about it. Or this says, can you question your beliefs? Oh, I can so question my beliefs.
Hey, JC. Yeah. Hey, JC, can you hear me talking?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Yeah. Can I get your age?
Yeah, I'm 41.
Cool. That was the first thing I asked. Do you have
I'm sorry, I
in a
interrupted.
God or gods?
Oh, I believe in God. I believe. I believe in God.
I hear a bit of a delay. So,
You've
which
got some
God is it that
bars
you
there.
believe in?
Oh,
That's me.
Jesus Christ. I believe in Jesus Christ.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
And do you believe it to be entirely true and literal?
Yes.
Why do you believe that?
My father tells me to. I just can't just believe anymore. I have to obey. If I don't obey, it says I'm going to burn. And if I don't obey, I become an antichrist. But if I obey, I get to walk and live with Christ, and Christ lives within me. So it's a constant battle every day. I'm on, what is today? Day 18. Let me check my calendar. I'm trying to do this 40-day walk. I'm trying to do this
Really
40-day
quick,
walk.
just
19?
cut
Day
in
19.
here into this answer really quick. I'm going to cut into
right.
this answer because I'm just going to speak past you for just a moment. Don't take it as rude, but I'm going to thank 96
Okay.
1 to 3 for the
I understand.
before it gets too far away. Yeah, but you keep talking over me, so I'm not sure that you do understand. Maybe it's
I'm sorry.
my delay. So I was asking you why you believed the Bible to be true and literal, and you said because your father tells you to. What does that mean?
Okay. I'll try to sum it up without being really too long-winded. I'm 41 years old. My dad raised me in the church, and I, always walked away or came back. I always kind of used it as a scapegoat or a place of refuge or anything. I knew I could, go to a church or people would help me and stuff like that. And I've been out in the world for so long, and not trying to really live it and do it on my own or just give it all up, and I've had people pray over me, and I've had, just really crazy things happen in my life. Like, my sons, they're in Hawaii right now, and their mom took them when I went to sleep one night after work. It did just disappeared to like this millionaire guy's house and stuff. And this happened recently. My brother, he committed suicide. Yeah.
You can't say that word on TikTok Live. So I'll let you request back up, but I feel like we're not actually having a conversation. It feels like you just are spewing a life story when I simply asked why you took the Bible literally and what it meant when you said your father told you. You made it clear your father told you, so that's what you meant. So maybe we could go back to a conversation without the.
Sorry, I'll try to refrain from being too real. Then I'm sorry.
Too real.
It's
Okay,
Yeah.
never
not
mind.
about being too real. It's about
Yeah.
trying to stay within the questions.
I'm trying to stay in the question. I'm trying to answer as best as possible, and I don't know what you want from me besides what is happening with me right now, and I'm trying to explain it. So,
Are you?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm. I'm just wondering if you've.
If I what?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time asking the question.
It's okay. I get that a lot.
So the questions before were about why you believe the Bible to be true, and we ended up in a whole
Yeah, I'm
life
sorry.
story.
I know. I just got lost. I'm just
Can you
so.
tell me? Let's back up. Just
Okay. Okay.
Do you believe that the Earth was created in 6 days?
Yes. And then on the 7th he rested, I guess.
And then, and you believe that the order given is true? That he created
Yes.
the light and then the firmament, and then
Absolutely.
he created I see. What shape is the Earth, JC?
I'm gonna try to answer this the best as possible. The shape God created it. That's the shape of it.
Can you tell us what that shape is?
It would be your perception. It would be the guys above me perception, or my perception of the shape. I can't give you a specific form of it. I'm an artist, so forms don't really like they do and they don't work for me sometimes.
So, if you were, do you draw? Do you paint?
I do it all: I draw, paint, airbrush, sculpt, wood carve. I create with my hands.
Can you tell the
Tattoo.
difference between a disc and a sphere?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I could tell like a frisbee or a ball, a triangle, or square.
Which
Yeah,
one's
but
closer? Yeah, which one's closer to the shape of the Earth? A disc or a sphere?
see, we're just only talking about just the Earth. It's bigger than that, but I would say sphere then. Yeah.
Oh, that was a pleasant surprise.
What? What was?
That you said sphere. So you believe in a 6-day creation. You believe Adam and Eve in the garden.
Yeah, I believe in Adam.
Those are literally true. As
Yeah,
we
that whole story is
I'm
beautiful.
curious when we go back.
Deep.
Yeah, I'm still talking though. I'm really curious if we go back to the order of creation. Which one of those is actually true? Is it the one that gives the order of plants, animals, and then man and woman at the same time, or is it the other one in Genesis 2 where it says that before the plants he made the man, and then he made the plants, and then he made the animals?
Well, let me go there really quick. I got 2 Bibles, and I got a Greek Hebrew one with a study. I got keywords and all kinds of stuff in it. So Genesis 2. And then the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. So we're going to be talking about this now? So no form?
No, you're talking about Genesis 1, 2. I was talking about chapter 2.
Oh, okay. You didn't be specific. You didn't say 2. You said Genesis 2. You didn't say Genesis 1, 2, or okay.
So
What part of
to
2?
clarify, JC. So to clarify, JC, I was talking about the order given in Genesis 1 versus the order given in Genesis 2. If you can see the order given in Genesis 2, beginning around 2:5, going, if you want to, all the way to Eve.
Okay. What about the story are you trying to tell me?
Well, my question was, which order is true? If you believe the Bible is entirely true and literal, which one? Is it the story where it says that it was plants, animals, man and woman? Or is it the story that says it was man, plants, animals, woman?
I'd have to double read it and stuff. It says, it would go, these are generations of heaven and earth when they were created in the day that Lord God made the earth and the heavens.
JC.
So God would
JC.
come first and the plants.
JC.
And then
JC.
I guess man, did he do the plants first?
JC.
Yeah.
You're not engaging. You're reading Genesis
Okay, then
2:4.
I know the story. What do
Is
you
it
what do you
2:5?
want from me? I mean, you're trying to,
Okay,
not
JC.
knock me.
Hey, JC. Thrayle was asking a question. Do you mind letting him finish?
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, JC, I was asking you about the order given here between Genesis 1, right, where it says that the plants were made on day 3, right?
Okay.
And then it says that the animals are on day 5.
Okay.
And then it says man and woman are made on day 6.
Okay.
Right. And then in Genesis 2, it says that before the plants, he made a man. And then he makes the plants. And then he makes the animals. And then he makes a woman.
Okay.
So do those orders sound the same to you?
No.
Plants, animals, person,
No.
plants, animals, person.
But it still doesn't stop me from believing if they're not in order. Why would that make that? Why would it stop me
I'm not asking
from?
you to stop believing. I'm asking you which order was correct. You believe the Bible is true and literal. I was asking which order is literal.
The one that came first? Why wouldn't it? I don't. Yeah.
Can I? I would ask then why it gives a reason in Genesis 2 for the animals to be after the man. When it says in 2:18, it is not good for man to be alone. I shall make him a helper. And then in 19 it says, and so from the ground.
Man has never been alone, though. The only reason why we feel alone is because of the separation.
Hey, JC.
Can you read Genesis 2:18?
Yeah. And the Lord God said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a help meet for him.
We know which translation that is. So then it goes on in 2:19. Continue.
And out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air and brought them unto Adam to see what. Let me keep going. He would call them, and whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof.
Continue.
And Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found and help meet for him. And the Lord God caused deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept and took one of the
We don't
ribs.
need to get into the
Yeah,
surgery part.
Okay.
Yeah, we know what happens next.
Yeah, we know what happens next.
So what happened right there, though?
The sleep?
No, before the sleep.
He gave Adam dominion over the animals to name
What
them.
does it say in 2:18? Remember when we started?
And God said, "It is not good that man should be alone."
So man was alone.
Yeah, he was alone. Well, technically, the only reason why he knew about being alone is because God was still with him, but he was outside of him, and he couldn't even. He was walking with him, so it
was just man and God. No,
it was just man. Yeah, it was no animals or nothing. It was just man and God. And
animals were made on day 5.
Before him, yeah.
How did that happen?
God created the animals. Why wouldn't he? So the animals would know God.
Hang on, JC.
Before the animals would know God before man.
But man was alone with God. There were no animals.
What? Before they were made or after?
Do you see the contradiction now?
Oh yeah, I definitely see the contradiction, but people are reading it wrong, I guess, and taking it out of context. So they
What?
That's
JC,
yes.
what do you see is the contradiction?
Well, they're looking to change and twist the word to their own benefit, I guess.
No. What do you see? You said you see the contradiction. What contradiction are you hearing Thrayle talk about?
The separation or the being alone, is it?
No. So, okay, I don't know if I have the patience, Thrayle. Why don't you drop me and I'll get some rest?
I'm like a child. You got to understand, I am a child, and you guys are making and bashing me so hard, and
No,
you don't
I'm
do
not
that to a
trying to
child.
bash you. No,
It's
JC,
getting.
I'm not trying to bash you.
He's playing victim. We're just going to move on anyways. Appreciate you, Philly. I hope you sleep well. I'm sure there'll be plenty of other believers along. But, yeah. Do you still want down?
I do.
Okay. Have a good night. And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you or make you look like a fool. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs. Well, what are those beliefs and why do you hold them? What is the benefit of holding on to those beliefs, and what is the cost? More importantly, if you can't question, well then what is the cost of questioning? Why are you afraid? I'll at least ask that much before moving on. But I do want to have a meaningful, honest conversation with someone who can question their beliefs. That would be delightful. Otherwise, if you leave me sitting up here, absent someone to question, I'm going to be forced to read that AI poetry and go to bed. It feels way too early for that. A Notion says no AI poetry, please. Yeah, I know. I try to save that for the end. Yeah, I don't think we're there yet. It feels too early. I have plenty of questions left in me. If anyone with a belief. So Honey says do the Vogon poetry. Is that when I do an AI poem I didn't proofread? And the words start jumbling together and the metaphors have no meanings? Because that's happened a time or two. It's been a while, but it has happened. Here, I think this might help. It's all energy. What is energy, both siding? Trip Trip asks, why are fruit burps so satisfying? Sugar. Probably. Might be sandwich. I think the answer's in the sandwich. Thank you, Philly Red and Angel, Shell 96, and Cat DeWitch. Thank you all. I appreciate you. As I appreciate all of you for even being here. Thank you guys, especially for helping me with that gift goal. I wonder if we actually have a request. Nope, we did for a moment. Thank you, 1 to 3. Appreciate you. I wonder if I'm gonna have to switch to questioning the questioner. Yeah. Is it true that it always works? The moment. The moment I make it about me, we'll have someone up here to make it about them. Just wait. Roar says, why is this dude forcing his voice? I'm definitely not forcing it. I could force it. Which way should I force it? Up or down? He said, don't let me find your face or I'll kirkify you. What does that even mean? Oh, I see. I think that's actually a threat of some kind of unalivement that's probably like really fucked up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Don't worry. You don't have to be here, and we'll just make sure that you are. Moving right along. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, we'll go ahead and request on up, and I will likely be answering a few questions myself. Hello, Victor. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Victor, did you mean to request up? I'm gonna take it that you didn't, so we'll just set you back down. Do I have a favorite curse word? No, I have least favorite one. But I'll leave you all guessing without guessing. Because if you guess it, you lose. Hey, William, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Associate with niggers. I do
Oh
not.
my goodness. It's gonna be like that. That's sad. Well, we gotta make sure we tap the screen extra hard. Share the live out to someone who may or may not believe in a god or gods, may or may not be able to question their beliefs, but they may find this as entertaining as the rest of you do and tap the screen more, and maybe along the line somewhere, someone might stumble in with a belief that they can question. Probably, maybe, hopefully. Maybe so, maybe not. You're right, Amoria. Maybe someone won't. Who knows? Don't be sorry, Fairy Dust. I appreciate you. Thank you. And thank you, 96. Also, Amoria. And Shell, I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. I think we might actually have a request. Let's see. Hello, Wolf. I'm not going to need your camera, but I do need your age for TikTok TOS.
Well, I just happened to click this accidentally, really. I was clicking in chat.
Oh, I see. Well, I appreciate you tapping the screen.
Thanks.
Did you mean to just stay in chat then?
Yes, I did.
All right, well, I'll set you back down. Don't worry, Wolf. Appreciate you tapping. Thank you. Catfather asks, do you live in the woods? I do live in the woods. There are a lot of the woods, and I live in them. I wonder if there's any more questions. Yeah, you guys, as long as there's not a guest up here, if you put a question in chat, I will do my best to answer. I wonder what the fear would be from Catfather. Is it the voice? Oh, Fairy Dust asks if I've shared my own beliefs on here. I mean, insofar as I have beliefs, I've shared that I don't know if there's a God. I don't have a belief that there is one. I have no active belief in an afterlife. No belief in free will. No active, I wouldn't say belief that things are necessarily determined either. I don't know on a lot of propositions where people claim that you should have one side or another. I simply do not know. I do hear a lot of the reasoning for many of those. I lean more in certain directions on some of those. But I don't know. Not well enough to say that I'm a hard determinist or that I am an absolute anti-theist or philosophical atheist. I don't necessarily know well enough to claim that there is nothing or anything. Though I think that one is definitely more likely than the other. Schools, good to see you again. Still don't know how to pronounce that name, but you asked because you have not found proof of a deity. Have you ever found yourself wanting there to be one? Wanting. Perhaps you could say, I've wanted there to be different kinds of deities at different points in my life. I remember wanting the moon or something to hear me. Not thinking the moon itself, but as some kind of analog. Not even thinking it would respond, but wanting my words to be heard. But I knew they weren't. Didn't feel like they were. If the Bat Goddess had a rival deity, what would the adversary be? Anything certain, anything dogmatic, anything that demands your devotion, your certainty, your dogma. Seven Lemons asks a very important question, I think. Have you considered ways of questioning people who cannot question their beliefs? Yes, and I try to engage in those sometimes. Sometimes you'll hear someone say they can't question, and either I'm trying something if I leave them up here long, or they don't say it in a way that they say it in a way that the way that they've answered previous questions, because usually by the time I ask that, I'm already several questions in. I don't think you're muted, Shell. What question did I miss of yours? Yeah, you would absolutely not be muted. Oh, we had a guest, but not a guest. Maybe an accidental request. So still nobody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, even a mermaid, flat earth, yetis, nothing like that. No one can question those beliefs.
Oh, yeah, they fucking better. Wow.
Hello, Crystal. Did you mean to request up?
I mean, millions of years.
I will set you back down, don't worry. Not in a million years. sky, apparently fairy dust. Oh. Some of y'all tapping the screen look like requests. That's alright. Hello, Smurfianity. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Anybody not already following me or the name he put in chat, definitely follow that name. Great lives over there. Hello, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
27.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Something like that.
What is like that you believe in?
I believe that everything is one.
What does that mean? Everything is one.
I don't believe in division, and I also don't believe in I amness or personhood. I believe those are constructs.
I amness. What is that?
I don't believe in personhood.
You don't believe in personhood. What is personhood?
A sense of individuality.
So you don't believe in divisions of objects or identities?
Yeah, I don't believe in any division whatsoever. I believe that we're one, we're whole, a conglomerate, and unified.
What does that mean?
Means we're not separate, and separate means to have no relationship.
To have no relationship? Is that what separate means?
Yep, that's what it's defined to be. That's how we use it colloquially too.
So separate means that things are in no way related whatsoever.
So, the way that I've seen separation defined is no relationship, and no relationship also means no connection. And if me and you didn't have any relationship or any connection, then there would be no way for me to affect you or for you to affect me or for any of us to transfer information to one another. So a relationship isn't actually a connection between two individual entities. It's an expression of two seemingly individual entities'
Okay,
oneness.
Slow down for a second. It sounds like you're just reading things at me. I prefer not to be read at.
I promise I was not reading. This is off the top.
Okay. Well, so you're just saying that things are not separate.
Or divided.
Or divided.
Yes.
So, are things identifiable?
Are things identifiable? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
I think
Are you identifiable?
Identity is more of a choice. It has really no foundation. It's a construct. It's made up.
So, just to be clear, identity is a choice. It's a choice made by who?
Yeah, that's the thing, is there is no really a who.
So you don't believe there's any identity?
I believe
Do you
that
believe in
identity is an
logic?
illusion. Like the function of logic? Logic
Yeah.
is a function of the brain, right?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, and rationality. And actually, rationality is the foundation of our illusion that we're divided from each other.
I'm not trying to get into like a deep philosophical debate, more an inquiry, and I'm curious. Are you aware of the logic?
Sorry, what?
Are you aware of the laws of logic?
Are laws like actual laws, or are they perceived constances?
I suppose that would depend on your perspective.
Doesn't it all?
That would depend. So is that what you're saying?
Logic is based on
Basically,
presuppositions, right?
it may be based on some axioms and some presuppositions.
All belief systems are based on presuppositions.
Sure. So you're saying, are you basically saying that absent presuppositions, everything is solipsism? We just revert back to nothing exists.
No, but I am saying there is a clear distinction between believing and knowing, and I don't subscribe to the idea that we can know anything in the way that we should correctly be using the word.
So epistemological solipsism.
Yeah. Like the best evidence that I have that you're actually having your own individual experience is that you can tell me. And when you're having a dream in which you believe that you're actually talking to people and having an experience and these events are actually occurring, and then you wake up and realize it was generated by the mind.
You're saying that you can't differentiate between that and reality.
No, what I'm saying is we don't have any true foundation that demonstrates this as fundamental reality. We can believe it and act and live and move and have our being and be convinced as if it is.
We act and as though it is. So
Mm-hmm.
Why are we reverting back to solipsism when questioning the assertions that you hold of a God?
Well, I wouldn't really call it a God.
And everything.
Well, oneness or no division, it kind of goes back to the concept of no thing.
Do you feel like, no thing? So...
Yeah, because there's nothing, if you can't have a sense of self if you don't have an other.
Sure, are you saying no thing or nothing? And is there a distinction for you? Are you trying to draw a parallel by using the words no thing?
Yeah, I would say that it's because...
Drawing a parallel.
Yeah, because in our understanding of what we mean by existing...
why would you say everything is one thing and then try to say no thing to draw a parallel?
Because the English language in semantics is pretty tough, because I have to talk when I'm to other people as if it's a thing, because that's the only way most people understand the concepts what I'm saying.
But you did say it was a thing. It was all one thing, absent identifiers.
Yeah, but not a thing in the way that we know things, because our experience of things is based in the illusion that we're divided from everything we're experiencing.
If everything is one thing, and that one thing is layered, is that layered thing a sandwich?
I wouldn't say it's layered, but if it was layered, I could call it a sandwich. Because it's not divided. So it's like, why is your fingernail
need to be divided?
Like folded in on itself, maybe? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
Well, the way I know of a sandwich is it's made up of different parts, and what I'm saying is this is not made up of different parts.
Do sandwiches all have to be made of different parts? A bread sandwich could be made of 3 pieces of bread, right?
Yeah, not one piece.
Are you sure?
Unless you fold it in on itself.
Well, even if one piece itself can be described as layered, would it then be a sandwich?
Yes, if you wanted to describe one piece as layered, then yes, it could be a sandwich. It's really all dependent on perspective.
I gotcha. So anything that can be described as layered is therefore a sandwich.
Perhaps, indubitably.
So if everything can be described as layered, then everything's a sandwich.
I knew you were going this way with this. You know what? I think you're right, and I think the problem with
the sandwich is the one.
The problem with the basic understanding that everything might be one is so mentally over encumbering for you that you had to railroad. Yeah, you had to railroad for your entertainment, for your TikTok brain.
Do you think that I'm doing this because I don't understand what you're saying?
No, it's because you gave up.
I see. I didn't give up. I was drawing a parallel. I'm sorry you didn't see it. I'm sorry you didn't see the parallel that I was drawing. But why do you think that do you think this is like a debate where you're going to score points and win?
No, I already won because I get to experience oneness.
How did you win?
Because I'm aware of my unity with my environment and the people I'm talking to, as opposed to being under the illusion that I'm divided from you.
Just to be clear, you're aware right now of what parallel I was drawing with the sandwich. Can you clarify, elucidate the parallel of the sandwich for the rest of the class?
Oh no, I was speaking about my awareness that we're one, not the sandwich.
Awareness that we're one. If we are one, then you're aware of the sandwich.
No, you don't have to be aware of everything everywhere just because you are everything everywhere. Awareness is like the icing on the cake, and it's not necessary to exist.
So, awareness is not necessary to exist.
Yes, you don't need to be aware of your existence or your wholeness or your unification with everything to be unified or to exist.
I'm sorry, but you were just talking about your awareness and how aware you were of your awareness of the oneness of all of this, and you still can't see the parallel to the sandwich.
I don't need to see the parallel to the sandwich.
How is it that you don't see the parallel to the sandwich?
Because I don't need to. It's not a necessity.
It's not a necessity.
Yes.
Does that mean the sandwich is separate? You're separated from the sandwich and the meaning?
No, it does not mean that.
Are you sure? It seems like you might be separated from the meaning of the sandwich.
No.
And if there is that separation, then how is there a oneness if you don't understand?
Because everything is a sandwich.
Right. Is there anything that is not one?
No.
Then how have you been able to differentiate between one and not one to make the determination that everything is one?
Can you ask that again because you cut out? Can you ask that again because you cut out?
Yes, I heard you. How have you been able to make the determination that one is one without not one to compare it to?
That's a good question, and the answer is very simple, because this oneness is under the impression that it's separate from itself.
Which oneness is that?
The oneness. Or better yet,
you said this oneness. You were distinguishing it from another oneness.
Oh, you caught me. You're like, he doesn't actually believe that we're one because I got him in a corner.
It's not about whether or not you believe it. Do you understand what the big question at the top says.
Yes.
What does it say?
Can you question poor beliefs?
Why would you read the first word you as you instead of poo?
You're so fucking aware. You're
Why
so
would you
good,
read
bro.
the first word? Why would you read the first word correctly and the second one wrongly? Is that
Because
because
that one really looks like a P.
is it because you have no is it because you have no sense of consistency? I mean, if it was all oneness, you would see the similarity between you and your. How old did you say you were?
I am 49 years old.
So you're just lying now. Pretty sure he said 27 when he first came up. Right, Mask. We need another good guest, not just a random argumentative annoyance. Hello, John. Your age for TikTok POS.
I'm 49.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Well, yeah, I tend to believe that something created the universe. I don't know what, though.
You say you believe something created the universe, but you don't know what. You don't attribute any gods from scriptures to that, just an assumption of a creator.
Yes. I mean, I was raised a Baptist and a Catholic, but as I've gotten older, I don't know, I see that it's just all lies.
You say it's all just life.
Lies.
Oh, lies. So everything about the beliefs of your childhood have turned out to be lies, except somehow the creator of all.
Yeah, maybe I want to believe uh, that there is a meaning to life.
Mm-hmm. Why do you want to believe there's a meaning?
That I don't know. Perhaps it's still like old beliefs that like are hard to get rid of.
Like you still have a lingering hope of the God of your youth.
Yeah. Also, I mean, the it just seems the universe is intelligently designed rather than just an accident. Or some people, say that it always has been. I mean, where did it come from? I mean, if something has always been, then uh, I, I don't know. It just can't be.
If it always has been, then it just can't be. Does it feel like incredulity? Like like you does it feel like you can't believe that or don't want to? That things have always been.
Oh no! I mean, I was, if someone were to tell me the truth, then I would certainly consider it. But I don't think at this point, I don't think anyone knows the truth.
Do you think that one is unknowable somehow?
Yeah,
Whether we were
possibly.
always here or
If there was
something created us.
yeah, if there is a creator, then he's got to be outside of space and time, and how could you possibly know him?
If something wanted us to know it was there, do you think that it would fail?
No. I mean, it's kind of like if I wanted my son to know something or know me, that would be right there. That would be make it very clear.
Right. So if something that created us wanted us to know about us, that or know about it, then you don't think it would be likely that it could fail at that? That it could.
No.
So whatever is there, the thing that you think might have created us, do you see any reason why it would want us to know?
I
Let
see
me
any
rephrase
reason.
that. Let me rephrase that. It came out a little short. Do you see any reason to believe that? Oh no, the thought totally just lost my brain. Do you see any reason that it would want us to believe that it's there? Any reason to believe that it would want us to believe? Yeah, no, I have to say it twice.
Uh, I guess just to have a relationship with us and for us to know.
Do you see any reason to believe that it has tried to let us know?
No, not at this. No, not at this point in my life. Uh, if you had asked me 10 years ago or 20 years ago when I was still going to church, then yes, I could have said yes. But now, no.
But now the thing that you think exists doesn't try to make us know about it. So,
Yeah, you have a point there. That's very true.
so this thing that doesn't want us to know somehow created us. Why would you think that something would have to have created us?
Well, why? Where did we come from? Where did the universe come from?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Would you assume then that the thing that created us would have to have always existed?
yeah,
Doesn't it seem like an assumption?
yes, but
Something had to always exist.
correct.
Then why make the assumption that it's something other than what already exists?
That I can't answer that. Um, maybe I don't know.
I don't know is a fair answer. There's nothing wrong with an I don't know.
Because I guess maybe a better answer would be, we can't create ourselves, and the universe can't create itself, so there can't be a self-starting mechanism.
I don't know that the universe can't create itself because I don't know. But I don't know that that would have to be the only alternative to something else creating it.
When you say create, are you implying intentionality behind the verb create?
Yes.
So like if we say like the universe doesn't have a mind, obviously the universe can't create itself. But how can we confidently say that the universe isn't just naturally occurring and always has been?
Well, you have cause and effect.
We have, you say we have us.
No, I mean,
Cause and effect.
cause
Before
and effect
you
exist.
respond to it, though,
Uh-huh.
hang on though. I do need to make sure I thank Shell, Ethereal Embers, Amoria 96. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. But yeah, Tusky said cause and effect.
Say cause
So
and effect.
yeah, so you see, the universe is an effect. So then, wouldn't it imply a cause?
What if the cause was just a cyclical universe, like expansions, contractions? The contractions are the cause of the expansions, like a rubber
That
band.
sounds that sounds like an effect to me.
It could be that the cause would have been the contraction of the universe, and then that contraction caused a violent expansion because of the matter becoming so dense within itself. right? But my point is that we have explanations that don't require intentionality behind it, right? Like just because humans are the only intelligent life here doesn't mean that things happen by accident. It could just be that, or do you think that it could just be that we're just as common as, say, planets are common in the universe?
Yeah, I'm sure we're just as common. But it doesn't matter how common we are, that's still an effect.
Right, but that effect doesn't necessarily have a mind behind, like the cause for that effect doesn't necessarily need to have a mind behind it, does it?
Well, I don't know, because if only a mind could cause something like the universe, right?
How could you be so sure?
I can't, but
That's fair.
uh,
Let's say this mind
because
existed.
the alternative is an accident.
Depends on how you define accident, doesn't it?
Or a
happening.
A happening or a random series of events, or
An
I don't think
occurrence.
anything is random actually, because even a cloud, if you look at a cloud, it's not random. It looks like it is,
It's an
but it's
effect.
not. Yes,
Right, right.
it's an
Okay,
effect of a
sure.
process. Yes.
So why not have you considered the possibilities of the universe just being deterministic? Like, yes, it's a series of cause and effects, but a mind isn't necessarily behind it. It's just that because of the laws of physics within this universe, we're bound to exist. Planets and the way we see the universe is bound to exist.
Yeah, that's true. We are bound to exist because here we are. Yes.
Okay. Um, you said before that like you think that there is a creator, because the universe couldn't have just always been there. Something had to have created it, right?
Yeah.
Let's say this creator existed. Where did he come from, or where did they come from?
Well, the old me would have said that he has always been and always will be, and so because of that, he was in a unique position to then create reality.
So you feel it's more reasonable that an intelligent mind has always existed before even the universe that created the universe, but it didn't come from anywhere. It just always existed. Is that right?
Yeah, but that's like, you know, that's what I was raised with. I was raised Catholic or Baptist, and at the age of
Sure.
12, I think, I went to the Catholic Church, and the traditional Latin Mass Catholic Church too. So it was pretty intense.
Okay.
So maybe that's an old me, still clinging on to old beliefs, and I don't have any kind of replacement.
Does there necessarily need to be a replacement?
Yeah, no, I agree. There doesn't have to be a replacement. But it's, no replacement is all still a replacement.
No replacement is not a replacement.
What are you
It's just
saying?
it's a relinquishment of belief.
Hmm.
It's not believing there's nothing to say that you don't know, is it?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think anyone knows. Really. But I don't know. I just, I go back and forth.
I understand that. Why do you think that you go back and forth?
Well, because I listen to, lives like yours, and then I also listen to other lives that, you know, call the atheists a bunch of, idiots for not believing in a God. And they make some good points too.
Did you just say atheists are idiots that don't believe in a God?
No, I say I listen to lives that say that.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was
And that's
making
why
a
I just have to,
comparison. He
yeah,
said
that's why I
sometimes he
just go on the
listens to
fence.
lives like mine, sometimes like the other, sometimes he hears all sides.
Yeah, I mean, I find myself on this live a lot. I like it here.
Does the relinquishment of a belief system scare you?
Not anymore, no.
But it used to. Why did it
Once you get
used
rid
to?
of the guilt of sinning, going to hell, dying, but I'm still a good person. I don't hurt other people. I actually want good for most people I meet, and even those bad people I meet, I suppose.
Does it feel like the creator that you hold a belief in, or mostly assume is there, does it feel like it is shaped like that childhood God still?
Yes. Again, it's I'm I'm looking for the truth, and I can't find it.
If you found it and it was shaped like that God, what would that do for you?
Um, I guess I would go back to church and you know start believing whatever. But I uh, I don't I don't think there's any church on earth that would that that he create he's created. So no, I no. It would probably almost be like I would start spreading my own revelation and hey guys, look at what I saw. So it'd be starting from square one. But I'm just answering the question. I don't think that would ever happen.
Why don't you think that would ever happen?
I don't know. I think no. I
I don't know
I
is a
think
good
maybe
answer.
I yeah, no, I don't know.
You wrapped
But I
yourself
think
up in that
it
one.
goes back to what you said. Maybe I'm clinging to a childhood God.
Mm-hmm.
I just, you see the world and it's a beautiful place and everything's so perfect and everything works.
Is it perfect?
No, but
Could it be better?
well, there could be no disease and no sickness like that, but even
You
sickness and
assume
disease
somewhere there that is.
somewhere. No, there is no. But we
So
live
you
and we
believe.
die. Hmm?
So you don't believe in any afterlife.
I uh no, I don't believe in any afterlife. There's no evidence, no proof. I mean, you do have the people who say that they've seen the light at the end of the tunnel and then they come back to life. There's many documented cases about that, but maybe that's just uh, your brain, firing off the last of its cells. I don't know. We're biological people, so maybe there's some things that happen when you die, and it all looks the same.
And does it even really look all the same?
Oh, I just meant the people. Oh, near death experience. That's what I was
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
referring to.
Do they all really describe the same things?
Mm, I don't know. I've just closely been reading that they see a light at the end of the tunnel. Some of them see
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, but maybe they're dreaming.
Could it be something like that? Just an action of the brain when it senses trauma.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Mm-hmm.
So no, to answer your question, I don't really believe in an afterlife anymore.
So, what is the benefit of your belief in a creator that's shaped like this childhood God, absent the heaven it promises?
Mm, I think that it's just it explains the why of why we're here, and but that's really the only
Is there
one.
does the is there a need to know why we're here? Is that like is that a necessity for humans?
No, not at all. Uh, I'm just a very curious person, and I have to think about it all the time.
And
Talk to other people about it.
if it were possible that there is no reason why, it's not an accident. Let's call it determined, but if there was no actual meaning behind it, would that like break your world?
No, no, my world was broken when I realized that religion is just a bunch of lies, So now I'm just trying to find out what the truth is.
Um, when you see like people who are claiming there is a God, this is the reason, this is why, stuff like that, do you find confidence in them?
Um, Only if they ignore the Bible. um, it, I in this whole entire conversation, I don't think I've brought up the Bible at all. So, um,
Yeah,
uh,
it's not
yeah,
necessary.
yeah. There's a lot of contradictions in there, not just in Genesis.
Yeah,
Um, so, uh, yeah. Um, when they say, well, I mean, where'd we come from? That's really the only compelling thing that they have to say.
I'm not even sure I find that to be compelling. Actually, I don't find it to be compelling, but when I did believe, I didn't even find that to be compelling. Um, Mainly because I just find it hard to believe that a religion that comes from the Bronze Age definitely have the answers when we have things like modern data that clearly expresses we don't come from like the back of a turtle, or we come from I don't know, hands that created us from dust. Um,
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that.
are you do you spend your time trying to figure out this why or where?
Um, yeah, a little bit. I mean, I still got to live my life. I got to go to work. I have 4 kids. I'm married. I pretty much live my life. But when I'm alone and if I have time, I read what I can. Mainly on the internet, which is
Hmm.
really not much of a source at all. Maybe I should go back to college and uh, take some courses or something. I don't know, but uh, I don't know. Sometimes it's just a matter of maybe I don't want to spend as much time as I say I do.
Does it matter to you if your belief in this creator God is true or not?
Uh, no, it wouldn't matter. I mean, I honestly, I don't think anyone could really know. I mean,
Hmm.
I know that uh, the TEW gentleman, um, maybe he
Tutski.
thinks that, yeah, he thinks that you know, there's no what that the universe has always been and always will be, and there's no meaning to it.
I mean,
Um,
I'm merely just positing an idea. Not, I'm not saying that this is what it is. I was just curious to see how you take that idea. And I don't think that you have an unhealthy approach to this, especially coming from, let's say, like a Christian Baptist background. That's intense.
Yeah, it was. And part of me like feels a little bit guilty too, because it's like, we were taught, oh, it's a sin if God has given His grace to you, then you should that right there is the judgment of you'd be guilty and you'd go to hell because you denied His grace, and to walk away from that is you know is a little bit worrisome, or it was, and so that's why I say I'm on the fence. It's like maybe I do want to believe, or maybe afraid to let go of old beliefs. I don't know.
Do you feel like you have more peace with the idea that a God does exist? Peace of mind?
Yeah.
You have more peace of mind that a God does exist?
Yeah.
Is that, why is that?
Well, the old answer would have been, if you follow all the rules, it makes for a happier life.
Are you sure about that? Or do you think that maybe if you follow all the rules, it makes your life happier?
That's the same question.
No. When you say it, I'm understanding it as everyone,
Oh,
like it's a fact that um, believing in a God will give you peace of mind for everybody. I'm asking, is it is it just you, instead of saying like everybody? Like, the idea for a God for me is terrifying. If a God does exist, well, I'm probably not in His best favor, you know.
yeah.
And let's say it's, I don't know, the Christian God that exists. Well, then now I'm with a God that condones horrible things.
Yeah.
How does that bring? How would that bring you peace of mind, knowing that a God exists that believes things like misogyny or, um, lack of better term, slavery is okay?
Yeah. No, that's why I mean, that's not why I left the church, but no, I would not, and I don't think if there is a creator that he's like that. But going back to Thrayle's question is, why wouldn't this creator make himself known? If indeed he did create the universe, why wouldn't he make it very, very clear? Or maybe he did. Um, but I don't think if he did exist, he's that kind of biblical God. No, not at all.
I'm sorry, I might be a little hard of hearing you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Uh, yeah, no, I don't believe in the biblical God. I don't think if there is a creator that he would be like that.
So if the biblical God did exist, you wouldn't have peace of mind.
No.
But if a God exists, you might have peace of mind.
Yes.
And that's because you feel like, well, the answer's out there somewhere then.
Yes.
Okay. I
And
don't
maybe,
think that's unreasonable.
yeah, I mean, maybe I'll never get to the answer in my lifetime, and maybe, but it kind of makes you wonder why so many men before us uh, would. Well, I really do think they believed in what they believed in, and they died for it.
Is that fact convincing you? Is you knowing that fact convincing enough for you that they might have the answers because they were willing to die for their belief?
No, because no, I'm just saying that they had a strong conviction, and such a strong conviction that they would die. So, but no, for me, that is not enough to convince me that what they're doing is correct, because you have today people who are willing to die for their faith, you know, with a bomb, you know, and that's not right.
I don't know that actually, I do. If you woke up tomorrow and didn't believe, and had reason to believe that the beliefs you hold today were wrong, as far as a creator God, would that change your life at all?
Uh, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, John, I don't really have very many more questions for you, but I appreciate you answering the ones you did.
I appreciate it. I actually requested up on accident. I was trying to like the life.
I appreciate you even more for that, being a good sport and answering about your beliefs. Thank you so much. Maybe another time we'll have more questions, and who knows, you might have different answers. But you've been an amazing guest. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Keep asking questions. W's for John in the chat. Absolutely accidental request, and still questions his beliefs in an amazing and honest way. Thank you, Tutski.
Yeah, no problem.
I think we got another guest coming. Hello, SCAT. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 78.
Interesting. What year were you born?
1947.
You have a belief in God's higher power or anything like that?
I have more than that. I have a testimony. I met Jesus 42 years ago.
You met Jesus 42 years ago.
In Dusseldorf.
You met Jesus in Dusseldorf. 24
Yes.
years, or 40, sorry, how many? 42?
43 years ago.
43 years.
Yes.
How did you verify that it was Jesus that you met in Dusseldorf?
If you get an electric shock, you feel it, don't you? If someone punches you in your face, you feel it, don't you?
I don't know what this is actually answering. How did you verify that it was Jesus that you met 43 years ago?
Because I knew when he come in front of me and jumped inside me, I knew it was Jesus.
Just to verify, you just said jumped inside of. He was inside.
Yes, he jumped inside me and changed me.
When he jumped inside of you, did he like leap forward, or was it more like a Mario up and down kind of scenario?
I didn't realize it till the next day. Would you like me to tell you exactly what happened?
I was just asking if the jump, when he jumped inside of you, was it like he reached out and hugged you? Was it like he like tripped and fell and was suddenly in you? Or was it like a Mario kind of up and down, like jumping on a Goomba's head?
It was an awakening and truth and life. When Jesus come to me, I really knew that he truly loved me.
Did you physically see Jesus jump inside of you?
The only thing I saw visibly was demons.
So you never visibly saw Jesus in Dusseldorf.
Well, I have to tell you, I didn't need to know visually, but in my heart, I knew.
In your heart, you knew. Was there anything there, like visually, that you saw, though? I'm not asking, like, if you've already made it clear you didn't see Jesus. You only saw things that weren't Jesus. So what is it that indicates to you that you had Jesus jump inside of you? If you didn't see anything, did he say something?
Yes, yes. I woke up the next day and I thought, what's going on in my life? Oh, wow. I come from Adam and Eve. Jesus Christ, you are the same yesterday, today,
Let's just
and forever.
something just to make sure I understand. Yes, have you read the Bible before? I was just asking if you had read the Bible, Heska.
Yes, many times.
You've read the Bible
Yes,
many times.
I
Have you read
have.
it? You don't need to shout. I don't know why you're shouting at me.
Sorry.
Have you read it
Please
from
forgive
beginning
me.
to end?
Yes, many times.
Many times, from beginning to end.
Yes, yes.
And do you believe it to be entirely true and literal?
I don't. I don't only believe it, I know it to be true.
Why do you say that you know it to be true?
Well, I know because I know, because I really know, because I know.
That's a whole lot of knowing. Scat, did you do any thinking before the knowing happened? Or did the knowing just happen to you?
No, 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 I didn't know, no. But can I share my testimony with you?
Well, did you? No, because this isn't. Does it say share your testimony? I'm pretty sure you said 78 years old. I'm pretty sure that you can read the screen, right?
Okay. Can your questions your belief?
Can you question your beliefs, Escat?
Never in 10,000 billion, trillion to one.
Okay. It also sounds like you probably imbibed quite a bit today. But I want to just ask a quick question, which is why can you not question your beliefs?
Because I know Jesus is the way and the truth and the life.
Tutski, did you have any questions for this guest?
None that probably wouldn't end in some sort of debate.
Go for it.
I really don't think you want me to.
No, go for it. It doesn't matter what you say. Go for it, man.
See, it doesn't matter what you say, Tutski. It
Okay.
doesn't matter what you say because, well, why do you think it doesn't matter what you say? Because Cat, why does it matter what Tutski says?
Because
it doesn't matter
I
what
can
you
answer
say.
it. Hang on. He never said anything.
No, but you said it doesn't matter what he says. So why
Well,
would he say anything?
I
Why
want
would anybody
to.
say anything to that?
Okay. I want to hear what he has to say.
But you said that it doesn't matter what he says. So why would there be a response after that? That doesn't make any sense, does it?
Yes. Because he's lost.
Because he's lost.
Yes.
I don't think you don't know my position at all.
Well, tell me, my dear brother.
Escat, are you inebriated right now?
Sorry?
You've been imbibing today. It's just afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah. I will challenge any question of my belief from anybody.
So, but you can't answer the question if you've been imbibing today.
Hang on, what was the question?
Do you know what the word imbibing means?
Sorry?
Are you drunk, Escat?
Well, I've had a glass of wine, so what? I cannot lie.
It sounded like it was a big glass.
No, come on. Question me and my belief and my knowledge. I'm nearly 89.
Escat.
Yeah.
Escat, you're nearly 89 now. You were
No,
78
79. Sorry, 79.
What year were you actually born, Escat? Since you lied about your age.
No, I'm 79 years.
I'd rather just move on. But I get to say good morning to Jackdaw, who I haven't said good morning to in a long time on live. What's up, Jackdaw?
Good morning, Jackdaw.
Did you want to question the previous guest.
Oh, the only question I had for the previous guest would be if you're telling us that you're unwavering in your conviction, what's the point in us asking you about your beliefs? But I don't know that that would have been productive.
I see. I see a request. I'm not sure is a request, so I'm going to clear it. But if you meant to request up, you know who you are, and request again. I will be more than happy to question your beliefs. I just don't want to call you out if you didn't mean to. But let's see who else is in request. Okay. Hello, Shell. Welcome to the panel.
Hi.
Did you mean, I assume twice you meant to request?
Yeah. I kind of have a question for you, Thrayle.
I will do you a favor of changing.
Yes. Why did you entertain him for so long when I was obviously saying that I was inebriated and I was abstaining from getting on panel?
I understand. You were respecting my usual uh, recourse for drunks, whereas I allowed somebody who seemed obviously drunk to stay for longer than I normally would have. And you want to know why?
Yes.
Because I gave him the benefit of age. I thought for a moment, for a while in there, I thought maybe it could be his age rather than inebriation that was making him act that way.
Oh, I see. No, I'm 46.
Well, thank you for letting me know that. And I really appreciate you respecting my usual stance on inebriated minds. It's harder, so much harder to pick those brains when they're, well, pickling.
No, you know what? I get it now. I can actually use my voice.
Mm-hmm. It's nice to finally meet you. Are you feeling a little more clear-headed now than you were earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I question your beliefs just a little bit?
You know what? Why not?
Okay. And if it sounds like your answers might be because of the drink, then we'll just move on, but respectfully so. But I
Oh,
appreciate you.
thanks.
But do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I have no fucking clue.
You don't know if you believe.
Should I go on?
Yeah, if you would like to elaborate on what
I
that
don't
means to
wanna.
you. No? Okay. That is honest to say that you don't know if you believe. It's hard for some people to admit that. Most people want to take a stance. Do you feel compelled to take a stance?
Yeah, how'd you know that?
As someone who doesn't express their beliefs often, I'm often feeling compelled by others to take a stance.
Okay. I entertain that.
Have you ever believed in a God?
Yeah.
What God did you believe in?
Well, first it was the Baptist. It wasn't really a Southern Baptist, because I'm from Maryland. Maybe that doesn't make a difference, does it?
I honestly don't know. I don't know the reach of the Southern Baptist Convention.
Well, that was kind of like, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
That's all right.
Can I talk?
Absolutely.
Um, I'm sorry. I forgot the question.
That's all right. See how easily it happens.
Oh my God, I cracked myself up. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's all right, Shell. So what is it that made you not believe in the God you were raised to? Or can you say that you don't believe in that God?
God damn it, Thrayle. Is it okay?
Is which okay? Is it okay to say you don't believe or to say you
Yeah.
don't know? Well, I'm not the one who gets to say it's okay for you.
Yeah, you are. You know it too.
I don't decide
No,
what's
you
okay
really
to
do. Don't,
believe
don't, don't,
or
don't,
not
don't.
believe.
No, no, no. You're not allowed to say that.
Why is that?
Because that's what you believe.
You think that I believe that I get to say who's right and wrong?
Hmm.
You've been watching me a long time.
Yeah, that's true.
Do I like to tell people who's right and wrong?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Wait, are you not gonna admit it?
I don't know if I like to tell people that they're right or wrong. I, I don't think I do. Outwardly, I don't think I'm showing that.
Please? Come on, you know you wanna.
I think sometimes I feel like certain views are wrong. I don't think it's wrong for you to say that you don't believe.
Oh, thank you so much. No, I mean that with all sincerity. Thank you.
You're
So, don't. Oh shit, I said that too loud. Is it my phone?
Tootski echoes a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I think I actually did so. Who am I to say?
So you don't believe now? Is that accurate to say?
Yep.
So why don't you believe now in that God?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's okay to answer. Do you know what might convince you that that God does exist? We lost Jackdaw. Why am I not surprised?
Wait. Whoa.
He runs when there's not a hard theist to question, I think.
No, it's not that.
I'm sure his phone just died. I'm just giving him a hard
No,
time.
he had no right to just drop off it without saying why.
Oh, I'm sure he does. Everybody has the right to leave.
I'm not watching chat, by the way. So if anyone's complimenting me, shut the fuck up, man. I'm not
You're doing
anyone.
fine, Shell.
Bluetooth connected.
Oh, I thought you shot me. Thank God.
No.
I heard something.
Oh, my phone that plays the music isn't charging right, so it keeps connecting and disconnecting. So you're doing even better than you think because you're doing it in absolute silence, and normally people have the benefit of the music. You get the awkwardness of the silence, and it's almost unfair.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know.
By the way,
Usually the tavern tunes are going. But Shell, I'm curious, do you know what would convince you that a God exists?
if you told me, can I put on my camera?
It's probably best you don't.
Why?
Only because it's fair to everybody, and I don't need a demonstration right now. And also, you did tell me that you've been drinking, and I've given you more room
hold
than I
on,
normally do.
hold on. I'm sorry. I'm doing exactly what you don't want me to.
And I'm giving you more room than most, because I appreciate you, Shell, and you've been an amazing supporter, and I appreciate that you were courageous enough to find your way up to the panel to ask me why, when you respected the rules, somebody else got away with it. So it only seemed fair to give you some room to get away with it. Because you're right. But I also...
How the fuck do I put the camera on?
How do you put it on?
No, I was gonna surprise you.
I know. There's a.
Yeah. Hold on. Oh, god damn it, I look like shit. Does this have a timer?
No.
Um, I look like that.
The camera's an illusion. Bad angles.
Okay. Where do you, where do you, where do you want me to be? I just saw a chat.
They're saying you look
Yeah, it is
beautiful.
weird. Shake. Oh, shut the fuck up, Matthew. That was rude. Oh, I'm so
There's
sorry.
something.
God. I'm
So,
breaking the rules again.
yep. Let's try a couple more questions.
Hold
Does it
on.
matter to you if a God exists?
Wait. Oh, hold on. My nose is running.
Well, here, I will turn your camera off for you. Don't worry. And I'll even mute you so that you can have a moment's privacy. Before we probably say goodnight, gonna give you an opportunity to say goodnight. And this way you get to know where the mute button is to unmute yourself, Shell. But W's for Shell for being courageous enough to come up and ask me the question.
Is this okay?
This is. And it'd be better if the next time you come back, you hadn't been drinking, because I really want to ask you
Oh,
questions, Shell.
I'm not drinking.
Oh, it's something else.
Oh, it's nothing. It's legal.
Oh, I
Here,
gotcha.
at least.
Well then, Shell,
You're gonna kick me, right? Yeah.
I'm not going to kick you yet, but I am going to turn your camera off just to be fair to everyone. But what would convince you that a God exists? I did ask you before.
I.
We got the echo, Tootski, right when she began to answer. Try again.
Hello?
I hear you, Shell.
Okay. What would?
What would convince you that a God exists?
No. I heard you. I just,
I know.
repeated. Sorry for yelling.
You're fine.
Um, if God Himself stood right in front of me and let me cut him,
Oh,
that would.
Would you expect him to bleed?
Well, he better.
If he does, then how would you know it was a god?
I wouldn't. But if I had some sort of, maybe a miracle. I know I don't know what a miracle would be, but I'll answer that in all respect for the chat and for you and everyone on the panel. I think you should drop me because it would be only fair to everyone else. I think some people are a little upset about it.
I don't see anybody upset.
But yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Shell.
Yeah,
You can request up another time, and it'd be awesome to ask you more questions. And I might,
absolutely.
as you know, I might ask you some of the same ones, and you might have different answers. Who knows? But I really appreciate you.
Just one question. Why'd you
Of
turn off
course.
my camera?
To be fair to everyone, because I always turn off people's cameras unless I asked for a demonstration.
Great answer. Okay, you can drop me. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Shell. And keep asking questions. And if anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. I know it's not easy to answer the questions, so I definitely want to thank everybody who has tried. And W Shell in the chat for coming up to call me out on the fair application of the rules I express. Hello, Five Body. Welcome back.
Hey,
Did you
doing?
doing pretty good? How about yourself?
You know, getting up. I'm alive today. That's a fucking great start, you know?
That is a good start.
So I didn't want to answer questions. I don't have much to answer because I don't really hold beliefs. I hold theories, sure, but beliefs, that's a wicked game. But I
And I've
wanted to come up
questioned you a few times,
yeah.
so you're welcome to ask me a few questions.
Yeah, so I've been waiting for this. I'm going to go over the lineup, Thrill, and maybe I've missed it. Maybe you've said all these things before, but I'm truly curious. How, or first, do you believe in a god or gods?
You asked if I believe in a god or gods.
Correct.
None that I've heard of.
Good answer. What type of platform do you use to make meaning? Because a lot of people, beliefs are a core part of how they make meaning about the world. What do you use? How do you make meaning about the world, Thorell?
I decide what feels meaningful and say that's meaningful.
That's good. That's a good answer. I find, you know, because of my beliefs or theories, I think that that's perfectly appropriate. But what gives you the internal compass to decide what you like? Is it just a feeling? Is it just, hey, today? I think that this idea makes meaning for me, and so I'll choose it. Or do you have no spiritual belief system?
Yeah, I don't know that that's an or question. I don't know
Mm.
that I have any spiritual belief system. Meaning is whatever we apply meaning to be, wherever we apply it.
I couldn't argue with you on that one. Now, big question. Outside of, like, I think I know your point here. You want people to start critically thinking about their beliefs so that maybe, possibly, they don't end up in a full state of cognitive dissonance, right? And so questioning your beliefs takes them from the fact area of your brain and puts it out for questions so you're not like, you know, seeing science and then bending over backwards saying it ain't so, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, within that, do you have rituals, practices, anything around belief systems, even beliefs about the world or beliefs about yourself, which are equally as important as your spiritual beliefs, but often tied into them? What are your beliefs about the world? Because we all have systems in which we make meaning. And I'm trying to get to the core of your system, and it doesn't have to be spiritual. But beliefs are beliefs, you know, it doesn't have to be in a God. Maybe you think you're a God. Maybe I think I'm a God. I think maybe we all are. I don't know.
I kind of get what you're saying, but like it feels like you would have to go instance by instance to see what my beliefs or it almost sounds more like opinions are about the nature of reality.
Yeah, well, beliefs are kind of opinions. I mean, they're not facts. So,
Right.
opinions.
So my opinions on the nature of reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess I'd have to. Again, that's broad, isn't it?
It is broad, but it's
To
hard,
really
like
narrow it
me.
down.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Let's say, okay, what is your belief about the purpose of the human experience?
Purpose. Purpose according to whom?
According to you, this is, I mean, we don't really know the purpose, so of our own existence, we can have beliefs around it, but personally to you, what do you think the purpose of the human experience is?
Well, and so when I say purpose to whom, it's my purpose for the human experience sounds kind of grandiose. Like I get to apply all of the purpose, but I don't know that there's anything to apply an objective or kind of overall purpose to humanity. So I don't know that there is anything that we could call purpose.
Do you have your own? And you can be grandiose. I mean, you don't have to say that you think your purpose applies to everybody. You can have like your own purpose around it and not be
Right.
grandiose.
But in the way some people say that the purpose of humanity is, for energy to experience itself, or for um, a god to grow in, was it a god egg to grow into a god by experiencing everything? Whatever purpose people apply, it's still just us applying it, and I don't see any reason to lock in on an answer for what our purpose is, if there even is such a thing.
Yeah, there may not be, right? I think that beliefs come up because we want to fill in the gaps. But at the same point, the beliefs about ourselves, how we came, about the world around us, do shape how we express ourselves in reality on a psychological level. And, what I'm hearing from you is that you're saying you don't really feel the need to fill those gaps with make believe because any belief system, any single one of them, is just as make believe as the others at this point because we don't have facts on, those things. Is that what I'm hearing?
Um, somewhat, I think. You might have to restate part of that. It sounded like you added a bit.
I did. So sorry. Um, I'm not as directive as you are with your questioning. You really have an amazing way of questioning people, Thurl. Um, are you saying that you're comfortable in not needing to fill the gaps of the unknown because anything you put in there at this point is a fairy tale?
Not necessarily is a fairy tale, but has equal provenance. Maybe not equal, but yeah, why would we give it any more weight than a fairy tale if it's just someone's imagination?
Do you think that most people, that the beliefs people put into those gaps of places we don't understand, don't have answers for, do you think that every single one of them is just very imaginative?
I don't know if it's every single one. It seems to be a lot of the ones I've heard.
Yeah.
Oops, maybe that was about to fall.
Do you think that, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay.
Do you think that because you don't use any of the current evolving stories to fill in the blanks, that it gives you a better position when asking people questions because maybe you're not emotionally attached to any answers?
Perhaps.
Is there
Perhaps.
ever a time where you listen to somebody's belief system and you're like, oh, yeah, that sounds really nice. I wish I could believe something like that? Or are you very comfortable with not?
There are times, every once in a while, where I hear of a belief system that reminds me of the one I was raised to believe in,
Mm.
absent some of the extra problems. And yeah, I do. I do think about those sometimes. I need to step away for just a second. I wonder if you might have a question for Tutski.
Sure, I could ask Tootski some questions. Hi, Toots.
Hello.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Again, I woke up alive, so I'm pretty stoked with that. Tootski, do you believe in a god?
I do not.
You do not. Have you ever believed in a god?
I have.
What god?
The Abrahamic.
Mm. And what brought you to the point where you do not any longer believe in a god?
Um, Corruption in the church.
Ah, Do you still believe in the Bible or anything it says?
That's a good question. Do I believe in the claims? No. Do I believe that there are some principles within the Bible that are helpful within human relation? Yeah.
Mm.
I think that there are some.
Do you still ever read the Bible or go to it?
Yeah, every day. I mean, not for
Interesting.
advice, but more for like ammo.
Mm. When you were you raised into the church,
Yes.
Dutski?
Yeah, I was born into it.
Okay, so you unindoctrinated yourself, so to speak.
Yeah, so to speak.
Mm. Do you ever question that decision?
No.
What do you currently use as a system to make meaning? Are you scientific, spiritual?
Um, I what's the word? Um, I like a lot of what Nietzsche has to say about like meaning of life, which it essentially gives a call. There is no meaning, like inherent meaning, so it gives a call for us to give ourselves meaning. I don't think that there is one answer for like meaning itself. I think that it's up to everybody to give ourselves meaning, um, which is why, we have so many diverse religions telling us what things mean and stuff like that, and why, um, because it's really all open to everyone's own opinion.
Mm. Do you think there is a higher meaning to that, or could be the fact that we are left to make up our own opinions?
What do you mean by higher meaning?
Well, a lot of people may think that that in itself, the fact that we are born into the human experience, we don't know where we came from, where we go, if we came from, if we go. Therefore, there's a lot of creation in the middle of it. So, shit, I totally forgot where I was going. I was trying to like totally thrill it up and be like super solid, but no.
I think I think you're just trying to get at what you meant by like a higher meaning.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Some people think that the fact that we are open to make up our own determination about our meaning, and that determination actually has psychological impacts in how we live our life. And the meaning being we're here to create. Do you think that that is a possibility, or do you think reaching for meaning is a moot point?
No, I think that I think it's healthy that people give themselves meaning. When we live our life not on purpose, I think that there can be negative psychological effects to that. One being something like depression, right?
Hmm.
I went through that phase where, everything kind of just felt meaningless. It felt like, why should I try? Why, you know, what's the purpose of me even being here? Stuff like that. And I had to come to the conclusion that unless I give myself meaning, unless I give myself a purpose, um, there really isn't like a healthy way to live my life. And this is
Hmm.
personal. This is like my personal truth. This isn't going to necessarily apply to everybody, but
Sure.
um, once I gave myself that meaning, I had something to work towards. I had something to aim towards, and I feel like just having that will provide many windows of opportunities for me to enrich my own life.
Does your meaning change, or have you created a fixed meaning?
Um, as a father, I have definitely given myself a fixed meaning. Um, I don't think that like not being a father is going to be an option in my life ever. I hope to God it wouldn't. Um Outside of like say fatherhood, I have the purpose for my existence, I guess, would be to honestly solve problems. Best way to put it. Um, I think that there are plenty of problems in the world that can be solved, and there are plenty of answers that can be discovered by, holding that purpose to solve problems.
What kind of problems can you solve? Do you think you as a person can solve?
Um, I mean, if I put my mind to it, I don't know, a lot. I'm not going to say anything, but definitely a lot of things. Whether it be relational, whether it be, I don't know. I hold life to be like a chess game. So
Mm.
everything that, every move you make, it's a new problem. There's always going to be another problem. But if I take joy in finding solutions to those problems, it's both enriching and meaningful to me.
A chess game.
Yep.
Really quick, I'm going to thank 7 Lemons, Amoria96, and Shell for helping with our last gift goal. Thank you guys so much. But who is the opponent in your chess game?
Life. The many non-intentional problems of life. The positions I put myself into and to try to
You,
engineer a way to construct it so that it, my own life doesn't get in my own way.
Would
and
you
you
say,
overplay
oh,
that way.
sorry.
Put yourself in the wrong positions.
Yeah, I put myself in the wrong positions all the time, but that's also what makes things fun because now I have to find a way to adjust myself to compensate for those positions.
Toots, the way that you make meaning and the purpose you've given yourself, does that give you joy, comfort, and the things that fill in those gaps that people feel so uncomfortable having open? How does your meaning display in your life?
It gives me security. If I give myself the meaning to solve problems, then I know that at least when things go wrong, my meaning in my life um, basically takes that scenario of me having a problem and turns it into an adventure, turns it into something to learn from and to grow. Um, for instance, like when Thrayle said, do I ever get in my own way? Do I ever, get myself in a position where, um, it starts to not benefit me? Well, now I'm like, okay, well, I can at least take joy in the process of learning um, a lesson from that and learning what I need to do to prevent that from happening and what I need to do to get out of that position to begin with.
Does it help you to produce happiness in your life?
I don't find happiness to be like a state of being so much as um, a moment in life. I don't think that we are born to be happy. I think that happiness is just a responsive nature to um, scenarios in our life, conditions in our life. These are it's a way of ourselves. It's a way of telling ourselves that this is an ideal position, so to speak, to be in our life. It's a reward. I think happiness is more of a reward for me than it is to be like a permanent state of being.
Hmm. Do you feel the same about sadness or depression?
Yeah, I think they're all emotions are communicating um, valid information um, in order for me to. It gives me information to make moves in my life. When I'm sad, why am I sad? What's this thing that's causing me to be sad? How can I fix this thing? And then the process continues. Okay, well, now I'm solving a problem. Now I'm happy again because I'm finding myself doing this cycle that ultimately I can gain from if I have the right mental perspective.
What do you gain from it?
Like I said before, lessons essentially.
Hmm.
Why did I get into this position? How can I solve this position? Um, what did we learn from this? Can we learn from this? Um, can this can this benefit other people? And oftentimes, yes, it will benefit other people. If you learn like hard lessons and you took away from that, if you suffered a huge loss and you took away from that a lesson, then you never failed. You're only succeeding, right? Because you can pass that knowledge on to others. Um, I like I like Thomas Edison's quote, "There's 1,000 ways to not make a light bulb, um, but only one way to make a light bulb," which nowadays with modern technology, that's not true. But back then that was it. He failed 1,000 times to learn how to make something successfully. And I think that when you learn to enjoy that process, um, I at least find fulfillment in that.
Do you ever wonder if you're wrong to not believe in a God and to make your own meaning?
No, I don't find it to be important. Um,
And
if there is a God, well, there's no way to choose which God it is. Um, so why should the responsibility fall on me to discover who this God is and if they're real? If God was the one who was ultimately responsible to create us, I feel like it should have been their obligation. And if I were to ever go to a point of judgment, that would be a valid argument towards any infinitely knowledgeable being. Variables around me,
mm,
really. um, it could be that I suffer from a chemical imbalance and that I only get moments of happiness, or it could be that sometimes I don't have it like my chemical makeup is balanced because of medication that I'm taking. I can find more or less joy depending on those priors.
mm. Since we all have our own power to go along with or make up our own beliefs or meaning making, do you think that there's something that you could construct as far as meaning that you apply to yourself and, you know, incidentally, probably other people just by way of applying it to yourself? Do you think that, God damn it, I forgot again. Thrill, I'm not learning enough from you, my friend.
You're doing just fine. Your questions have been great.
Oh, well, okay, a little of the nervousness goes away. I'm really bad with public speaking,
Let
but
me
I'm
make it
trying to
easier.
get better. Yeah.
I'll make it easier for you. There you go. It's easier. It's so much easier to just keep going when what the fuck is on the screen.
You know, what the fuck?
I feel like that kind of defeats the purpose of the what the fuck now.
No, everybody just keeps going for some reason.
What the fuck? Tuski, what the fuck with your meaning making system, bro? Like, no, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I don't have any more questions. I rest, Thrayle.
You did great. You did amazing.
Well, thank you, sir.
I wonder if anybody else can question their beliefs. I know you've questioned yours before. You constantly do. As relentlessly as you questioned mine and Tuski's.
I would say even more so, you know, because how I apply beliefs and how, you know, is specifically to have an end goal of a better way of being, but not to push it on anybody. So, like I talked to you before, I think that, and I don't even want to say beliefs, I think we can theorize about these things, but how we put them into our brain causes a huge amount of how we display ourselves, such as some people wear Christianity and what it results in is judgment, criticism, or some people wear Christianity and any other belief. I'm just using that because it's mainstream. And they produce love and confidence. So belief systems work for different people. I really think the biggest sin anybody can do is impose their beliefs onto somebody else. So, yeah, we question. And I always worry that by solidifying and not questioning, I am going to go into cognitive dissonance, which is a problem for everybody. It happens so quickly. And I don't ever want to be in a state of, I know everything about the things we cannot answer. I think that's just rude. And it doesn't work for me. I'm much more creative. So if I want to put on a belief about, you know, I think today I want to work with the energies, whatever, spiritual stuff, go through different coats of other people's beliefs and see how it presents in me. Because I think we have the ultimate choice to do so. We do get to be creative about it until a fact is placed. But I
Mm-hmm.
worry that a fact comes up and I'm so strong in what I think that I'm like, no, no, what I believe is better than that fact. No. So constant questioning.
Both Sidesing asks, are beliefs socks? Well, are they like socks? Sorry. Simile, not metaphor. Same thing. Are beliefs like socks?
They can be. I guess it depends on the person, you know. They can be beautiful coats. They can be a jewelry, you know. You can wear them like a wardrobe. There's no rules or consequences that we know of that are actually real and not imagined for us. So I see no reason not to try on a display. And then if making meaning is important, wear the coat you want on that day. Put different socks that don't match. I don't really think it matters. What matters, I think, is how you are presenting yourself in this world with your beliefs. And are they really yours? Are they indoctrinated beliefs that have never fit, but you feel like you have to believe them or you have consequences, hell,
A
or
follow up.
whatever?
A follow up to that based on his reply. Um, is is that any different than playing pretend?
No, but all belief systems, until proven universally, are pretend.
Do the believers of those beliefs that you try on feel the same way about them? Or is
I
there a
have
certain flippancy that you might treat them with?
I potentially treat them with flippancy. I don't know how other people wear them because I've never been another person. I can only speak on myself. I think that people tend to pick and choose their beliefs, and I think that's fine, as I've said. But know you're doing that. Do it with conscious awareness. Be real about it. And I think don't speak about your beliefs as if they're universal truths, because they're not. And they shouldn't be imposed on people. And we can see that belief systems may start out in a beautiful way, but ultimately get dogmatic, control oriented. And by the time that happens to people that worship, it's like a slow frog in a boiling pot. By the time they are, wanting to even think outside of it, they're already at the point where they're so sucked in that they can't question themselves about it.
You feel like beliefs are all chosen in the beginning?
No, that's the problem. I think that, people are indoctrinated with beliefs, especially as children. But then as we go on, some of that indoctrination doesn't allow for the freedom of thought to question it. And it is amazing to me that so many people do not know that they have a choice or maybe a preference. If you don't want to say choice, I know that there are some, deterministic types of things. And I do think choice is variable. I think we have preferences and choices within a constraint. So no full free will, I suppose, due to environment and biology, not a god, but
The effects of your first conversation with Aragon linger on. Um, so,
yeah, they do.
uh, do you do you feel that you could believe, if you wanted to, in literally anything?
I mean, if you wanted to, yes, you could go through a process of reiterating that belief over and over until you build very solidified neural pathways that lead you into that belief. And you can wear it, or you could take it on and play make believe and see how it works with you. But yeah, I mean, if I wanted to, the thing is that I rarely want to have a belief in a god. Like that doesn't really make my boat float. You know what I mean? So I can't see wanting to. I've worn that wardrobe before I knew I had a choice, and it did not suit me well. I did not like that style. That fashion was not for me. And that's okay. And it's okay if it's for other people. I really don't think one is better than the other when we're talking about things that we're making up as we go because they feel comfortable. And I don't think there's anything wrong with making things up as we go to feel comfortable, as long as the presentation makes you an adequate part of whatever we're doing here, such as, a belief that made you want to go kill people would probably not be suitable because there are
Characteristic
social
language.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, unalive, my bad. Unalive would be not suitable for our social dynamic, so we don't have full choice in what we can take on as a belief. But I think that if I wanted to believe something, I definitely could. But there is preference involved, and I probably have a lot of predetermined preferences from the way I was raised that caused me to prefer some theories, I'd like to call them theories, over others.
Um,
Personally, I like to be creative. I like to look at science and see, okay, like the observer effect. What could this mean? Because it has a very, a statement of what it is, but then you can perceive around it and put in your own influences, and I find it fun. I don't think I'm right or wrong. I know what I am for myself, and that's really what
okay.
matters. I don't need to be right for anybody else.
hmm I, I didn't ask you a question. It's been a while.
Right, I know. I'm just filling in. Maybe I hate silence too. The uncomfortable silence of Thrill.
I love the uncomfortable silences.
I know you do. And they are potent, I will say. They land sometimes like, oof.
They they are a powerful tool, and uh, I think you can overuse it. It can get quite boring if I just sit here in the silence too often, but every once in a while, just letting it sit. It is beautiful. But I also need to thank Batty Beyond Belief, Naomi, and 96 for helping with our last goal. I appreciate y'all so much. Um, also, I did notice. Uh, oh, well, I thought we had a request, but no, we don't. If anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, go ahead and request on up. Quigley Wyatt says Thrayle using the Tignataro. Uncomfortable silence comedy style. I don't know if it was comedy. I don't know if it's dramatic either. It's just comfortable for me. And sometimes what's comfortable for one is uncomfortable for others and inspires a moment of reflection, of thought. A moment to digest whatever was just said.
I love that you can hold that silence, whereas I think that the silence happens and I just start like spinning in my head, and that's when I really forget what the fuck I'm doing.
The silence helps me refocus sometimes. Remember every word said rather than just the theme.
I'm really bummed, Thrill, that you didn't give me any real juicy tidbits of your inside mind.
Well, what if there are no juicy tidbits? What if that's the point?
Um, Speaking of juicy tidbits, I heard something from Kat that confused me. Did you say you were agnostic, Thrill?
I've used the word agnostic and the word atheist. It
Yeah, you
just
called
depends
yourself
on
an
how
atheist
it's,
before, right?
yeah, it depends
Okay.
on how it's defined.
How would you define it when you would call yourself an atheist?
If I'm calling myself an atheist, I'm saying that I lack a belief in a God.
That's what I thought.
If I'm calling myself an agnostic, I'm saying I don't know if there's a, but I think that's, as has been pointed out to be by Mitch the scientist and others, in at least in philosophical terms, it's kind of redundant to say agnostic anything because unless you have some verifiable gnosis, everyone's an agnostic. And if you claim to have verifiable gnosis, then you might not be honest. So the term agnostic in that sense would be the middle ground between believing that a God exists or believing that no God exists. In that sense, I don't tend to claim atheism, but that's only as a truth claim.
Thrill, would you say that the way that you make meaning or adopt meaning produces a good life for you?
Say that one more time. The way that I adopt meaning.
Or how your personal system is, you don't really, you said you adopt meaning basically with your by yourself. You kind of adopt your own meaning to things. Is that correct, or did I misunderstand?
Yes, I think I do kind of adopt my own meaning, apply my own meaning. I think is a better word.
How do you think your meaning plays out in your own perception of reality? Does it bring you a good life, something that you're comfortable within?
I don't know that meaning is meant to bring us a good life. I don't know how that works. Um, Meaning is the value you place on something, the purpose, something like that. Like a combination of value. That could be a terrible definition of meaning. What do you mean by meaning?
You
What
know,
is?
the way that you go about life and decode what things mean to you, such as
Mm-hmm.
you're driving, somebody cuts you off. Within your system, you may say that person's a fucking idiot and I hate them, and get really, turned up about it. Or you may have a meaning making process that says, they're having a bad day, it's really not worth my time. You know what I mean? We all make these distinctions by the meaning we somehow place in our life. A lot of people do it with belief systems
Right.
around
So
spirituality.
if I assume that the person in traffic might um, either be an idiot or not an idiot who's having a bad day or not, um, maybe they're an idiot having a bad day.
Could be, but the way we make meaning out of things sometimes escalates that into a presentation of our whole day. Like some
Uh,
people make meaning in a way that causes them to think about that instance, produce a chemical response of adrenaline, cortisol, and thus promote having a shitty day further on. And those come down
mhm.
to a lot of how we make meaning about ourselves, about
The
the
meaning
world.
I would find would be in how I respond. Like, what am I doing to react to this situation? How is that um, reflective of my intentions and my goals and my meaning?
Sir, I'm asking the questions here.
I'll let that stay.
You're stumping me by questioning back. It's good. Here's what I'm getting at is the way we make meaning about ourselves, about the world around us, add in the ornaments of spiritual or religious or faith or non-faith based things. Each one of those plays out in how we respond to the world, how we react to things, what types of value and attention we give to certain thoughts, certain emotions. Thus, it does make a difference in our general reality projection, if I can say that, because we don't all experience reality the same. It is experienced differently within each one of us, depending on how we make meaning about ourselves, the world, and all the other things that we can't really answer. So I guess what I'm getting at, the real, is how do your seeds of
So,
meaning blossom in your world?
how did the seeds of meaning blossom in my world? It's very poetic, but I still don't. It's
All right.
poetry, but I'm not hearing how to answer it better than I have.
Okay.
How do my seeds of meaning blossom?
I mean, you can drop the poetry. I'm just a little bit poetic and a little, a little
I
just
like
me.
poetry. I like poetry. It helps bring the question to be more concise sometimes if the meaning, no pun intended,
Some,
is understood. Um,
mm,
so the seeds of meaning and how do they blossom? I don't know that they do. I don't know how how you can say that the things we apply are seeds of meaning that somehow blossom in a way. I mean, perhaps I don't apply enough meaning to recognize or identify with that question.
I mean, since you don't, and I can't question you about your spiritual beliefs,
Because there
I mean,
aren't
I could
any.
exactly.
So what are we
And
questioning?
exactly. So, what I was going to do is try to be more personal about it, but then that kind of steps over a line of persona, and I don't want to like try to point. But I was going to ask more questions centered around your beliefs about yourself, personal beliefs about yourself, and the world around you. Non-God oriented, non-belief central as far as spiritual, religious, faith-based, or non-faith-based. But you can tell me that's a little too much, and I am not trying to have a full
I'm sorry.
chick
Wait.
up in my head.
What was the question? What was the question?
Can can I, since I can't question you around your beliefs because you have none, which totally acceptable, um, can I question you about your other beliefs, like your beliefs about who you are and what you are, or your beliefs about the world and what you believe about the world?
Right. We started there earlier. What specific belief?
Let's say, what do you believe about yourself as a human being? Do you believe I'm a good person? I'm a bad person? I am great at questioning. Like, do you have any personal beliefs that make meaning for you about who you are, your identity?
Um, Personal beliefs about what make me who I am. Person, questioner. I don't know beyond that. I mean, I could add things, but then it's just like a list of what hobbies.
If you could choose four pillars that you stand on as a person, what do you think those pillars would be?
If I could stand on what, four pillars?
Yeah, say you have four pillars, and these are the core things that you as a human being stand on for yourself, such as it could be the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and myself, or it could be just a culmination of different things. There's no right answer, but what do you think as a person would be what you make a stance on for you? Things that you value, believe in yourself, and uphold through your life.
It's it's not a bad question. It's just I don't know how to answer that.
Mm.
4 pillars that
Four core essentials about you. You don't have to think about pillars if you're designing them in your head. It's not necessary. They can be anything.
right, but core essentials about me. Are these like values or are these like we were talking about a moment? Labels, hobbies, identities. Is it like what are we
So I'll tell you mine. So,
considering a
and to give
pillar?
you an example, if you'd like.
Mm-hmm.
My principles for myself would be sovereignty, meaning that I'm taking responsibility for that which happens in my life and or how I deal with that which happens in my life. Therefore, I take
Mm-hmm.
responsibility for myself. I don't push what my ideals are onto other people. That's one of my pillars, right? Uh Differentiated unity, allowing people to be who they are, believe what they want, yet still be able to, within my own sovereignty, question. Um, Expansive. I always want to grow my brain into better and more perspectives within my own perspective. Um, and Coherence within the fact that when I hold something to be true for myself, it's coherent with what I do in my life and what I apply in my life, and that it fits who I am as an individual and is not adopted coherence.
Hmm.
So those would be like my four pillars of what I try to stand on, and then I would make agreements with myself about how I uphold those to produce the values that I protrude and promote in my own field or bubble of awareness of contact with others, of relation.
So is this these are like character stat blocks.
Yeah.
It's like it's not necessarily equal categories. It's just kind of 4 things that you find important.
Yes. That you find important for you, not for everybody else, just for you.
4 things, attributes, or uh, uh, concepts, metaphysical ideas, emotions. It sounds kind of like a broad, I don't know. Um, hmm, you'd have better luck asking me my favorite color. I don't know
What's
if
your
I have
favorite
an answer
color?
to that. Yeah, I don't have favorites.
Oh, okay. God, you are really hard to question.
I know.
I like that. I'm
It's
not
not on
complaining.
purpose.
A little bit, maybe. Or do you just not like the question and think it is a little moot? Which is fine too.
It's not that I don't like the question or find it moot. I've never given it any thought. Like what for? From a range of moralistic, metaphysical, and emotional. I don't know what qualities. I don't know that those. Is it that I don't prefer to define myself, or is it that I feel like the categories are too broad? I don't know.
If you looked at the result, your life playing out every second of every day, what do you think your life, your really reality projection, what you encompass in your life would say about maybe what your core pillars would be? Rather than you understanding, could you look into your life and respond back to yourself saying, well, this is in my life, that is in my life, this is in my life. Perhaps my core pillars represent that.
Hmm. I mean, why four?
You can make more if you want. I like four because it's a stable platform. And so the number is moot. It's more my OCD and not liking having five because that seems uneven to me, but that's just me. You can make as many pillars as you'd like. I just didn't want to be like, give me all of them. That just seems like that would be a whole task. But four can even be more of a task if you had to settle it down to that, but you don't have to.
I would have to give it some thought. I don't. As soon as I begin to narrow in on one, I have multiple, but then I'll question those. What do I mean by honesty? What do I mean by curiosity? Is it curiosity? Is it my curiosity? Or is it that I want to see it in others? Is it is it really curiosity, or is it contrarianism? Am I see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
It doesn't have to be either or, though. I mean, if you see in your life, and one of the chief features that you like to display is honesty or curiosity, and then you would question, of course, why, but it doesn't have to be anything
Well, but
of any
is it
sort.
really curiosity? So, like, if I'm projecting this honestly, are any of these pillars flaws?
That's kind of where we get to, though, right? That's why you want to identify and see if you have coherence in your
Well,
values,
what I'm
in the
right.
agreements.
What I mean though is are any of these pillars that I would point out as a pillar of virtue,
Mm.
a strength, um, are any of them a mask? And so I would
Don't you want to know?
question the layers. Absolutely, but um, I'm confused. I'm sorry. I'm reading chat. I don't think anybody's making fun of mental health.
No.
If I miss that, I don't know. interesting how quickly some people come up with 4 pillars: batty beyond belief, parenthood, questions, partnership, and empathy.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely don't have easy answers. I can't find easy answers. If I settle on 4, um, I'll argue them away and have 4 different ones in their place.
That's okay.
In
There's nothing, in fact, that's the point.
in general, honesty is one of them. In general, uh, it's not just curiosity; it's inquisitiveness itself. It's it's the questioning, not just what fuels it, what drives it, but that it's something to be questioned. Um, hmm. Empathy is important, but is it empathy? See, now I'm just looking at other people's pillars and thinking about them. Um, Naomi says they're illusions without truth. Can we know truth? Is it truth that I'm after, or is it just genuine interaction?
Is it?
Do I expect truth from another human with limited perspective? Or do I expect honesty? Do I expect that from myself? Truth or honesty? I think honesty is more attainable. Hmm. Shelley, you were honest. You did fine. You have nothing to be sorry about.
I thought Shell was delightful.
She absolutely was.
Even if I don't go with people, if I don't, hold what people find true for themselves, when I see people come up here in their raw honesty, I get something out of that because it's a display of how that can happen, and that sometimes in those raw, honest, vulnerable moments is when we learn the most, when we are brave enough to say, I don't know,
Mm.
or brave enough to even say what you do believe because you're about to get questioned pretty hard up here on this platform. But there is a huge difference between whether you question or are curious in the pursuit of truth or the pursuit of honesty, because they are very different.
I don't know that questioning people's beliefs in the pursuit of a truth is going to be fruitful. It feels, as both sides input, a trivial pursuit. It feels trivial to ask for the truths from others that you don't expect them to know. But to ask them to be honest about what they think or feel about what is, I think that is worthwhile.
I happen to agree. Not that it matters.
Mm.
Like this. What does it do for you, or are you trying to help people to get out of cognitive dissonance and start understanding that we are all kind of up our own butts and should question?
Can it be both?
Totally, absolutely. It can absolutely be both. And that's honest.
I apologize, Thrayle. I didn't mean to accidentally my camera on.
No
I was trying
worries.
to type while you were bringing me up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Bats. And I think it's good evening, Naomi. Or we're on our way to evening now.
Good night, actually.
Good night. So, did either of you have questions for the questioner?
Yes. But let Naomi go first. I don't know. I think they've been too longer than me.
No, you go first, Bets.
Okay, so I've been listening, and then I realized I was on the wrong account, and I should come over here if I want to. No, that was I'm batty beyond belief, and
I knew that.
yeah, I assumed you'd probably remember. I wasn't sure, though. So I came back on this account, so at least people would know who I am when I ask the question. And I was wondering, do you have maybe not a group of pillars established, but maybe a code of ethics of some kind, like a practical application of however your pillars, whatever your pillars may be. Like, these are my pillars. Or you don't figure out your pillars, or you don't want to narrow down your pillars. I'm not sure. But do you have a practical application, at least, of how your pillars should function, I guess?
Do I have a practical application of how my pillars should function? I've never considered any pillars before the question that Five Body asked me. So I'm still
Well,
not even,
maybe
I don't know what pillars I've defined even yet.
I'm so sorry again. I forgot to turn Do Not Disturb on.
That's all right.
It's been a long week.
I use the word pillars when I'm asking people about their beliefs. Sometimes I ask, what is the pillar of your faith? What would you say is the one strongest pillar, or something like that? I don't know that I have pillars of, like, there's no faith there, there's no belief there, there's no worldview structure, there's no thing that needs supporting with pillars. So that's part of the problem with this is, what am I supporting with these pillars? My personality, my identity.
Your values,
My
your
bad.
focus.
Okay, with my kids, we wrote down a code of ethics on. We put it up on the wall. We sat down, and every so often we sit down and we pick new rules. It's an evolving list, you might say. And these are practical one sentence rules that we all try to obey. And for them, since they're so young, it's things like, I'm a kind person, I don't hurt people. Hitting is hurting, I don't hit. Um, um, so it's at their level right now, but when they get older, hopefully they would develop a more in-depth code of ethics. And maybe that's where I'm thinking, well, my understanding of the pillars are, I guess. Maybe my understanding is far off, but do they correlate?
So it's just a code of ethics.
I think code of ethics could replace the word pillars. I just like pillars, so it's really just preferential wording, but I think code of ethics could be applicable to it. Like what you stand for, how you hold yourself, within your own code, or do you allow yourself the freedom to walk around it, develop new ones? But your core code of ethics could be your pillars.
Is uh, hmm. I'm trying so hard not to do the Thrayle thing.
Oh
Yeah,
God,
that's
don't do it. I feel like the Thrayle thing is going to be like, you're an idiot, get off my stage.
No, the Thrayle thing is what define ethics.
I think that would be up for the person to define what ethics or what ethics means to them in context to the fact that we don't have free will in our ethics. We also have to conform to a social structure of morals.
So
I did.
morals. Oh, go ahead, Bats.
I'm sorry. When I looked it up to refresh myself just now, because I don't want to give a false definition, it's a list of morals and how you conduct yourself. It's how you can conduct yourself based on a list of morals and actions. So
That's ethics.
apparently, they give two
And
definitions.
morals are decisions we make about good and bad. So a list of decisions I make about what's good and what's bad. Sounds rather judgmental.
I think that's why I'm teaching my kids. We're making this an evolving list that we question this list every month. And if we like some things, we'll keep some things or we'll add some things. It's getting to be a long paper.
Sorry, I was pulled out of it by both sides saying joke. If you have morals, do you have lessels? Uh, I only think about my moral or ethical framework when it's time to make moral decisions. And in that way, I don't have an ethical framework. I don't have a list of moral decisions. Because that would mean I'm preparing before a thing happens to judge the thing. That seems rather close-minded. I try to make
Sorry.
moral decisions based upon each decision that needs making.
Do you think we have free will, Thoreau?
I don't know. I can see why it is attractive to want to explain it. I can see why it's attractive to want to know one way or the other. I can see why determinism makes sense, and I can see why some kind of choice factor may or may not exist. I don't know, free will, in the libertarian sense, I don't think that exists. But perhaps by thinking that, I am limiting myself from being able to just spread my wings and fly because I want to. Probably not.
Sorry.
That's okay.
My question is derived from a couple lives back. Someone was on your panel and they were saying something that I had been thinking that day, and I thought it was really eerie that she was saying it. They said they were talking about reason and purpose, and she said, or they said, she looked outside and saw a tree, and the tree had reason and purpose, and you were asking about that. Do you not believe in reason and purpose, though?
Because I was asking about reason and purpose, you assume I don't believe in reason and purpose.
No, I'm asking, do you not? Okay, do you believe in reason and purpose, though?
What is it? Are they the same thing? Are they, like, why are we pairing reason and purpose?
Reason or purpose? I'm not sure if they're the same thing.
Do you mean inherent purpose? Like already existing within something objectively?
Either.
I think, like, meaning we can apply purpose. We can um, we can give things purpose. I
For
don't
what
know that there's
purpose?
anything in here. It's a good question. I stepped on. I'm sorry. For what purpose would we give purpose? Is that what you're asking?
Yep.
I suppose we would give purpose to anything for the reason, for whatever reason we. Hang on. Because we want to.
Because we want to.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any significance in our wanting to? Like, does our wanting to mean something? I think I've asked you that before in another way.
Does our wanting to apply purpose to things mean something? Means we want to.
But is it significant in itself, in of itself, that we want to do that? Does that is there, like, where does that wanting to come from?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Do you think it comes from somewhere?
Well, I mean, what do you mean comes from somewhere? Do I think it's something that we could explain eventually? Potentially. Do I think all humans do it? I don't know. Probably not. Isn't purpose just the thing we decide something is useful for?
So you said you don't believe it has inherent purpose. So things don't already have an existing purpose?
It really depends on what things we're talking about.
Okay.
And if those things, like what kind of purpose are we talking about? If you're asking me, is there a purpose or a usefulness for the bladder in the human body? Well, then yeah, there's a usefulness, there's a job. Does the bladder have some kind of to its existence?
Do we have to know the purpose of everything, or do we know the purpose of everything?
Yeah, I don't think we have to know the purpose to everything, and I don't think there necessarily would have to be a purpose to everything.
But our not knowing its purpose does that necessarily mean that it doesn't have one? Oh, sorry, did you say no?
I've said no.
Oh. Okay, thank you, Thrayle.
Thank you, Naomi. Wonderful questions. Someone in the comments, Noe, when do I ever ask pronouns? If you ever actually watched longer than you rambled, you'd know I don't typically ask pronouns. Bats, did you have questions? Or did Naomi nail them all?
I did. I kind of had some questions up since you did have the banner up, but I wasn't. I wanted to let everybody have their chance to say their questions.
Well, Five Body has been relentless, so if you have any questions.
I think I did have some questions on what you believed about people who have maybe what some might call people-pleasing tendencies. wanting to go with the flow and please everybody, and like if there's anything wrong with that, if it's a negative quality to have.
Are you asking
Is
me
it a
that?
negative quality? I think they were asking me.
Yes, I was asking Thrayle primarily, but if you would like to answer also, I'm curious on other people's opinions.
Do I think people pleasing is negative by its nature? Mm, I think, I mean, it certainly doesn't seem honest, I think is the point that I would notice. Going with the flow can seem like you're just not trying to make waves, but I think some waves need to be made. That is a personal choice.
What if somebody really doesn't have a preference most of the time, and if the other, it's just like like they would almost rather someone else make the decisions,
Hmm.
not because they can't hold their own when the time comes, but just because
It's
it's
easier.
more fun to make someone else smile.
Oh, well, I mean, to an extent, if you're just allowing others to have their say, to be equitable or to be charitable, um, I can understand that. There is a degree, though, at which, well, you have to make them, well, you don't have to, but isn't the absence of even doing it a moral decision? And so if you're forced with a moral dilemma and you choose inaction or going with the flow, it could contradict whatever moral reasoning you use. As both sides can point out, can make you a doormat. Don't be a doormat. I wonder if I should be preparing a poem, because we haven't had a real believer request up in hours.
Before you do, why does our consciousness live inside our mind? Why does it have to be inside a physical body?
And where
Does it
else do
have
you
to?
see
Oh,
your
sorry.
consciousness? Where do you see your consciousness present itself? And I'm not saying it has to be in our mind, but where else do you see it?
Visually, what do I see it visually? I'm not really sure where it is.
Your consciousness, your awareness. Do you see it present anywhere other than your mind? affecting the mind affect the consciousness?
I think so.
So if you present in one place, not anywhere else, and affecting that one place can affect it, is there any reason to believe that consciousness is anywhere besides the mind?
Okay, I don't know how to phrase this. But if you affect the mind, it can appear as though the consciousness is in multiple places at once in the mind and simultaneously somewhere else.
You're saying if you affect the mind, it can appear as though the consciousness is somewhere else?
That your awareness is somewhere else.
It can appear as though your awareness is somewhere else. Appear in what way?
You feel as though your awareness is somewhere else. And if you are feeling that or experiencing that, isn't that experience in itself valid? Is that, doesn't that have any truth to it? Or even an illusion has truth, no?
I don't know that all illusions have truth.
May I ask a question?
Go for it.
What do you mean when you say consciousness? What does consciousness mean to you?
Now, is that to me or is it to Naomi?
Sorry, that was to Naomi and you. It's relevant because we all maybe have the same words for these things, but mean very different things underneath. So I'm just curious if we have a baseline of Naomi. What do you envision? What does consciousness mean to you? And Thrayle, what does consciousness mean to you? So we can see if we're actually speaking the same language between the two of you.
I thought my consciousness was my awareness or myself or where I live.
I considered awareness to be what we were discussing, or the ability to cognate.
Oh dear, if I have several consciousnesses, I guess. So I don't know. I never thought of them having to live somewhere in the body, like I guess the brain. But um
I wonder how do you think, Bats, that your consciousness is, as it were, reside anywhere other than your physical brain?
no, I think the brain is an amazing place, and that's where my consciousness comes from. I don't think there's any outside force or any energy that sticks around after my body goes anywhere.
So even though you feel as though you have multiple awarenesses, you don't feel as any of them reside outside of your brain.
No, they're all in there. It's a little crowded, but we fit, I guess. Now, if you would ask that of a different part of my consciousness, they might have a separate answer, but this is my belief.
When you say different awarenesses, do you mean like individual, like separate? Like, sorry, what do you mean by that?
Well, I have a disorder where my consciousness never united and became a single entity. It's more of a combination of separate entities that have their own beliefs, their own set of morals, and their own way they like to conduct themselves. And then we have an agreed upon set of morals that we have to all follow. Those are more like practical morals, like take care of my kids, help others who need help, and
And you are aware of each of them.
I'm aware of most of them that I know of. It's something a therapist is helping me with, or was helping me with. But I'd like to try to unite them and have a singular opinion on things. But for now, I'm just stuck in this black hole. No, maybe that triangle of storms. I don't know. Think of what that triangle is called.
That's where do you think that the committee of entities that are different awarenesses within you come from?
Trauma. I think a lot of different ways the brain reacts is due to how it was treated, and mine was traumatized, so other people's brains do. And I like to try to look at the science of how that works, and then when I don't know answer to a question, I just say I don't know and don't give it a mysterious power or anything.
Do you know how many awarenesses there are?
Well, we've counted 20, but then there's an opinion on if there's any one's hiding because it is a covert disorder.
Do you think if you looked at it in all different ways and the separate awarenesses, do you think that there's potential that it's not a bad thing and maybe you could utilize it rather than fight it or try to unify it? Or do you think the unification of it would be beneficial?
I try not to base too much of. I weigh the pros and the cons of, is it better to have to have this state of brain so that I can have a committee, or is it better for us to be united? I've looked at the pros and cons, and I end up going the route the more experienced, the therapists, the doctors, the studies say that uniting them into a singular is better for me overall, and will help me to be more functional. And that's the I guess what I want. I want to be more functional one day, because this disorder does get in the way a lot.
Sorry, I don't want to be intrusive and or derail but when you say awareness, what do you mean by that? Do you mean personalities or yeah, what do you mean by that?
I guess different consciousnesses. I feel awareness and consciousness are almost I can't find much of a difference between the two words.
So how do you differentiate them? Do some of them know things that the others don't, or
Yes, some of them have different access to different memories, have access to different levels of empathy. The mind is an amazing place, and it can create these things which to survive. It's a good thing that my brain developed this way so that I did survive. Now it's important that I take the correct moves and follow the doctors so that I can continue to survive, because if my brain no longer needs to be in a traumatic state anymore, if I am not currently in the situation that was traumatic, if that makes any sense. Does that make sense, Naomi? I'm sorry. I'm hoping I'm not. I'm hoping I'm explaining the question. My answer. I mean,
I think so. And so they all these consciousnesses reside in your brain. Has one ever disappeared entirely, or
well, they go missing from time to time, but that's only because I don't have access. Like, it's a part of the disorder when they go missing, I guess.
so then how do you know it existed? Or
Well, some of them will come back and other ones won't. And if they don't, sometimes it means that they've just integrated with other ones, because I'll notice other ones will become more knowledgeable on things and develop better. And I'm like, okay, I guess you two are now one. So that's a good thing, I guess.
so then how do you see yourself? Who is Bats?
Oh,
Or
Bats?
is there a self? Is there a self?
Well, we have a singular body we all have to take care of, but Bats is more or less a plural word, a plural noun for a reason, because there's no singular identity that's in charge.
That's actually fascinating. So wow. So is it possible that we're all we can all be more than one person? Like we're not like a
No,
self?
it's not something that develops. It's a lack of development that has to develop later through therapy and medication and different things. To me, if more trauma were reintroduced, it's not something that we can if you've already developed a singular personality, I guess, then you can't undevelop it, that as far as I know, unless there's another disorder that is out there that I'm unaware of.
So is it possible that one day through therapy these awarenesses or can unite?
That's the goal, but it's not 100% success rate right now. It's something that's still being studied. It's something that's massively understudied.
What would that mean for them to unite? Is that just the consolidation of like memories and knowledge and what
You have to heal the individual traumas, and then the brain will be like, oh, okay, we don't have to do this anymore, and we'll just, heal itself. it's guiding the brain. It doesn't actually fix it forever. It just, there's always a chance it could resplit. Because now instead of a singular picture like what was supposed to happen, we're all puzzle pieces that can break again or get put back together through healing and therapy.
If I didn't already, thank you, Bats, and Naomi, and 96. Thank y'all for helping with that goal. But also thank you guys for, well, questioning each other. I wonder, does, does having multiple awarenesses give you multiple applications of meaning or purpose to things?
I say not as many as personalities, but we definitely have multiple sets of morals and multiple applications of those. This very much is not. And that's something.
I've questioned that one a few times.
Yeah, her definition of energy is sketchy at best. But I have to be respectful of her decision to maintain those beliefs. And whenever the time comes for us to unite, I don't know what'll happen. Maybe we'll lose that belief, or maybe I guess we'll see what happens. I like to think I'd become more logical as time goes on.
Is that a goal? Is that a meaning?
I suppose it's more or less my purpose. Like, logic helped us get out of our past situations, and logic can only help us move forward. And it has to be something that's developed and maintained and evolved.
That's, I know you said that you didn't have control over each aspect of awareness that you hold. Is there a central observer that witnesses it in some form of just seeing the switch of patterns, or are you not really conscious of it as the patterns switch within you?
I don't believe that there's a center consciousness that's watching all of this. I think our brain just functions as a unit instead of as a whole. There's no singular, like, I can't think of a single singular side of me. It, yeah, I can't really.
Thank you for being willing to sit here and talk about this. It's uniquely interesting, not to make light of why you're here, but it's a very interesting way to observe how people are so different. And this is, in your case, just very interesting. I just wanted to say thank you for your authenticity and your vulnerability.
Thank you. I'm glad that any perspective that I gave was maybe helpful to understand, I guess. I do I am here to learn, and I am here to like grow in understanding. And I think hearing each of your perspectives has also been very helpful for me.
I've seen you on the Discord, and yet what you've just told me, because I didn't know this about you, so what you've just told me completely has just made me completely question the idea of a soul. Yeah.
Do you think your belief in your soul in a soul or not dictates your actions?
Do I believe whether I believe in a soul? Sorry, say that again. Sorry.
Does your belief or disbelief in a soul dictate how you act?
Me personally, yes. I think it shouldn't, but I think it does. I take it you don't believe in a soul?
No, I don't. I don't believe in free will. I don't believe in I'm not a hard determinist, but I'm getting there. I do believe that we have individual choices that we have to be accountable for when it comes down to it, but I don't believe that. Yeah, I have a very atheistic approach to things.
I can kind of see why, because if there was a soul, what would it, if your soul, what would it be? Like the consolidation of all those parts, like
I've been told some weird things. I've been told that I have multiple souls and that each of us go different places, or that I was gifted these souls. I'm like, well, who gave me them? Damn, can you get them back, please? Like, they're nice to have around to talk to, but it's look crowded in here. And they're not paying rent.
yeah, that's crazy to think. Well, okay, I shouldn't use that word, but that's fascinating to think about. But like you said, some of them have disappeared for a while. Wouldn't, if it disappears, don't you feel like a part of you is?
Well, we might miss them or miss their input and stuff. Like, we'd miss a friend, but if they come back, they come back. If they don't, I guess we don't need them anymore, I guess.
Is it like a unalivement?
No, just well, it was great seeing you. Might see you again. I don't know if we'll see you again, but like, there's no sense of loss, I guess, because they're somewhere inside of us. It's not. I guess I haven't thought of them being like gone. It's all in my brain. I don't see why I should miss it. It's probably there somewhere in the database, locked away somewhere.
Oh, I was just about to introduce our new guest, but that was all the amount of time they lasted. I guess the question I hadn't asked yet was too difficult, or they didn't mean to be here. Probably the latter. Do we have more, right, Tiny, a butt dial? Do we have more questioning in us? Should we see if anybody else has a belief in a god or gods? A higher power or anything like that they might be open to questioning? Or do we keep questioning each other until I eventually decide that there's so little consciousness left in me, I go to sleep? Thank you, Philly Red, Naomi 96, and Cat the Witch. You guys are amazing.
Hi, thanks for letting me on, mate. I was listening and I find it quite interesting, actually.
Yeah, Taysism. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 45 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or
Did you
gods?
get that?
Yeah, I heard 45. Do you have a belief?
Do you know what? That's an interesting question because I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Definitely, I do. I didn't for a long while, but I'd say the last 3 years. Like I was brought up as a Hindu, like in the family home, and I joined the armed forces. I was in the British Army for quite a while, and I did not believe there was a God at that time. You know, you know, yeah. But over as I've got older, and I'm out of the armed forces now, and I do believe, yeah, there is. I do believe if there's not a God, there's something out there. You know, there's definitely something, a higher power, I'd call it.
Why do you
You
say
know, yeah.
definitely something?
Yeah, there's definitely something. I can't
Why?
tell you
Sorry,
what it is.
Taysism.
Go
Just to
on.
slow you down a little bit.
It's
Why
Tazim. It's
is it
Tazim. Tazim.
Tazim? Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Why is it that you say there is definitely something? What is it that is definitely
Um,
there?
for me, right. The only way I can explain it, right, is when I come out of the armed forces, I was not religious at all. I thought it was like when I joined the army, it was like an escape from religion because my family, like I mean, the home were really, like it was like sort of drummed into you. Now, I come out of the armed forces and suffered with post-traumatic stress disorder. And I had loads of treatments. I see psychiatrists, psychologists, doctors. They put me on medication, stuff like that. None of that worked. But then, like I went on holiday with a family to India, and someone just suggested a bit of meditation, and I tried that, and it gave me some sort of peace. And from that, I started doing a thing called Kundalini yoga, right? Now that, see, like when people, the only way I can describe it, I'll give you a scenario, right? So when I was in the forces, I was in Afghanistan, and I lost one of my
Sorry,
best friends, right?
Tazim.
And
I
nothing could,
don't
no
know if
amount
you
of
know what
treatment.
question
Yep.
you're answering, but we've kind of gone from story to story to story. Do you remember
Yeah,
what
yeah. It
question you
says,
were answering?
can you question your beliefs?
I actually hadn't said that one out loud.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, like why do I say I am? There's definitely a God or something out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you asked me.
Yeah,
Why
you
do
said
I
there's
say there's
definitely
something definitely
something, and
out
I
there?
was asking why you say there's definitely something.
Yes.
Yeah.
I say the reason I say that is because when I like I just said, all the treatments I had, none of that helped me. Meditation, went on to yoga. It's a big part of Hinduism.
Mm-hmm.
And I was able to sort of forgive myself in the sense like I never realized that my PTSD, the only way I would cure myself, not someone cure me, but cure myself, was by forgiving myself, like
Mm-hmm.
for like feelings such as guilt. I had guilt to why my friend died. I was embarrassed
Taysom,
because I wasn't able to
is it
save him.
possible
Them sort
that
of feelings, right?
mhm.
Um,
Is it
and through
possible though that
meditation and going through the
yeah,
Kundalini yoga, I was able to
okay.
question a lot of things, without
Yeah.
anyone else's input. And that led me on to a thing called Vipassana. I don't know if you know, have you ever heard of that?
Mm-mm. I don't know that one off the
Vipassana, have
top
you
of
ever
my
heard of that?
head.
Do you know what that is?
I just said that I don't know what that is off the top of my
Hello?
head. Can you not hear me speaking?
Hello?
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense because I've been trying to slow you
Do you
down
know what that
for
is?
like a while here and you haven't been responding. So if you
Because if you
can't hear
don't, I
me
can explain
speaking,
it to you.
yeah, if you can't hear me speaking, then I'm just gonna go ahead and move on, Taysom, because I can't even, I don't know if it's the delay or you're just outright ignoring me, but you can try again. Maybe reconnecting will help you hear better. But there was no way to have a conversation if you can't hear me trying to rein in whatever that train was. Did I get quieter? Do you think he can hear me now? I don't know if he can hear me now. But Taysom, you can request back up. You couldn't hear me, so something was wrong. There we go, Taysom. Can you hear me now? You're muted, so I don't know if you can hear me, but I definitely can't hear you. You'll have to unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Right, sorry, my
So
Wi-Fi in this place is really bad, so I apologize. But my
yeah,
question to
so
you
I
was,
was I was trying to ask you. I don't know why you keep going on and on and on and then asking me a question.
yeah,
I
I
was trying to
apologize.
ask you a question that you have yet to
Yeah,
answer, which is what is
yeah.
it that assures you that something is
So
there? You
Vipassana
said
is,
stop for a moment, stop for a moment. You said that you did some Kundalini meditation and it
yes.
made you, yeah,
And
and it made you, and it, stop, please stop. And it made you feel
okay.
better about something. And so, what I was going
Yeah,
to ask you,
well,
so I don't know why I can't get to the question. So, what I
go on,
was
sorry, I
going to
apologize.
ask you was is it that you think something supernatural occurred when you did this meditation? Or could that be something that your mind did as a
Well,
result of focusing?
this is where what I'm gonna come to. The Kundalini yoga, I was after that, like I done it for about 6 months, and I heard about this thing called Vipassana, which is basically 30 days where you basically detox your body. You only basically you wake up in the morning. Right? You have to do it in India. I've done it in India. You wake up in the morning,
Yeah.
and you only
So
have like
it's like you didn't hear the words I asked. So I'm going to ask it
uh,
again. Is it possible that the Kundalini meditation was something that your mind did to help your body feel better without being supernatural?
do you know what? No one's ever asked me that question, so you're gonna have to let me think about that. No, no, no. Yeah, what it did give me was a way of sort of releasing stress, releasing stress. That's the only way I can explain it. Yeah, releasing stress, but the Vipassana which I did after definitely made me aware that there was something out there, whether you call it supernatural.
So you
Uh,
did a full body cleanse that somehow um, made you convinced that there was something supernatural. Is it not possible that you stressed your body to a point where you um, altered your thoughts in perhaps detrimental ways, leading you to some acceptance based on a delusional state of thinking, self-induced? Oh, well, I mean, I didn't think it was that mean a question, but okay. C'est la vie.
You big bully, you.
I know. Me and my mean old questions. Well, I guess, if there's no more believers, I think, therefore I read poetry and go to sleep. I think.
I do want to say we appreciate you, Thrayle. You always create this wonderful space to learn and to question. And I think that's what keeps coming me back. Well, okay. There's two reasons. First is questioning, and then second is you have an amazing voice. I don't know what it is, but your range is impressive. But I think the words of your voice are more intriguing than the sound of it, in a good way.
I appreciate that. I hope that what I say is more meaningful than how I say it. But then again, that meaning would be applied by the listener. But I appreciate you, Bats. Thank you. Thank you for opening up and answering some questions. I know that sometimes questions about that can get a little bit personal, and also you answer them all the time. So yeah, I really appreciate the patience with which you answer them again and again.
If my perspective can help anybody, I'm always willing to share. And thank you again, Thrayle. And I get to go wee into the comments, I guess, now.
Thank you.
Wee!
W Bats.
I think that's my cue to go to, but sorry for calling you an a-hole the other time. I sort of meant it, but
Yeah.
yeah.
It's fair. It's fair, Naomi. I've been an a-hole to you sometimes, but I appreciate you coming back and continuing to question. And
It's
your
addictive.
questions. It is, isn't it?
It is, and I don't want to do it alone. I like being here where, exploring with everyone. It's lonely trying to find answers by myself.
I know that. I know that from years of trying. And maybe that's why I don't hold to any answers. Because I realized in trying for so long that whether or not they fit, it doesn't do a lot of good if they're not true. And I can't imagine that I would come to some great unknown truth all on my own. Maybe these questions are the great unknown truth that we should all be striving for. Or maybe I'm just tooting my own horn just in time for the celebration sound effect. But thank you, Naomi. Your questions were amazing, and I appreciate you. And Five Body, you came up with an amazing round of questions. Really got me thinking, and I evaded most of them skillfully.
You certainly did. And, you're as brilliant as evading questions that you are at asking them. I think it's awesome.
Well, it It takes practice, and also, I hear so many evasions. I know the good ones. Uh, I appreciate
Yeah,
you.
I appreciate you too. Thank you, Thrayle.
Thank you. Take care. And keep asking questions. Oh, and I have two more questioners just in time to keep me busy. Well, hello, Philly Red.
Morning.
Good morning.
Are you ending the live?
Well, I thought I'd be doing that here soon, but I do still have Question the Questioner just as I was clearing the panel. So, you and Missy both get questions.
Mm.
Good morning, Missy. How are you? Or did Missy come to be questioned?
No, oh, sorry. My husband was talking to me. I did have questions for you.
Well, fire away.
I'm assuming, are you a determinist?
Indetermined.
Indeterminate as in like you don't know, or indeterminate as in like you believe in indeterminacy?
Indetermined as in, I don't know. I don't fully say that I'm a determinist. Though, from what I can tell, it seems more likely. Though, that's only in comparison to something like free will, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how you cash out free will, right? Because compatibilists hold to free will and determinism.
Right. And so I might be considered a bit of a, not necessarily a compatibilist, but soft determinist, maybe.
There we go.
Maybe if I have to pin myself down somewhere, it could fall somewhere around there. But then again, I could question that.
Yeah. Okay. Let me question your free will idea. Is that okay?
What free will idea?
Yeah. So I don't believe we have free will at all.
Well, what are we calling free will?
Deliberation.
Deliberation.
Yeah. So, at least from my understanding, most people's understanding of free will comes from the kind of like quote unquote decision making process, right? So, what's going on inside your brain? Would you hold that to be accurate?
Would I hold it to be accurate that there is no decision-making process in my brain?
So, you simply have the one option and you pick it.
I don't know.
All right, I got a fun thing. Go into an ice cream shop. There's chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry. Which one do you pick?
It can really depend on the day. I like strawberry, but I really like vanilla. And chocolate is kind of more of a sometimes for me.
So what you were doing there is what I would consider a deliberation process. Had you done that internally only, right, you're weighing your options. That's deliberation, and that's what I call, quote unquote, free will. Except I don't consider it free, and I don't consider it will.
But I do go through that process internally, especially if you put me up against those options.
Yeah.
Give me more flavors. That deliberation is going to take a long time.
Same thing for mood. Yeah. And so then the question becomes, why did you pick the thing you picked?
Often I will pick the thing I pick because I don't know.
That's fair. I didn't either.
Um, basically, that deliberation process, right? Determinists would hold that you can only pick your highest will, or basically, you're going to do what your highest want is regardless. So if you want strawberry that day, and that's your will, right? You are putting strawberry over vanilla this day, your highest will would be the strawberry, and that's what you pick.
Mm-hmm. But I would always have picked that day.
That day, yes. Given the same precept, so, and the same, prior conditions, you would have always chosen strawberry because your brain was always in the highest will of strawberry.
If that is the case, then what is the process of this deliberation actually achieving?
That's the big question. I would say that this deliberation process is an illusion, right? So it's the illusion of free will. The deliberation process within one's brain is still determined by its priors.
Sure. And this is why when I do find a stance, it tends to be on the deterministic end of things. Because, yeah, cause and effect, everything usually has some sort of antecedent, even the chemistry of my brain.
Yeah.
But how do we know that the deliberation or supposed deliberation process will always result in that ending? Is it just because it has?
We will always desire our highest want.
And if we don't have a highest want, if we actually do have vanilla and strawberry as our two most favorite,
yeah, then you would just pick the one that you wanted more that day, right?
and if I didn't want one more than the other that day,
then whichever one you pick is the one that you wanted.
I'm one of those people that will almost always choose both if I can. When you put that,
well, then you're picking vanilla and strawberry over chocolate, meaning that's still a want. So another question is, what is an action that can be taken that is not associated with the highest want or highest will?
What is an action that can be taken that is not associated with the highest will? I don't know. I'm sure that I could think of something that will easily be refuted by you.
Well, don't say that. Be nice to yourself. Trying to think. Okay. What are your thoughts about the DNA sample of Schmidt? I'm just kidding.
No.
Did you hear about that?
No.
I have to just quickly state, they found and sequenced Schmittler's DNA and found that he had a genetic condition that prevented him from finishing puberty, meaning that he had a micro and...
Interesting.
Which is so funny. I'm sorry. It just makes sense. When it comes to determinism, I'm a hard determinist. I don't think that we have any shred of free will. All is deliberated and determined based on prior antecedents, and the idea of free will is a semantic one used to try to take a moral realist position from my understanding. And because a deterministic view, we would have to look at individuals and say, well, this individual didn't have a
I'm
choice.
curious about something, and I hate to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but what are your thoughts on someone who is both determinist and moral realist?
I would say, I would ask them whether that's their meta-ethical view or their normative view. Because if their meta-ethical view is that there's moral realism and that individuals don't, that they cannot choose anything other than what they did, including horrible, horrific acts, right? So I would question, how do you have a moral position when everyone is simply going off of their highest want, their highest will?
I wonder if they might say that the highest will can be right and wrong objectively based upon whatever non-theistic system they come up with.
Yeah, I think that would just be normative, right? That's not talking about whether or not morals are real or exist. They would be talking about how to implement, and then I would say that's normative.
I see.
Also, anytime anyone brings up objectivity, I always have to ask, like, is this person talking about mind independent or stance independent?
Probably stance.
Yeah, I hold to stance independence. You don't want to know a good one? Next time someone says that God is the arbiter of, like, what's the word? Objective truth or objective morality. He is a stance, and a subject. So it would be subjective to the mind of God.
It would be. I note that almost every time.
Oh, yeah, that's one of my favorites. Well, I don't have many more questions for you, but I was curious about your stance on determinism, and I figured you could use a break.
Yeah, I think my break is coming. I think I'm coming to the end. We've wound down. Haven't had a theist guest, and yeah, I know. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it. But I appreciate you, Missy. Thank you for coming up and asking the questions you did. And who knows, maybe next time you'll have more questions and I might have different answers. But I appreciate you coming up.
Always. Thank you, Thrayle. Thank you, Batcolyte.
Thank you. Take care and keep asking questions. And I do need to make sure that before I go, I say thank you to everybody who tapped the screen, shared the live, everybody who helped gift the panel, helped us reach the goals, including Naomi, Amoria, and 96 for the last time around. Thank you guys so much. But thank you to everybody everybody who's here. Thank you for sticking around. Those of you who fell asleep, you didn't have much choice, and I'm sorry for wherever you wake up, but thank you for being here too. I appreciate every one of you. This community really makes this task, this exercise, worthwhile. The way that you all question, the way you all encourage each other. I I really appreciate every last one of you for coming in and bringing your best. And I can't thank you enough for all the support that you show. It means a lot to me to be able to do this, and I apply that meaning. Um, but perhaps that's my pillar. One of them is the the way this exercise, this show affects all of you, the way it binds you, the way it makes what can be contentious and fun and exciting into a community. And I don't know, that means something. If you want to be a part of this community and see what we get up to behind the scenes, there is a Discord link in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. The first link will take you there. You'll want to read the rules when you get there, otherwise it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I do thank every one of you who helps that way. You can also subscribe to the YouTube. The Batcolyte YouTube is in that link tree. And I do stream the lives over there as well. If I didn't thank the mods yet, I gotta not forget that at the end every time. You guys really make this possible. Hell, I need to not forget it throughout the live to thank you guys, because it really, I couldn't do it without you. I couldn't focus on the next question and the next answer and where to go if I was constantly in the chat. But I do love to look down and see all the questions and the encouragement and the engagement, and I wouldn't see that without the mods, because we would be overloaded with spam. So thank you guys. I once watched people paint meanings on every wall in the world. A falling leaf was a lesson, a lightning strike was the word. A sickness became a warning, a coin toss became a sign. Every random turn of fortune was a plan, was a hand, was design. They said nothing is ever random. They said everything has a key, but the lock kept shifting shapes and it never opened for me. I asked, why must the stars be stories? Why must thunder be a voice? Why must every unanswered question mean we never had a choice? I once chased purpose like water, cupped my hands, still it slipped through. What if a thing is just is the thing, and it needs no reason to be true? Must silence be a message? Must darkness hide a throne? If a mystery has no master, is it lesser when left unknown? They called the unclaimed spaces empty, but I saw a fertile ground, a place where wonder grows untended, where no final truths were crowned. So now I walk without promise, but the path was drawn in advance. I let meaning come when it chooses, like strangers arriving by chance. If the world is a book unfinished, if the verse is scattered and wild, why fear a story still unwritten, or the questions that make us a child? Tell me this, if we label every shadow, if we chain every thought we've begun, do we understand more of the universe, or just less of what we might become? And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.